Yesterday the gentlemen of the Social Democratic Federation again committed the most horrible idiocy in the streets. It will have been telegraphed to you already. Let's hope they are now played out. How is Adolf getting along in his business? Yours. F.E. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. London, February 25, 1886. Today I mailed to you, registered, the rest of the Ms. with my introduction or postscript according to where it may suit you to place it. I believe the title had better be a simple translation, The Condition of the Working Class in England in Z844, etc. I am glad that all obstacles to publication have been successfully overcome. Only I am sorry that Miss Foster has applied to the executive of the Socialistisk Arbeiderpartei in New York, as appears from their report of meeting inter Socialist, New York, February 13. Neither Marx nor myself has ever committed the least act which might be interpreted into asking any workingmen's organization to do us any personal favor, and this was necessary not only for the sake of our own independence but also on account of the constant bourgeois denunciations of demagogues who coax the workingmen out of their hard-earned pennies in order to spend them for their own purposes. I shall therefore be compelled to inform that executive that this application was made entirely without my knowledge or authority. Miss F no doubt acted in what she thought the best way, and this step of hers is in itself no doubt perfectly admissible. Still, if I could have foreseen it, I would have been compelled to do everything in my power to prevent it. The revision of your translation has delayed that of the English translation of Das Kapital by 3 weeks, and at a most critical period of the year too. I shall set about it tonight and it may take me several months. After that, the German third volume must be taken in hand. You see, therefore, that for some time it will be impossible for me to undertake the revision of other translations, unless few and far between and of small volume. I have at this moment waiting here an Italian translation of Marx's Lohnarbeit und Kapital, wage labor and capital, which must wait some weeks at least. But if you will translate that into English, it was recently republished in Zurich, and will not be too pressing for time, I shall be glad to revise it, and you cannot have a better popular pamphlet than that. My Entwicklung Socialism, Utopian and Scientific Eveling intends to translate, and as the subject is in part rather difficult, I could not well give it to anyone except he be here on the spot, accessible to verbal explanation. As to my Anti-Düring, I hardly think the English-speaking public would swallow that controversy and the hostility to religion which pervades the book. However, we may discuss that later on, if you are of a different opinion. At present Marx's posthumous manuscripts must be dealt with before anything else. The semi-Hegelian language of a good many passages of my old book is not only untranslatable but has lost the greater part of its meaning even in German. I have therefore modernized it as much as possible. Yours very truly, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski, London, March 12, 1886. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, deeply buried as I am in the English capital, I have only the time to write a few lines in haste. It did not require all your exposition of the circumstances to convince me that you were perfectly innocent of what had been done in America with your translation. The thing is done and can't be helped, though we both are convinced that it was a mistake. I thank you for pointing out to me a passage in the appendix which indeed is far from clear. The gradation from the Polish Jew to the hamburger, and from the hamburger again to the Manchester merchant, does not at all come out to the front. I have tried to alter it in a way which may meet both your and my objections to it and hope I have succeeded. And now I cannot conclude without expressing to you my most sincere thanks to you for the very great trouble you have taken to revive, in English, a book of mine which is half forgotten in the original German. Ever at your service as far as my time and powers allow, believe me, dear Mrs. Wisniewski, yours very faithfully, F. Engels. The dedication to the English workingmen should be left out. It has no meaning today. Engels to Zarga. London, April 29, 1886. Dear Zarga. The manuscript one contains largely the same things that Marx noted in his copy for the third edition. In other passages, which provide for more insertions from the French, I am not binding myself to these unconditionally, 1. Because the work for the third edition was done much later and hence is decisive for me, and, 2. Because, for a translation to be made in America, far away from him, Marx would rather have had many a difficult passage correctly translated from the French simplification than incorrectly from the German, and this consideration now vanishes. Nevertheless, it has given me many useful hints, which will, in time, find application in the German edition too. As soon as I am through with it, I shall return it to you by registered mail. The Broadhouse-Hindman translation of Capital is nothing but a farce. The first chapter was translated from the German, full of mistakes to the point of ridiculousness. Now it is being translated from the French. The mistakes are the same. At the present rate of speed the thing won't be finished by 1900. Thanks for the calendar. To be sure, I had not suspected that Dewey was so terribly underrated as a great man. May he take with him into the grave the consciousness of his greatness, together with all of its underrating, without seeing it lessened by sugar-coating. But he was the right man for America, and if he had remained an ordinary Democrat, I would have wished him the best of luck. But as it is, he got into the wrong pew. As for the purist one who declaims against our style and punctuation, he knows neither German nor English, else he wouldn't find Anglicisms where there aren't any. The German he admires, which was drilled into us in school, with its horrible periodic structure and the verb at the very end, separated from the subject by 10 miles of intervening matter, it took me 30 years to unlearn that German again. That bureaucratic schoolmaster's German, for which Lessing doesn't exist at all, is on the decline even in Germany. What would this good fellow say if he heard the deputies speaking in the Reichstag, who have abolished this horrible construction because they always got tangled up in it and spoke like the Jews? Als der Bismarck ist gekommen vor die Zwangswahl, hat sie den Papst gekillt den Hintern als die Revolution den Mund. When Bismarck was faced with the alternative, he kissed the Pope's behind rather than the revolution's lips. This advance was first introduced by little Lasker, it is the only good thing he did. If Mr. Purist comes to Germany with his schoolmaster's German, they will tell him he talks American. You know how petty the learned German Philistine is, he seems to be particularly so in America. German sentence structure together with its punctuation as taught in the schools 40 or 50 years ago deserves only to be thrown on the scrap heap, and that is happening to it in Germany at last. I think I have already written you that an American lady, married to a Russian, has gotten it into her head to translate my old book. I looked over the translation, which required considerable work. But she wrote that publication was assured and that it had to be done at once, and so I had to go at it. Now it turns out that she turned the negotiations over to a Miss Foster, the secretary of a women's rights society, and the latter committed the blunder of giving it to the Socialist Labour Party. I told the translator what I thought of this, but it was too late. Moreover, I am glad that the gentlemen over there do not translate anything of mine, it would turn out beautifully. Their German is enough, and then their English. The gentlemen of the Volkszeitung must be satisfied, they have gained control of the whole movement among the Germans, and their business must be flourishing. It is a matter of course that a man like Dietzgen is pushed to the rear there. Playing with the boycott and with little strikes is, of course, much more important than theoretical education. But with all that the cause is moving ahead mightily in America. A real mass movement exists among the English-speaking workers for the first time. One that it proceeds gropingly at first, clumsy, unclear, unknowing, is unavoidable. All that will be cleared up, the movement will and must develop through its own mistakes. Theoretical ignorance is a characteristic of all young peoples, but so is rapidity of practical development. As in England, all the preaching is of no use in America until the actual necessity exists. And this is present in America now, and they are becoming conscious of it. The entrance of masses of native-born workers into the movement in America is for me one of the greatest events of 1886. As for the Germans over there, let the sword now flourishing join the Americans gradually, they will still be somewhat ahead of them. And, lastly, there still is a core among the Germans over there which retains theoretical insight into the nature and the course of the whole movement, keeps the process of fermentation going, and finally rises to the top again. The second great event of 1886 is the formation of a workers' party in the French Chamber by Easley and Camelin at, two hand-picked worker deputies, nominated and elected by the radicals, but who, contrary to all the regulations, did not become servants of their radical masters but spoke as workers. The Decazeville strike too brought the split between them and the radicals to a head. 5 other deputies joined them. The radicals had to come out in the open with their policy toward the workers, and, as the government exists only with the radical support, that was dreadful, for they were justifiably held accountable by the workers for every act of the government. In short, the radicals, Clemenceau and all the others, behaved wretchedly, and then there took place what no preacher had succeeded in accomplishing up to then, the French workers' defection from the radicals. And the second result was, the union of all the socialist fractions for joint action. Only the miserable possibilists one kept apart, and consequently they are disintegrating more and more every day. The government helped this new departure tremendously by its blunders. For it wants to float a loan of 900 million francs and needs high finance for this purpose, but the latter are also stockholders in Decazeville and refuse to lend the money unless the government breaks the strike. Hence the arrest of Dew and Roche. The workers' reply is, Roche's candidacy in Paris for next Sunday, elections to the chamber, and Dew's, Corsi's, candidacy for the municipal council, where he is certain of election. In brief, a splendid movement is merrily underway in France again, and the best thing about it is that our people, Guesde, Lafargue, Deville, are the theoretical leaders. The reaction upon Germany did not fail to make its appearance. The revolutionary language and action of the Frenchmen made the whining of Gazer, Viereck, Auer, and Co. appear feebler than ever, and thus only Behel and Liebknecht spoke in the last debate on the socialist law, both of them very good. With this debate we can show our faces in respectable society again, which was by no means the case with all of them. In general, it is good for the Germans to have their leadership disputed somewhat, especially since they have elected so many Philistine elements, which was unavoidable, to be sure. In Germany everything becomes Philistine in quiet periods, the spur of French competition then becomes absolutely necessary, nor will it be lacking. French socialism has suddenly grown from a sect into a party, and only now and only thereby is the mass affiliation of the workers possible, for the latter are sick and tired of sectarianism, and that was the secret of their following the extremist bourgeois party, the radicals. Next Sunday will show considerable progress in the elections, though it is scarcely to be expected that Roche will win. I think the printing of the English translation of Capital, Volume I, will begin in 2 to 3 weeks. I am far from through with revision, but 300 pages are entirely ready and another 100 nearly ready for the printer. Another thing. A Mr. J.T. McInnes interviewed me a few days ago under the pretext of getting advice on labor legislation for T.He State of Missouri. I soon discovered that newspaper business was behind it, and he confessed that he was working for the leading Democratic paper of St. Louis, but gave me his word of honor that he would submit every word to me in advance for revision. The man was sent to me by the Russian Stepniak. Nearly 2 weeks have passed, and I am afraid he did not keep his promise. I have forgotten the name of the St. Louis paper. Therefore, if anything is printed regarding the interview, please have the enclosed statement printed in Der Sozialist, the Volkszeitung, and anywhere else you think necessary. If the man does come and keep his promise, I shall, of course, let you know at once, and you can then tear up the statement. Here the movement is not progressing at all, luckily enough. Hindman and Co. are political careerists who spoil everything, while the anarchists are making rapid progress in the Socialist League. Morris and Bax, one as an emotional socialist and the other as a chaser after philosophical paradoxes, are wholly under their control for the present and must now undergo this experience incorporate on their own poor bodies. You will note from the common will that Aveling, largely thanks to Tussie's energy, no longer shares the responsibility for this swindle, and that is good. And these muddleheads want to lead the British working class. Fortunately, the latter wants to have absolutely nothing to do with them. Best regards. Yours, F. Engels. Enclosure. To the editor, etc. If the St. Louis should print an interview of one of that paper's correspondents with me, I have the following remarks to make. A Mr. McInnes did visit me as a representative of that paper, questioning me regarding various topics, but under his promise upon his word of honor that he would not send off a line without having shown it to me beforehand. Instead of doing so, he has not let me hear from him again. I therefore state herewith that I must refuse any and all responsibility for his publication, especially as I had an 157 opportunity to convince myself that Mr. McInnes, for lack of the necessary rudimentary knowledge, would hardly be able, even with the best of intentions, to understand my remarks correctly. Frederick Engels, London, April 29, 1886. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, June 3, 1886. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, I have looked over the proofs and corrected in pencil a few additional mistakes. That the GE up of the work would be anything but elegant I foresaw as soon as I knew who had it in charge, and am therefore not much surprised. I am afraid there is no help now, so it's no use grumbling. Whatever the mistakes and the bornierthite narrow-mindedness of the leaders of the movement, and partly of the newly awakening masses too, one thing is certain, the American working class is moving, and no mistake. And after a few false starts, they will get into the right track soon enough. This appearance of the Americans upon the scene I consider one of the greatest events of the year. What the downbreak of Russian Tsarism would be for the great military monarchies of Europe, the snapping of their mainstay, that is for the bourgeois of the whole world the breaking out of class war in America. For America after all is the ideal of all bourgeois, a country rich, vast, expanding, with purely bourgeois institutions unleavened by feudal remnants of monarchical traditions, and without a permanent and hereditary proletariat. Here everyone could become, if not a capitalist, at all events an independent man, producing or trading, with his own means, for his own account. And because there were not, as yet, classes with opposing interests, and your, bourgeois thought that America stood above class antagonisms and struggles. That delusion has now broken down, the last bourgeois paradise on earth is fast changing into a purgatorio, and can only be pre-rented from becoming, like Europe, an inferno by the go-ahead pace at which the development of the newly fledged proletariat of America will take place. The way in which they have made their appearance on the scene is quite extraordinary. 6 months ago nobody suspected anything, and now they appear all of a sudden in such organized masses as to strike terror into the whole capitalist class. I only wish Marx could have lived to see it. I am in doubt whether to send this to Zurich or to the address in Paris you give at foot of your letter. But as in case of mistake Zurich is safest, I forward this and the proofs to Mr. Schluter, who no doubt will forward them wherever it may be necessary. Ever sincerely yours, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. Eastbourne, August 13, 1886. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. My reply to your kind letter of the June 9 was delayed for the simple reason that overwork compelled me to suspend all my correspondence, such as did not command immediate dispatch, until the mise of the translation of Das Kapital was finally ready for the printer. Such is now the case, and I can at last attend to the heap of unanswered letters before me, and you shall have the first chance. Had you told me in the above letter that you had spare time on your hand for party work, I should at once have sent you a short reply, I am sorry if through my fault you were prevented from doing some useful work. I quite forgot, when proposing to you Lohnarbeit und Kapital wage labor and capital, that an English translation had already appeared in London. As this is offered for sale in New York, it would be useless to translate it over again. Now about der Ursprung, the origin of the family. The thing is more difficult to translate than Die Lage, the condition of the tea-forking class in England in 1844, and would require comparatively greater attention and more time per page on your part. But if I had time left to me for the looking it over, that would be no obstacle, provided you could devote that time and attention to it, and leave me a larger margin of blank paper to suggest alterations. There is, however, another matter to consider. If the thing is to come out in English at all, it ought to be published in such a way that the public can get hold of it through the regular book trade. That will not be the case, as far as I can see, with Die Lage. Unless the trade arrangements are very different in America from those in Europe, the booksellers will not deal in works published by outside establishments belonging to a workingman's party. This is why Chartist and Owenite. 159. Publications are nowhere preserved and nowhere to be had, not even in the British Museum, and why all our German party publications are, and were, long before the socialist law, not to be had through the trade, and remained unknown to the public outside the party. That is a state of things which sometimes cannot be avoided, but ought to be avoided wherever possible. And you will not blame me if I wish to avoid it for the English translations of my writings, having suffered from it in Germany for more than 40 years. The state of things in England is such that publishers can be got, either now or in the near future, for socialist works, and I have no doubt that in the course of next year I can have an English translation published here and the translator paid, and as I have moreover long since promised Dr. Aveling the translation of the Entwicklung Socialism, Utopian and Scientific and the Ursprung, if he can make it pay for himself, you see that an American edition, brought out outside the regular book trade, would only spoil the chance of a London edition to be brought out in the way of the regular trade and therefore accessible to the public generally and everywhere. Moreover, I do not think that this book is exactly what is wanted at the present moment by the American working man. Das Kapital will be at their service before the year is out, that will serve them for a piece de resistance main dish. For lighter, more popular literature, for real propaganda, my booklet will scarcely serve. In the present undeveloped state of the movement, I think perhaps some of the French popularizations would answer best. Deville and Lafargue have published 2 series of lectures, Cours d'économie sociale, Course of Social Economie, about 2 years ago, Deville taking the economic and Lafargue the more general historic side of the Marxian theory. No doubt Bernstein can let you look at a copy, and get one from Paris, and then you might judge for yourself. Of course I do not mean Deville's larger work, the extract from Das Kapital, which in the latter half of it is very misleading. August 14. To return to the Ursprung. I do not mean to say that I have absolutely promised Aveling to let him have it, but I consider myself bound to him in case a translation is to come out in London. The final decision then would depend very much upon the nature of the publishing arrangements you can make in America. To a repetition of what Miss Foster has done with Die Lage I decidedly object. When I see my way to an English edition, brought out by a firm known in the bourgeois trade, and not only of this book, but probably of a collection of various other writings, with the advantage of having the translation done here, which saves me a deal of time, you will admit that I ought to look twice before sanctioning the bringing out, in America, of this little book alone, and thereby spoiling the whole arrangement. And with the present anti-socialist scare one in America, I doubt whether you will find regular publishers very willing to associate their name with socialist works. A very good bit of work would be a series of pamphlets stating in popular language the contents of Das Kapital. The theory of surplus value, number 1, the history of the various forms of surplus value, cooperation, manufacture, modern industry, number 2, accumulation and the history of primitive accumulation, number 3, the development of surplus value making in colonies, last chapter, Number 4, this would be specially instructive in America, as it would give the economic history of that country, from a land of independent peasants to a center of modern industry, and might be completed by specially American facts. In the meantime, you may be sure that it will take some time yet before the mass of the American working people will begin to read socialist literature. And for those that do read and will read, there is matter enough being provided, and least of all will der Ursprung be missed by them. With the Anglo-Saxon mind, and especially with the eminently practical development it has taken in America, theory counts for nothing until imposed by dire necessity, and I count above all things upon the teaching our friends will receive by the consequences of their own blunders to prepare them for theoretical schooling. Yours very sincere. Y. F. Engels. I shall be in this place until the 27th instant, after that, in London. Engels to Zarga. London, September 16, 1886. Dear Zarga, I am taking an hour off by sheer force to write you. After the triple proofs of the capital translation kept me in such suspense that I was prevented from doing other work for weeks. They are now coming in bunches. 6 signatures are to be delivered each week, that means 18 signatures to be corrected weekly, and everything is to be finished in a month. Let's wait and see. But this makes for a lively time for me, since old man Becker is coming from Geneva to visit me tomorrow. Next week Schorlemmer is coming, and probably the Lafargues, while other people also want to come here from Switzerland. So if I don't get a letter off today, I know I won't be able to do so later. Many thanks for your efforts regarding the interviewer. 1. He was the last. Now that he broke his word of honor, I have a reason for letting them cool their heels, unless we ourselves are interested in spreading something through such a liar. You are right. On the whole I cannot complain. The man tries to be at least personally decent, and not he, but the American bourgeoisie, is responsible for his stupidity. A fine gang seems to be at the head of the party in New York. The Socialist is a model of what a paper should not be. But neither can I support Dietzgen in his article on the anarchists too. He has a peculiar way of dealing with things. If a person has a perhaps somewhat narrow opinion on a certain point, Dietzgen cannot emphasize enough, and often too much, that the matter has 2 sides. But now, because the New Yorkers are behaving contemptibly, he suddenly takes the other side and wants to picture us all as anarchists. The moment may excuse this, but he shouldn't forget all his dialectics at the decisive moment. However, he has gotten over it by now, no doubt, and is certainly back on the right track. I have no worries on that score. In a country as untouched as America, which has developed in a purely bourgeois fashion without any feudal past, but has unwittingly taken over from England a whole store of ideology from feudal times, such as the English common law, religion, and sectarianism, and where the exigencies of practical labor and the concentrating of capital have produced a contempt for all theory, which is only now disappearing in the educated circles of scholars. In such a country the people must become conscious of their own social interests by making blunder after blunder. Nor will that be spared the workers. The confusion of the trade unions, socialists, knights of labor, etc., will persist for some time to come, and they will leery only by their own mistakes. But the main thing is that they have started moving, that things are going ahead generally, that the spell is broken, and they will go fast, too, faster than anywhere else, even though on a singular road, which seems, from the theoretical standpoint, to be an almost insane road. I hope your health is better. I am apparently still robust enough. But, because of an internal ailment, I have constantly suffered for the past 3 years from a somewhat limited freedom of movement, which now and then is very limited indeed, so that I am no longer fit for military service, unfortunately. As soon as the translation is finished I must first of all get rid of the minor work pressed upon me, revision of other people's work, particularly translations, and not let any others be forced on me, so that I can at last get back to volume 3. It lies there all dictated, but there is still a good 6 months of hard work in it. This damned English translation has cost me nearly a year. but it was absolutely necessary, and I do not regret it. September 17th. The movement here remains in the hands of adventurers, Democratic Federation, on the one hand, and of faddists and emotional socialists, Socialist League, one on the other. The masses still stand aloof, though the beginning of a movement is also noticeable. But it will still take some time before the masses get underway, and that is good, so that time will be left to develop real leaders. In Germany, the bourgeoisie, whose cowardly stagnation is beginning to harm us, will finally start moving somewhat again. On the one hand, the impending change of sovereigns will start everything tottering, and, on the other, Bismarck's obeisance to the Tsar is arousing even the drowsiest sleepy heads. In France the situation is excellent. The people are learning discipline, in the provinces through the strikes, and in Paris through opposition to the radicals. Best regards, yours. Engels to Zarga. F.E. London, November 29, 1886. Dear Zarga. The Henry George boom has of course brought to light a colossal mass of fraud, and I am glad I was not there. But in spite of it all, it was an epoch-making day. The Germans have not understood how to use their theory as a lever which could set the American masses in motion. They do not understand the theory themselves for the most part and treat it in a doctrinaire and dogmatic way as something that has to be learned by heart, which then will satisfy all requirements forthwith. To them it is a credo and not a guide to action. What is more, they learn no English on principle. Hence the American masses had to seek out their own path and seem to have found it for the time being in the Cainites of El Laborer, whose confused principles and ludicrous organization seem to correspond to their own confusion. But from all I hear, the K of L are a real power, especially in New England and the West, and are becoming more so every day owing to the brutal opposition of the capitalists. I think it is necessary to work inside them, to form within the still quite plastic mass a core of people who understand the movement and its aims and will therefore take over the leadership, at least of a section, when the inevitably impending breakup of the present order takes place. The rottenest side of the K of L was their political neutrality, which has resulted in sheer trickery on the part of the Powderleys, etc., but the edge of this has been taken off by the behavior of the masses in the November elections, especially in New York. The first great step of importance for every country newly entering into the movement is always the constitution of the workers as an independent political party, no matter how, so long as it is a distinct workers' party. And this step has been taken, much more rapidly than we had a right to expect, and that is the main thing. That the first program of this party is still confused and extremely deficient, that it has raised the banner of Henry George, these are unavoidable evils but also merely transitory ones. The masses must have time and opportunity to develop, and they can have the opportunity only when they have a movement of their own, no matter in what form so long as it is their own movement, in which they are driven further by their own mistakes and learn through their mistakes. The movement in America is at the same stage as it was with us before 1848, the really intelligent people there will first have to play the part played by the Communist League among the workers' associations before 1848. Except that in America now things will proceed infinitely faster, for the movement to have gained such election successes after scarcely 8 months of existence is wholly unprecedented. And what is still lacking will be set going by the bourgeoisie. Nowhere in the whole world do they come out so shamelessly and tyrannically as over there, and your judges brilliantly outshine Bismarck's pettifoggers in the Reich. Where the bourgeoisie wages the struggle by such methods, the struggle comes to a decision rapidly, and if we in Europe do not hurry up, the Americans will soon outdistance us. But just now it is doubly necessary to have a few people on our side there who are thoroughly versed in theory and well-tested tactics and can also speak and write English, because, for good historical reasons, the Americans are worlds behind in all theoretical questions, and while they did not bring over any medieval institutions from Europe, they did bring over masses of medieval traditions, religion, English common, feudal, law, superstition, spiritualism, in short, every kind of imbecility. which was not directly harmful to business and which is now very serviceable for stupefying the masses. If there are people at hand there whose minds are theoretically clear, who can tell them the consequences of their own mistakes beforehand and make clear to them that every movement which does not keep the destruction of the wage system constantly in view as the final goal is bound to go astray and fail, then much nonsense can be avoided and the process considerably shortened. But it must be done in English, the specific German character must be laid aside, and for that the gentlemen of the Socialist hardly have the qualifications, while those of the Volkszeitung are clever only where business is involved. In Europe the effect of the American elections in November was tremendous. That England, and America in particular, had no labor movement up to now was the big trump card of the radical Republicans everywhere, especially in France. Now these gentlemen have been utterly contradicted. On November 2 the whole foundation, especially of Mr. Clemenceau's policy, collapsed. "Look at America," was his eternal motto, "where there is a real republic, there is no poverty and no labor movement." And the same thing is happening to the liberals and Democrats in Germany and here, where they are also witnessing the beginnings of their own movement. The very fact that the movement is so sharply accentuated as a labor movement and has sprung up so suddenly and forcefully has stunned the people completely. Here the lack of any competition, on the one hand, and the government's stupidity, on the other, has enabled the gentlemen of the Social Democratic Federation to occupy a position which they did not dare to dream of 3 months ago. The hubbub about the plan, never seriously intended, of a parade behind the Lord Mayor's procession on November G, and later the same hubbub about the Trafalgar Square meeting on November 21, when the setting up of artillery was talked of, and the government finally backed down, all this forced the gentlemen of the SDF to hold a very ordinary meeting at last on the 21st, without empty roto montades and pseudo-revolutionary demonstrations with obbligato mob accompaniment, and the Philistines suddenly gained respect for the people who had stirred up such a fuss and yet behaved so respectably. And since, except for the SDF, nobody concerns himself with the unemployed, who constitute a great mass each winter during the chronic stagnation of business and suffer very acute hardships, the SDF has the game won in advance. The labor movement is beginning here and no mistake, and if the SDF is the first to reap the harvest, it is the result of the cowardice of the radicals and the stupidity of the Socialist League, which is quarreling with the anarchists and cannot get rid of them, and hence has no time to concern itself with the living movement that is taking place outside in front of its face. Moreover, how long Hindman and co. will persist in their present, comparatively rational mode of action is problematical. I expect that they will soon commit colossal blunders again, they're in too much of a hurry. And then they will see that this can't be done in a serious movement. Things are getting prettier all the time in Germany. In Leipzig sentences of as much as 4 years at hard labor for sedition. They want to provoke a riot at all costs. Your old F.E. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, December 28, 1886. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. Your letter of November 13 never reached me, for which I am very sorry. It would have suited me much better to write a preface then, and moreover would have left me more time. But let me first congratulate you on the happy family event in which you have been the principal actor and add my best wishes for your own health and that of the little one newly arrived. Of course the appendix is now a little out of date, and as I anticipate something of the kind, I proposed that it should be written when the book was ready through the press. Now a preface will be much wanted, and I will write you one, but before, I must await the return of the Avelings to have a full report of the state of things in America, and it seems to me that my preface will not be exactly what you desire. First, you seem to me to treat New York a little as the Paris of 166 Marx and Engels America, and to overrate the importance, for the country at large, of the local New York movement with its local features. No doubt it has a great importance, but then the Northwest, with its background of a numerous farming population and its independent movement, will hardly accept blindly the George theory. Secondly, the preface of this book is hardly the place for a thoroughgoing criticism of that theory, and does not even offer the necessary space for it. Thirdly, I should have to study thoroughly Henry George's various writings and speeches, most of which I have not got, so as to render impossible all replies based on subterfuges and side issues. My preface will of course turn entirely on the immense stride made by the American working man in the last 10 months, and naturally also touch H.G. and his land scheme. But it cannot pretend to deal extensively with it. Nor do I think the time for that has come. It is far more important that the movement should spread, proceed harmoniously, take root, and embrace as much as possible the whole American proletariat, than that it should start and proceed from the beginning on theoretically perfectly correct lines. There is no better road to theoretical clearness of comprehension than to learn by one's own mistakes, Dirk Schottenklug Worden. And for a whole large class, there is no other road, especially for a nation so eminently practical and so contemptuous of theory as the Americans. The great thing is to get the working class to move as a class, that once obtained, they will soon find the right direction, and all who resist, H.G. or Powderly, will be left out in the cold with small sects of their own. Therefore I think also the K of L a most important factor in the movement which ought not to be pooh-poohed from without but to be revolutionized from within, and I consider that many of the Germans there have made a grievous mistake when they tried, in the face of a mighty and glorious movement not of their own creation, to make of their imported and not always understood theory a kind of alien seligmachendes it alone bringing salvation dogma, and to keep aloof from any movement which did not accept that dogma. Our theory is not a dogma but the exposition of a process of evolution, and that process involves successive phases. To expect that the Americans will start with the full consciousness of the theory worked out in older industrial countries is to expect the impossible. What the Germans ought to do is to act up to their own theory, if they understand it, as we did in 1845 and 1848, to go in for any real general working class movement, accept its factious actual starting point as such and work it gradually up to the theoretical level by pointing out how every mistake made, every reverse suffered, was a necessary consequence of mistaken theoretical orders in the original program. They ought, in the words of the Communist Manifesto, in der Gegenwart der Bewegung die Zukunft der Bewegung repräsentieren to represent the future of the movement in the present of the movement. But above all give the movement time to consolidate, do not make the inevitable confusion of the first start worse confounded by forcing down people's throats things which, at present, they cannot properly understand but which they soon will learn. 1 million or 2 of workingmen's votes next November for a bona fide working men's party is worth infinitely more at present than 100,000 votes for a doctrinally perfect platform. The very first attempt, soon to be made if the movement progresses, to consolidate the moving masses on a national basis will bring them all face to face, Georgites, K of L, trade unionists and all, and if our German friends by that time have learned enough of the language of the country to go in for a discussion, then will be the time for them to criticize the views of the others and thus, by showing up the inconsistencies of the various standpoints, to bring them gradually to understand their own actual position, the position made for them by the correlation of capital and wage labor. But anything that might delay or prevent that national consolidation of the working men's party on no matter what platform, I should consider a great mistake, and therefore I do not think the time has arrived to speak out fully and exhaustively either with regard to H.G. or the K of L. As to the title, I cannot omit the 1844, because the omission would give an entirely false idea of what the reader has to expect. And as I, by the preface and appendix, take a certain responsibility, I cannot consent to its being left out. You may add, with preface and appendix by the author, if you think proper. The proofs I return corrected by the same mail. Yours very faithfully, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, January 27, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. Herewith I send you, at last, the preface. No sooner had the Avelings returned when I was seized with a slight conjunctivitis. 168 Marx and Engels, which was, however, sufficient to prevent all regular work, especially as the short time I could devote each day to writing was unavoidably taken up by urgent correspondence. Although my eye is not yet quite free from inflammation, yet I have managed to get through the preface and hope the delay will not have inconvenienced you too much. As I have not been able to keep a copy, I must request you to return the Ms. when done with. I suppose you will be good enough to see it through the press. I hope Dr. Wisniewski has arrived safe after a good passage. I regret that I could not have him all to myself for a couple of hours, but he just dropped in at an evening when, for the time being, the old International was made to undergo a practical revival. The movement in America, just at this moment, is I believe best seen from across the ocean. On the spot personal bickering and local disputes must obscure much of the grandeur of it. And the only thing that could really delay its march would be the consolidation of these differences into established sects. To some extent that will be unavoidable, but the less of it the better. And the Germans have most to guard against this. Our theory is a theory of evolution, not a dogma to be learned by heart and to be repeated mechanically. Je weniger sie den Amerikanern von außen in Japanite word und je mehr sie durch eigene Erfahrung unter dem Bestand der Deutschen, Erproben, desto tiefer jet sie innen in Fleisch und Blut ilber, the less it is drilled into the Americans from the outside and the more they test it through their own experience, with the help of the Germans, the deeper will it pass into their flesh and blood. When we returned to Germany, in spring 1848, we joined the Democratic Party as the only possible means of gaining the ear of the working class. We were the most advanced wing of that party, but still a wing of it. When Marx founded the International, he drew up the general rules in such a way that all working class socialists of that period could join it, Proudhonists, Pierre Leroyists, and even the more advanced section of the English trade unions, and it was only through this latitude that the International became what it was, the means of gradually dissolving and absorbing all these minor sects, with the exception of the anarchists, whose sudden appearance in various countries was but the effect of the violent bourgeois reaction after the Commune and could therefore safely be left by us to die out of itself, which it did. Had we from 1864 to 1873 insisted on working together only with those who openly adopted our platform, where should we be today? I think all our practice has shown that it is possible to work along with the general. 169. Movement of the working class at every one of its stages without giving up or hiding our own distinct position and even organization, and I am afraid that if the German Americans choose a different line they will commit a great mistake. I hope you are by this time perfectly restored to health and that your husband and children are well too. Kind regards to Drive W. Wisniewski. Very truly yours, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, February 9, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, I reply at once to your letter, January 28 postmark. The preface was sent on January 27, and your telegram received Sunday, February 6. I replied immediately per cable. Sent registered 27th January. As to the distorted passage from my letter which the irrepressible Eaton could not refrain from publishing, it is no use for Rosenberg & Co. to saddle labeling with it. The passage about the hundred thousands and millions occurred in my letter to you one and in no other letter. So you will know who is responsible for this indiscretion and for putting this nonsense into my mouth. As far as I am concerned, I have no objection to your publishing the whole passage and indeed the whole letter. Your fear as to my being unduly influenced by Aveling in my view of the American movement is groundless. As soon as there was a national American working class movement, independent of the Germans, my standpoint was clearly indicated by the facts of the case. That great national movement, no matter what its first form, is the real starting point of American working class development. If the Germans join it, in order to help it or to hasten its development in the right direction, they may do a great deal of good and play a decisive part in it. If they stand aloof, they will dwindle down into a dogmatic sect and be brushed aside as people who do not understand their own principles. Mrs. Aveling, who has seen her father at work, understood this quite as well from the beginning, and if Aveling saw it too, all the better. And all my letters to Amer Ica, to Zarga, to yourself, to the Avelings, from the very beginning, have repeated this view over and over again. Still I was glad to see the Avelings before writing my preface, because they gave me some new facts about the inner mysteries of the German party in New York. You appear to take it for granted that Aveling has behaved in America as a swindler, and not only that, you call upon me, upon the strength of assertions and allusions contained in your letter, to treat him as such and to do all in my power to have him excluded from the literary organs of the party. Now for all these assertions you cannot have any proof because you have not been able to hear any defense. Still you are better off than we here, you have at least heard one side, while we do not even know what the distinct charge is in the early hole and corner stages of the working class movement, when the workingmen are still under the influence of traditional prejudices. Woe be to the man who, being of bourgeois origin or superior education, goes into the movement and is rash enough to enter into money relations with the working class element. There is sure to be a dispute upon the cash account, and this is at once enlarged into an attempt at exploitation. Especially so if the bourgeois happens to have views on theoretical or tactical points that disagree with those of the majority or even of a minority. This I have constantly seen for more than 40 years. The worst of all were the Germans. In Germany the growth of the movement has long since swept that failing away, but it has not died out with the Germans outside Germany. For that reason Marx and I have always tried to avoid having any money dealings with the party, no matter in what country. And when the Avelings went to America I had very strong misgivings on that point. Only when it was arranged that the tour should be made together with Liebknecht, I felt more at rest, because Liebknecht, as an old hand, would know how to deal with such complaints, and because any charges brought against him on that score would merely make the complainants ridiculous in Germany and in Europe generally. Well, the tour was arranged differently afterwards, and here is the result. From this you will see that I look upon this matter a great deal cooler than what people seem to do in New York. But moreover, I have known Aveling for 4 years. I know that he has twice sacrificed his social and economic position to his convictions, and might be, had he refrained from doing so, a professor in an English university or society and a distinguished physiologist instead of an overworked journalist with a very uncertain income. I have had occasion to observe his capacities by working with him, and his character by seeing him pass through rather trying circumstances more than once. And it will take a good deal, more than mere assertions and innuendos, before I believe what some people tell about him now in New York. But then, had he tried to swindle the party, how could he do that during all his tour without his wife being cognizant of it? And in that case the charge includes her too. And then it becomes utterly absurd, in my eyes at least. Her I have known from a child, and for the last 17 years she has been constantly about me. And more than that, I have inherited from Marx the obligation to stand by his children as he would have done himself, and to see, as far as lies in my power, that they are not wronged. And that I shall do, in spite of 50 executives. The daughter of Marx swindling the working class, too rich indeed. Then you say, no one here imagines that Dr. Aveling put the money in his pocket, or spent it as the bills indicate. They believe that he merely tried to cover his wife's expenses. That is a distinct charge of forgery, and this you give as an extenuating charitable supposition. What then, if this be the attenuated charge, what is the full charge? And on what ground is this charge made? The ridiculous bills which Dr. Aveling sent in. I should like to see a few of these ridiculous bills. For 15 weeks they were sent every Sunday to the executive, who gave no sign of disapproval. Nor did they budge when the Avelings, December 19, returned to New York. It was only on the 23rd, when they were on the point of leaving, when they could no longer defend themselves against charges, real or trumped up, that the executive Discaflow fed these bills, to which, singly, they had never objected, were ridiculous when added up. That is to say, they object, not to the bills, but to the rules of addition. Why, then, did the executive, instead of shortening the tour, try to extend it, and just at the close of it plan a second visit of the Avelings to Chicago, which fortunately did not come off? It strikes me that in all this it is not the bills which are ridiculous but the executive. Well, at the meeting of December 23, the Avelings hear for the first time that these bills are ridiculous, and the executive lays before them a statement of account drawn up by themselves. As soon as his statement is objected to, Dr. Aveling at once accepts that of the executive, according to which, as I have seen myself in Rosenberg's handwriting, a balance is due to him of $176. Then, being again bullied by Walther, he refuses that balance, returns $76 at once, and sends the rest from London. And then you say that Dr. Aveling's returning the $100 has not helped matters at all. Why, what in the name of goodness do these people want then? Is Aveling to be treated as a swindler because the executive appropriate $176 which, on their own showing, belong to him? Then the mystery with which the executive enveloped this matter becomes darker and darker. When the article in the New York Herald appeared and was cabled across, the Avelings sent the enclosed circular to the sections, and at the same time, to the executive. That circular, unless I take Aveling to be a liar and a swindler, which I decline doing until further conclusive evidence, is in my eyes conclusive against the executive, at least until I see their reply. But what do the executive do? They get infamous attacks into the Volkszeitung, they spread rumors and reports behind Aveling's back, they call meetings of the sections and lay their version before them, and get them to vote resolutions in a matter which cannot be judged without an impartial audit of the whole accounts and a full defense of the absent accused. And having, as it appears, succeeded in their New York circle to slander Aveling, not as a man who has spent their money extravagantly, for such, rightly or wrongly, might be their honest conviction, but as a swindler and forger of accounts. They rise to the level of the occasion created by their own inventive genius, and promise, one circular proclaiming Aveling a swindler and forger to the working class of the whole world. And all this, mind you, behind the back of, and unknown to the man whom they charge, and who can, not only not defend himself, but not even make out the precise facts on which the charge is based. If this is the way people are to be judged in our party, then give me the Leipzig Reichsgericht Supreme Court of Germany and the Chicago jury. Unfortunately, we have passed that stage in the older parties in Europe. We have seen executives rise and fall by the dozen, we know they are as fallible as any pope, and have even known more than one that lived sumptuously on the pence of the workingmen, and had swindlers and forgers of accounts in their midst. In their circular, the executive will not only have to define their charge, which perhaps will thus at last become known to us, but also to prove it. People on this side do not take the word of their own executives for gospel, much less that of Mr. Walther and Mr. Rosenberg, be it ever so official. In my opinion, the executive have placed themselves in a very uncomfortable position. Had they grumbled at the accounts as merely extravagant, they might have secured a hearing outside their own circle, for that is more or less a matter of opinion. But having never objected to the accounts sent in, they felt they had cut the ground from under their own feet, and, as weak people do under the circumstances, exaggerated the charge in order to cover themselves. Thus they came to the fresh charge of swindling and forgery which they can never prove and must be content to insinuate. But an infamy insinuated to cover mere weakness remains neither more nor less an infamy. And having swelled what was originally a mere trifling matter of disputed accounts into a criminal offense, they actually feel bound to go before the various working class parties with it. And naturally, they do it in a sneaking underhand way, preventing the accused from even hearing the charge. One mistaken step leads to another, and at last they arrive in a complete mess and are caught in their own net. And all that not out of inborn malice, but sheer weakness. You will now see that I must distinctly decline following your advice as to giving Koskaya a hint, not to let the letters appear which are advertised in the name of Aveling, because the executive are going to launch an official circular against Aveling, and his name as one of the staff can only injure any organ. Neither Koski nor myself has, I believe, ever given any ground for anyone to suppose that we would treat thus the friends we have worked with for years, upon the strength of mere assertions and innuendos. And if I were to say anything of the kind to Koski, I should simply drive him to the conclusion that I was either falling rapidly into dotage or that I was no longer to be trusted across the road. Indeed, I feel certain you regretted having written this passage as soon as the letter had gone. I see very well that you wrote your letter in what you considered the interests of the party, and thus were led to represent to me the case of Aveling as hopeless and judged without appeal. But so far he is judged by nobody but the executive, who are themselves parties, accusers, judges, and jury all in one, for the resolution of the New York sections, whatever it may be, counts for nothing. V/T the other sections may say remains to be seen, but even they, if impartial, can only declare themselves incompetent until they have the full facts and until the accused has been heard. And I for one consider it utterly ruinous to the party to introduce into it, and even to outdo, the kind of justice practiced by Bismarck and the American bourgeois, who do at least respect forms and give the prisoner at the bar a hearing, and for us to act thus at the very moment we protest against these infamous proceedings. No doubt it may suit the executive, under the pretense of avoiding public scandal, to shirk publicity. But that will not do. Either they must retract the dishonoring charge, reduce the case to its simple dimensions of a dispute about accounts, and settle that honorably and straightforwardly, or they must come out publicly with the charge and have it fought out. There has already too much of it been allowed to leak out, and it cannot remain where it is, nor is Aveling the man to leave it there. And as I cannot allow the Avelings to be accused of infamies behind their back, it was my duty to communicate your letter to Mrs. Aveling, he being too ill at present, and to read her my reply. And if at any time circumstances should require the publication of this my letter, you are at liberty to publish it in full, while I reserve to myself the same right, of course without dragging in your name, unless the people should have done so previously. I am, dear Mrs. Wisniewski, very truly yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, February 12, 1887. Dear Zarga. Received your letter of January 30 yesterday, and sent off various things to you the day before yesterday. More is to follow in a few days. The English capital is selling very well. The jackass of a publisher, who had no idea of what he had got hold of, is quite astonished. I hope your health is better. Abstinence is also becoming obligatory for me. Every day brings some little bodily ailment which demands consideration and interferes with the customary devil-may-care mode of life. Well, there's no remedy for that. Lafargue promised me, when he was here at Christmas, to send you the Socialist regularly. Only after his return did I get a few extra copies of the article Situation, etc. One, it opened the French men's eyes to the fact that for them war means the downfall of the Republic, unless quite extraordinarily favorable circumstances cause a European revolution to result from it, which, however, the bourgeois, the petty bourgeois, and the peasants also do not want. Nobody had thought of that before, but now all of them are saying it. I am now reading the article in Romanian in a confused Revista Sociale published in Jassy and am learning the language in the process. The gentlemen of the executive of the Socialist Labour Party are behaving quite abominably towards the Avelings. After the Herald article was published through their indiscretion, if not inspiration, a quite infamous article appeared in the Volkszeitung, for which I can only hold Mr. Dway responsible for the present. The Avelings answered the Herald scandal with the enclosed circular, which was sent out from here around January 18 to all the sections as well as to the executive. Well, on January 28 the latter had a person whom I may not name for the present, but whom you must therefore guess, write me an embarrassed letter in which it is asserted as a fact, an undisputed fact, that Aveling tried to cheat them. He sent in false accounts, so it is assumed out of Christian charity in order to cover his wife's hotel expenses. The party paid only the railroad fare for Tussie, and returning the $176 does not change matters, for that isn't the point at issue at all, etc. Nothing but insinuations, not a single fact, not even a definite charge. And then it is said, they have already had the New York sections pass a resolution on the matter in order to issue a circular to all the European parties to brand Aveling. And I am called upon to warn Koski not to print anything any more by such a blackguard as Aveling, who is to be expelled from all party organs. You can imagine how I replied to these dirty tricks. If I can find anyone to make a copy of the letter I shall send you it. With my inflamed eye I cannot copy it for the third time. The gentlemen haven't the slightest pretext. For when Aveling first heard on December 23, through a letter from Rosenberg, that the executive would object to some items in his statement of account, he answered Rosenberg at once, sending the letter by special messenger, I cannot discuss money matters with the party, and am ready to accept anything without discussion that the national executive of the SLP thinks right. And that was before he knew what they would say and offer him. And now they, fellows go ahead, pocket $176, which belong to the Avelings according to their own reckoning and declare for that very reason that Aveling, and not they themselves, is a swindler. Now we shall have to go through with the affair. Unfortunately, however, we hear no one in New York except yourself who can be relied on, ever since the Volkszeitung, too, has behaved so vulgarly. I should be pleased if you could let us know how Skoich and others stand, whether or not they have already let themselves be duped by the executive's lies. We would at least know whom to turn to in New York without bothering you. But one must marvel at the fact that the very people in New York who are indignant about the Chicago jury one outdo the disgracefulness of that jury in this case and damn people without even giving them a hearing, without even telling them what the charges against them are. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, March 3, 1887. Dear Zarga. We can be quite satisfied with the elections in Germany. The increase in votes is splendid, especially under the prevailing pressure not only of the government, but of the manufacturers as well, who, wherever possible, placed before the workers the alternative of voting for the Bismarckians or being discharged. I fear this will have occurred again during the run-off balloting, the results of which are not known here as yet. The Pope is forbidding the Catholics to vote for us, the liberal gentlemen voluntarily prefer Bismarck to the socialists, and the manufacturers are exercising direct compulsion. If we win a couple of seats under these conditions they are well deserved. But it is not at all a question of the number of seats, but solely of the statistical record of the irresistible growth of the party. You think the people disgraced themselves by electing Gazer, Fromm, Viereck, etc. That can't be helped. They must take the candidates where they find them and as they find them. That is the general lot of all workers' parties in unremunerated parliaments. Nor does it mean anything. The people are under no illusions at all regarding their representatives. The best proof of this was the complete defeat of the fraction in its conflict with the Social Democrat. And Messrs. Deputies know it too. The gentlemen of the right wing know that they are being tolerated merely because of the socialist law, and will be thrown out at once the day the party regains its freedom of action. Then, too, matters will still be wretched enough with our representatives, but I think I prefer the party to be better than its parliamentary heroes, rather than the other way round. Yours. F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, March 10, 1887. Dear Zarga. Postcard and letter of February 21 received. You guessed right. It would be useless to send a copy of the long letter, as the formulation of the complaints in the executive circular is considerably different and milder, and up to now all the rest is only private gossip. How the people in Europe see the thing is shown by Singer's reply to the circular sent him. It is the old story, it's only a pity that the Avelings have to suffer for it. No doubt you have received the circular, which I sent you in 4 English and 4 German copies, as well as my letter of about a week ago. W. Ishnoeski is not able to translate the manifesto. Only one man can do that, Sam Moore, and he is working on it now. I already have the first section in MS. But it should be remembered that the manifesto, like almost all the shorter works of Marx and myself, is far too difficult for America at the present time. The workers over there are only beginning to enter the movement. They are still quite crude, tremendously backward theoretically, in particular, as a result of their general Anglo-Saxon and special American nature and previous training. The lever must be applied directly in practice, and for that a whole new literature is necessary. I suggested to W. Ishnoeski some time ago that she embody the main points of Capital in popularly written independent little pamphlets. Once the people are somewhat on the right road, the manifesto will not fail to make its impression, whereas now it would be effective only among a few. I communicated your comments on the English Capital to the publisher, who made the very practical reply, a favorable article in the North American Review would suffice to bring about an American reprint one, and he wants to skim the cream off first. Moreover, the thing is selling very well in America, too. In addition to Bordelli, another big bookseller has placed a standing order, while the sale here has been so rapid that the whole first edition is gone, except for 50 copies, and the second printing, still at the same price, is on the press. And all that in spite of very little advertising, and before a single big newspaper has mentioned it. The first serium article on it was in the Athene 11M of March 5, very favorable. The others will now follow and help us sell the second printing, after which the cheap third edition can be issued. The Socialist Labour Party may be what it likes one and claim for itself the results of its predecessors' work as much as it likes, but it is the sole workers' organization in America wholly standing on our platform. It has more than 70 sections throughout the North and West, and as such, and only as such, have I recognized it. I have expressly said that it is a party only in name. And I am convinced that the gentlemen of the executive were very much disappointed with my preface and would have preferred not to have it. For they themselves belong to the wing which I say will ruin the party if it gains the upper hand. And it seems to be aiming at that. In the local justice Rosenberg attacks the K of L because of the longshoremen's strike, too. He may not be entirely wrong about the individual facts, but he displays a lack of insight into the course of the movement that will soon destroy the party if these people continue to rule. The very blunders of the careerist leaders of the K of L and their inevitable conflicts with the central labor unions in the big eastern cities must lead to a crisis within the K of L and bring it to a head, but the blockhead doesn't realize that. Over here the unemployed agitation of the Social Democratic Federation has also collapsed without result. The church parade in St. Paul's was a clumsy aping of the Chartists and likewise without result. In short, nothing is happening here as yet. Perhaps things will be better next fall. It would be desirable for the rogues at the head of the SDF to have worn themselves out and vanished before then. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. London, March 16, 1887. Many thanks for your letters of February 28 and March 2. With the enclosures, and for your many efforts. I am returning the Executive's circular herewith, as we have it. We sent the enclosed letter to Honas at once in reply to the Volkszeitung article, so the pretty Jonas kept Avelink's reply for a whole month before deciding to print it. If he should not print it and you can exert any pressure upon him, it would be excellent. But his article seems to indicate a certain retreat already. The great point in dispute regarding the objectionable items in Aveling's account will doubtless have been solved by our circular of February 26. It is extraordinary that people who make a fuss about such details, which cannot be understood at all out of their context, do not say to themselves that the other side of this context must be heard before one takes it upon oneself to sit in judgment. But these expenses would also have been found in Liebknecht's account if the latter had handed in his accounts at all. He said, however, that the party must bear all my expenses, and so I'll not write anything down. and they were satisfied with that. The executive then says nothing about the fact that Aveling, in Boston, for instance, paid almost all the expenses, not only for L. Enoch, but for his daughter as well, although it is set forth in the accounts and we were decent enough not to mention it in the circular. L. Enoch let all the wine, etc., be brought to Aveling's room and thus charged to Aveling's account during their trip. The executive knows all that and suppresses it. But the meanest of all is that it sent out its circular over there on January 7th, but sent it to us on February 3rd, so that it gained a whole month's unhampered head start in its calumnies before we even learned what Aveling was really accused of. I do not believe without further proof that the resolution has been adopted by most of the sections. The way in which the Knights of Labor are being treated is, if I am to base myself upon A.F. Veling L5 and Tussey's reports, diametrically opposed to the views of all the sections in the West. But if that is the case, the whole party can bury itself alive. It is really fortunate that you sent me the Sazia list. Up to now I was able to give Koski or the Avelings the second copy received from the executive, so that it had its uses. This week the fine gang no longer sent me the paper. I take that to mean that the next number bears will again contain contemptible slanders of Aveling L. We wrote to Molière in St. Paul, asking him also to print the second circular of February 26. V/Thiel. The executive exploits secret journalism in its own way as it pleases. It apparently wants to place the onus upon Aveling L. if he is the first to publish. It seemed to us here to be a matter of course that Aveling L. not answer the New York Herald. The article was so weirdly absurd and, what is more, both of them said it wasn't customary in America one to answer such farces seriously. From what I know of the Herald they would hardly have printed it either. Only after the article 180 Marx and Engels was reprinted here did Aveling reply at once. But even if Aveling had answered the Herald article, how would that have helped him against the executive? Thus this seems to me to be a lame excuse of Scoich's. In general, I am astounded at the enormous flabbiness of most of the New Yorkers that has come to light in this connection. The executive disseminates lies as big as your fist and everyone believes it, from Jonas to Scoich and to the Wishnewes Keisel. The executive does seem to be a great authority in New York after all. No more time, unfortunately, to send you various papers today. They shall go off tomorrow. Mails are closing. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, April 6, 1887. Dear Zarga. Postcard with Dietzgen clipping of March 24 and letter of the 25th received. Hepner will hardly be in a position to judge from a few isolated facts whether Aveling should have been Franca. I myself do not dare to decide it, but I merely know that in money matters Aveling is just as much of an unlucky fellow as Hepner himself. Both of them have an enviable talent for getting themselves innocently involved in differences regarding money. Whoever told you that Koski has grown reserved is either lying himself or has been deceived. I trust Koski as I trust myself. Like most young people, he can act somewhat precociously at times, but if he had any doubts he would have communicated them to me first. At any rate, I shall ask him tonight to tell me what, if anything, the report can refer to. Wilhelm Liebknecht, who cloaked himself in silence at first, is suddenly all afire. Here is what he writes me on March 28. Between the two of us please do not transmit to others the literal text, but only whatever part of the content you consider fitting. The New Yorkers will probably come around. I wrote them in a very sharp tone weeks ago, that under no circumstances will I allow myself to be played off against Aveling and Tussey. I categorically demanded an apology, and as I have said, I think they will submit. It is a great pity that Aveling did not write me at once when he returned. This is an empty excuse, as I informed him of the principal charges, as far as we knew them then, as early as January 20th. I learned of the whole affair only through you, and the election campaign, which naturally took all of my time, was in progress then. And so much time has been lost. but everything will be straightened out. If the New Yorkers are stubborn, I shall proceed against them publicly. Tell that to Aveling and Tussey. In general, the paper takes a strong stand against the gentlemen of the executive. Aveling has received sympathetic letters from many private sources in New York. The American section in Rochester declares that it continues to have confidence in him, while the German section in Cleveland, or Buffalo, I forget, takes his side completely. And a month ago the executive, without waiting for the section's vote, sent all the documentary material to the Auditing Commission for a decision, thus again appealing to a new tribunal. Of course we wrote the commission at once, sent them documents, and demanded access to certain letters, etc. You will have received a copy of Aveling's reply to the second Volkszeitung article, which is indeed even more scurrilous. Our Parisians have gotten themselves into a mess again. They lost the CRI Puppel, and now the socialist is also dead for lack of funds. For 50 years, the Paris workers have spoiled their stomachs so much with their sectarian and phrase-mongering socialism that they cannot stand any healthy food at the present time. Paris, le centre du lumière, la ville de l'idée, est dégoûtée d'idées. Paris, the center of enlightenment, the city of ideas, is disgusted with ideas. On the other hand, the crisis in Russia seems to be impending. The last assassinations have fairly capped the climax. Everything is in a state of turmoil, and in addition general military service, under the well-known Russian conditions, has ruined the Russian army, as I maintained was inevitable as much as 10 years ago. Best regards. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, April G. 1887. Dear Zarga. I wrote you on the 6th and received your letter of March 29th. Thanks for your efforts with regard to Jonas. I think they will bear fruit. So the executive wants to reply. That will mean a new concealment of facts. But this resolve to reply itself proves how absurd. Marx and Engels and shabby it was to try to cheat the sections into rendering judgment upon its initial allegations. First the sections are to decide. Then, even before the period agreed on has expired, the executive begs the Auditing Commission for a verdict. And now it itself confesses that further light is required before a decision can be rendered. In any event the gentlemen have ruined themselves. And if the Wishnowskis, who have behaved rather like Washragskis in the whole affair, have been constrained to call them liars, things must have reached a pretty pass. The very fact that Mrs. W. Wishnowsky decided to show you my letter proves the dilemma the two of them are in. I was humane enough to judge the executive to be real German louts as much as a year ago. This pleases me in so far as I now hope to be relieved of Mrs. W. Wishnowsky's harassing about translations. First of all, she translates like a factory, leaving the real work to me. Second, she neglected its publishing miserably, letting these louts get hold of it. We are no longer so badly off that we have to go begging with our manuscripts. And now, after I wrote an additional preface for her, things are at a standstill, evidently just because this preface is not to the taste of the executive. The Avelings have also received sympathetic letters and section resolutions from Springfield, Massachusetts. Others will probably arrive in the next few days from the West. According to English conservative reports, the Swiss government seems to be preparing to take steps against the Zurich Sozialdemokrat. I have expected that ever since the war scare began, when Swiss neutrality is endangered the Swiss become villainous. It may blow over, however. On the other hand, everything seems to indicate that the last two assassinations in Russia have capped the climax. Confidence in the government had vanished long ago, now confidence in the Tsar has gone, too. The army is full of discontented, conspiring officers. The Panslavists want to place the half-brother of the present Tsar, the eldest son of Alexander II and the Dolgoruki woman, on the throne. And the police is powerless against the nihilists. According to the Frankfurter Zeitung, 482 officers have been sent into exile from Moscow via Odessa to the penal colony on Sakhalin in the Pacific. I do not believe it will last out this year, if a war does not create a way out. But even that will probably come too late. And if it but starts in Russia, then hurrah! Eveling's campaign among the radical clubs in the East End here is making good progress. The relative election victories in Chicago and Cincinnati now in America one are helping him a lot. John Bull doesn't want to be outdone by those other fellows, it is the only foreign influence that has any drawing power here. In the great coercion meeting too, in Hyde Park the day after tomorrow, Aveling will speak from 2 of the 15 platforms and Tussey from one of them. It promises to become one of the great meetings through which the London workers demonstrate a turning point in English politics. Moreover, the German elections have not been without effect here, too. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, April 23, 1887. Dear Zarga. I wrote you on the 9th. Thanks for the postcard and the things you sent. The publication of my preface in the Volkszeitung in a translation made over there is effrontery twice over. First, because I want to have nothing to do with the paper so long as it behaves so scurrilously towards Aveling. And, second, because I cannot put up with any outsider's translation of my English writings into German, and especially such a translation, which is full of mistakes and misunderstands the most important points. This woman has had my preface ever since the beginning of February, sent on January 27, and in the only letter I have received from her since then, dated March 19, postmarked April 8, she merely mentions the plan of a German edition, for which she asked my consent. She knew that I had no copy of it here. I wrote her at once to return the original to me so that I might translate it. There are things in it where each word must be weighed. And then she connives behind my back with Jonas and Co. I protested at once. Let her show you my letters. This is the last straw. It is impossible for me to work with a person who continually commits such silliness. But she'll hear from me. Her last long letter on the Aveling affair can be characterized by one word alone: filth. The endeavor of a weak person, influenced by every gust of wind, to justify herself in a wrong cause, which she herself must consider wrong. I shall answer her next week con amore with love. This kind of person must not think that she can bamboozle me like a baby. Hindman's correspondence in the Standard is pitiable and cowardly. He wants to maintain contact with George, while the latter grows more and more set on his land fad, and therefore must suppress all that is socialist. Things are going badly with him here, too. The sensational effects have vanished and new ones can't be had every day. But without them Hindman cannot maintain himself in his role. The Avelings, on the other hand, have begun very effective agitation in the radical clubs of the East End, laying special emphasis on the American example of an independent Labor Party. And the American example is the only thing that has an effect here, besides the German elections. The cause is making good progress and, if things continue in America as they have been going, can cost the Liberals the whole East End of London in a year. Things are gradually approaching a crisis in the Socialist League as well. A delegates' conference is to be held at /Whitsuntide, and it is hoped that the struggle with the anarchist elements that have crept in and are being supported by Morris will be decided there. In Germany one persecution after another. It seems that Bismarck wants to have everything ready, so that when the revolution breaks out in Russia, which is probably only a question of months, it can immediately be started in Germany too. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, May 4, 1887. Dear Zarga. What you write on April 28 regarding the New York louts is certainly quite true, but you must not forget that I can answer only the points that you emphasize yourself, and not those about which you say nothing. The manifesto has been translated, and only my accursed eyes prevent me from looking over the work. In addition, a French, an Italian, and a Danish manuscript are in my desk, waiting to be looked through. VV had ones more, 40 years ago you were Germans one. With a German aptitude for theory, and that is why the manifesto had an effect at the time, whereas, though translated into French, English, Flemish, Danish, etc., it had absolutely no effect upon the other peoples. And for the untheoretical, matter-of-fact Americans, I believe simpler fare is all the more digestible since we experienced the story told in the manifesto, while they did not. The affair with my book has been simply bungled by Mrs. Wisniewski, who gave Miss Foster Plenpouvoir full powers. WHJCH Miss Foster then turned over to the executive. I protested immediately, but it had been done already. Up to the present Mrs. Wisniewski has bungled everything she has handled. I shall never give her anything again. She can do what she wants, and I shall be glad if she accomplishes something, but I have enough, and let her leave me in peace in the future. I answered her last letter a week ago. 1. I sent the copy of the circular received from you to Liebknecht, at his request, but upon condition that he return it. He promises to send us what we require for publication. Aveling is carrying on splendid agitation in the East End of London. The American example is having an effect. The radical clubs, to whom the Liberals owe their 12 seats out of the 69 in London, have approached Aveling for lectures on the American movement, and Tussey and he are actively at work. It is an immediate question of founding an English workers' party with an independent class program. If this turns out well, it will force both the Social Democratic Federation and the Socialist League into the background, which would be the best solution of the current squabbles. Hindman sees that his existence is menaced, especially as he has fallen out with almost all his followers. He has therefore reprinted the executive's charges against Aveling in justice. This is very good, for it puts an end to the gossip behind one's back and gives Aveling a chance to discuss the matter everywhere. Let's hope that the position of the Socialist League is also cleared up at Whitsuntide. The anarchists must be expelled or we'll drop the whole mess. The Avelings have sent you time with their articles on America. I take it you have received it? March, April, May numbers. Even the Tory Standard praises them. At the present moment the Avelings are doing more than all the others here and are much more useful, and then I'm supposed to answer Mother Wisniewski's childish misgivings regarding the grave charge under which Dr. Aveling L. will stand until he has disproved the circular of the executive. The madam seems to have quite forgotten, among her gossipy German sisters, that it is not Aveling who has to disprove, but the executive that has to prove. Common will, Gleichheit, and Today are being sent you by today's steamer. De Pipi's bragging about the Belgian socialist, in the Gleichheit will have amused you. The movement there is going ahead very well, ever since the Flemish took matters out of the hands of the Walloons, and the people of Ghent took them away from those in Brussels, but the little fellow cannot avoid boasting. What is funniest is that, while the men of Brussels would gladly found a new international, in which they would be the General Council, Powderly has asked them to join the K of L. Thus Pope Powderly competing with Pope de Pipel. Cordial regards and wishes for your recovery. Yesterday IWA, in America with the Avelings, that is to say, in Buffalo Bill's camp, very fine. Yours. Engels to Zarga. F.E. London, May 7, 1887. Dear Zarga. I wrote you on the 4th and received yours of April 26. Many thanks for the reports, which were doubtless written under severe physical tribulations. I can only take the passage regarding Mrs. Wisniewski and her regretting having written her denunciatory letter to mean that it was written with her consent to spare her a direct pater peccavi father. I have sinned. I had to write her today and I told her if that, as I must suppose, was written with her consent, I was perfectly satisfied and had no longer any reason to revert to that subject in a spirit of controversy. You see, I want to make it as easy for her as possible. But she is awkward and, besides, a luckless person of the first water. She writes me that she wants to publish my preface one in German. I have no objections, naturally. But she knows that I kept no copy, and yet she does not send me the ms so that I can translate it. Nor do I receive the book itself or even a single galley proof of the preface. Instead, the preface is turned over to the Volkszeitung for a thoroughly dull translation, containing errors, to boot, which almost lead me to conclude that she even copied my English Ms. incorrectly. Well, now she writes me it one Engels had written the preface to the American edition of The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1844 in English. She has sent the Ms. off to me at last, not a word about the Volkszeitung translation, but what doesn't arrive is the Ms. I am especially pleased to hear that Mr. Jonas has had to climb down a peg. In view of his business jealousy of the executive, he was the last one to have any reason for zeal in this affair on the executive's behalf. Throughout this whole period he has behaved as scurrilously as possible, just because he realized that he had burned his fingers. Our friend Linecht, too, suddenly does not want to break with the executive. I have put a pistol to the head of the good-hearted Linecht, who doesn't want to spoil his relations with either side, and he'll come around all right. If he hadn't made fools of us in that manner, our reply to Circular 2-1 would have been finished already. But it is hardly so pressing, and it should be a crushing answer. We have won, thanks to your support and activity, without which we should be far from where we are now. It is good that we old fellows can still rely upon one another. Yours, F. Engel. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski, London, May 7, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, I have received your note of April 25 with thanks, but no preface. If I receive it per next steamer on Monday, I shall send you word at once. In the meantime, as I received no copy of the book as yet, will you please see that I get at least something to work upon, a proc sheet or whatever it is, as the Volkszeitung translation cannot pass under any circumstances. I shall work at the translation as fast as my inflamed eye will allow. I am only sorry you did not send me the Ms. or a proof as soon as the idea of a German edition occurred to you. Zarga writes to me, the Wisniewskis greatly regret that the dissimulations and suppressions of the executive led them to send you that letter, and they have made all conceivable efforts to obtain justice for Aveling in the New York section. 2. If T. as I must suppose, was written with your consent, then I am perfectly satisfied, and have no desire whatever to return to that subject in a spirit of controversy. Nobody was more rejoiced than I when I learnt that the book was finally out of the hands of that despicable executive and of the SLP generally. 40 years' experience has shown me how useless and literally thrown away are all those publications by small cliques, that by their very mode of publication are excluded from the general book market, and thereby from literary cognizance. It was the same thing even with the party publications in Germany up to 1878, and only since the Sozialistengesetz anti-socialist law, which forced our people to organize a book trade of their own, in opposition both to the government and to the officially organized Leipzig book trade, has this been overcome. And I do not see why in America, where the movement begins with such gigantic and imposing force, the same mistakes, with the same drawbacks in their wake, should be quite unnecessarily gone through over again. The whole socialist and, in England, Chartist literature has thereby been made so extinct that even the British L/Iseum cannot now procure copies at any price. I remain, dear Mrs. Wisniewski, very sincerely yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, June 30, 1887. Dear Zarga. Letters, etc., up to June 16 received. I am writing to the Wisniewskis one to phrase the footnote as follows, to repudiate the absurd slanders which Aveling has been exposed to in consequence of his agitational tour of America. If they don't want that either, they can turn to you, and then you can, if necessary, authorize them to delete the whole footnote. For I cannot quote Aveling without saying a word about the stuff as well. The story of Scribner's announcement of capital looks like deliberate piracy. Thanks for the information, I shall turn it over to Sonnenschein. As far as I know, Scribner is not Sonnenschein's agent in New York. That the men of the executive believed they had purchased Liebknecht's silence with the election funds was to be expected and was not unjustified. Fortunately, I had El Enoch completely under my thumb as a result of his first bragging letter and made very resolute use of it when he tried to withdraw. 1. This letter has not been found. 189. Hindman continues to gossip about Aveling here too, and has been greatly aided by Aveling's bashfulness in speaking about the affair. If we could only get hold of the fellow once, he would have cause to remember it, but in the meantime he himself is ruining his position more and more. He is so miserably envious that he cannot tolerate any competitor, and is living in open or concealed warfare with everyone. And Aveling has become zealous for battle at last, and Tussey will see to it that he remains so. I am fed up with Father McGlynn, and George has turned into a real founder of a sect. Nor did I expect anything else, but this experience was hard to avoid in view of the newness of the movement. Such people must have the length of their tether, but the masses learn only from the consequences of their own mistakes. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski, July 20, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, I have returned to you by this mail the whole of the 2 sets of reviews you sent me, with sincere thanks. They have greatly amused me. Criticism is almost on the same level everywhere, from Stockholm and London to New York and San Francisco, and since the rapid rise of a shoddy bourgeoisie in Russia, I am afraid that even there the reviews will soon sink to the common level. Yours sincerely, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. Eastbourne, August 8, 1887. Dear Zarga. The story about the Wisniewskis is becoming more and more entertaining. One such an executive would have been deposed long ago in Germany. These people must think everything is permit them, and that the party will follow them through thick and thin as a reward for their expecting the Americans to place themselves under the command of a German group, in which the Pi.Iris Laut seem to be getting more and more of an upper hand. If Messrs. Germans make that the condition for their participation over there, the movement will soon stride over them. History is on the move over there at last, and I must know my Americans badly if they do not astonish us all by the vastness of their movement, but also by the gigantic nature of the mistakes they make, through which they will finally work out their way to clarity. Ahead of everyone else in practice and still in swaddling clothes in theory, that's how they are, nor can it be otherwise. But it is a land without tradition, except for the religious, which has begun with the Democratic Republic, and a people full of energy as no other. The course of the movement will by no means follow the classic straight line, but travel in tremendous zigzags and seem to be moving backward at times, but that is of much less importance there than with us. Henry George was an unavoidable evil, but he will soon be obliterated, like Powderly or even McGlynn, whose popularity at the moment is quite understandable in that God-fearing country. In autumn much will be, I won't say cleared up, but more and more complicated, and the crisis will come closer. The annual elections, which force the masses to unite over and over again, are really most fortunate. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly v. Wisniewski. London, September 15, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, I have received your letter of August 28. I am glad the pamphlet 1 sells south well. The copies I received I shall hand over to Aveling, who has just returned from the country, to be distributed partly among the socialist periodicals, partly at his East End meetings at his lectures on the American movements. I shall also try through him to get an agent for its sale and let you know the result. What I wrote about Trilbner London bookseller has come true more than I expected. Yesterday Dr. Bernreither, Austrian MP, told me that he had asked Trilbner, with whom he dealt regularly, to procure him a copy of our book. Tr. Ilbner said he had none. And that Dr. Bernreither had better order it through an American agency, whose address he gave to Bernreither, and through which Bernreither ordered the book. Thus Tr. Tibner not only boycotts but actually burks the book. As to the copies sent to Koski, he could hardly act otherwise than he did. Neither Lovell nor yourself ever wrote him a line of instruction. I myself never heard whether any copies had been sent to the press here and to what papers. We were completely in the dark, and if the book has not got into the hands of the English press and not been noticed, that is entirely the fault committed on your side of the water. Had I been informed of what had been done in that respect, or had I been told that that was left to me, I could have acted. There is no doubt of a sale for it here, but not while it is in Tritibner's hands, and if I was authorized to find an agent here I have no doubt of being able to do so. Of course you would have to send a limited number of copies as a consignment. The repudiation of the Socialists by George I is in my opinion an unmerited piece of good luck which will redeem to a great extent the unavoidable blunder of placing George at the head of a movement he did not even understand. George as the standard bearer of the whole working class movement was a dupe. George as the chief of the Georgites will soon be a thing 9f the past, the leader of a sect, like the thousands of other sects in America. Your pamphlet on philanthropy has not yet come to hand. Your translation of Marx's free trade speech I shall look over with pleasure and compare it with the French original, of which I have perhaps the only copy extant. We will see about the preface later on. The seventh Bemerkung observation from the Mesure de la Philosophie poverty of philosophy would fit in very well. As to the chapter on rent, that seems more doubtful, as there is a good deal of reference to Proudhon's notions in it and I doubt whether Mr. Tucker's lucubrations too deserve any attention. The reply of the executive to my footnote 3 is in itself so deprecatory and meaningless that to reply to it would be a work of supererogation. I cannot reply in time for the Congress, and the fact remains that I have openly taken sides against the executive in this matter. A fresh controversy across the Atlantic can lead to nothing. As to the Socialist and Volkszeitung boycotting me, I am sorry for it on account of the book and pamphlet, otherwise it is a matter of perfect indifference to me. I have got over such chicanery too often by simply waiting and looking on. Your expulsion I read in the Volkszeitung at the time, it was what I expected. I hope your pamphlet will come in time for the Congress. It would have been well if it had been out a month ago so as to come into the hands of the sections before they sent delegates. I am curious what the Congress will do, but do not hope for too much. Faithfully yours, F. Engels. Fortunately the movement in America has now got such a start that neither George, nor Powderly, nor the German intriguers can spoil or stop it. Only it will take unexpected forms. The real movement always looks different to what it ought to have done in the eyes of those who were tools in preparing it. Engels to Zarga. London, September 16, 1887. Dear Zarga. I shall be able to look for and find Marx's letter on George only when I begin putting things in order, that is, as soon as some new bookcases I have ordered to give me more space arrive. Then you'll get a translation at once. There's no hurry, George must still compromise himself some more. His repudiation of the Socialists is the greatest good fortune that could happen to us. Making him the standard bearer last November was an unavoidable mistake for which we had to pay. For the masses are to be set in motion only along the road that fits each country and the prevailing circumstances, which is usually a roundabout road. Everything else is of subordinate importance, if only the actual arousing takes place. But the mistakes unavoidably made in doing this are paid for every time. And in this case it was to be feared that making the founder of a sect the standard bearer would burden the movement with the follies of the sect for years to come. By expelling the founders of the movement, establishing his sect as the special, orthodox, George sect, and proclaiming his narrow-mindedness as the born boundary of the whole movement, George saves the latter and ruins himself. The movement itself will, of course, still go through many and disagreeable phases, disagreeable particularly for those who live in the country and have to suffer them. But I am firmly convinced that things are now going ahead over there, and perhaps more rapidly than with us, notwithstanding the fact that the Americans, for the time being, will learn almost exclusively from practice and not so much from theory. The reply of the New York executive to my footnote is pitiful. Nor do I hope for much from their convention. The people in TNE East, the sections, do not seem to be worth much, while a shift in the center of gravity of the Social Democratic Party to the west is rather unlikely. I shall write you about Germany as soon as I have talked with Behel here. In general politics everyone is preparing for the death of old Kaiser Wilhelm I, after which the Russians will take greater liberties in the Orient, and Bismarck will encourage them to do so in order to hold on to his job. But I hardly think it will end in war. The uncertainty regarding what a war will turn into is so great, the intentions of the cabinets to betray each other are so definite, and the certainty that the war will have to be fiercer, bloodier, more costly, and more exhausting than any previous one, 10 to 12 million soldiers facing one another, is so positive that all are making threats but no one has the courage to begin. But in this game it can start without their wanting it to, and that is the danger. Yours, F.E. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, December 3, 1887. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. Your translation of Free Trade shall have attention as soon as ever possible. I shall also write a preface, only I am sure it will not in any case be what you want. It is impossible for me to answer the probable arguments of American protectionists beforehand. I do not know that sort of literature and have no time to go into it. My reasoning in 9 cases out of 10 would miss the mark, and moreover, whatever we may say, they will always find a way out, and have something to say that we cannot foresee. To enter into polemics with them directly, one must be in America. And I have always found that a good book makes its way and has its effect whatever the penny a-liners of the day may say. Yours faithfully, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, January 7, 1888. Dear Zarga. First of all, Happy New Year and the prospect that you will soon begin to feel at home in the new locality, and that you are again fully cured of all the ills of the summer. Let's hope the war cloud blows away. Everything apart from that is going along so well according to our wishes that we can very well dispense with a general war, which would be more colossal than any heretofore, although even this would have to end to our advantage. Bismarck's policy is driving the masses of workers and petty bourgeois into our camp in droves. The pitifulness of the social reform, announced so pompously, which is a sheer pretext for coercive measures against the workers, Puttkamer's Strike Edict 1, the proposed reintroduction of labor books, the theft of trade union and mutual benefit foods, is having a tremendous effect. The new socialist law will do little harm, the exile provision will scarcely pass this time, and if it does pass, its duration is questionable. For if old Wilhelm perished soon, and the Crown Prince came to the helm for only 6 months, which would be the best for us, everything would probably be in confusion. Bismarck has worked so hard to eliminate the Crown Prince altogether and to establish a regency of young_I_Wilhelm the Crown Prince's son, later Kaiser _I_Wilhelm II a swaggering lieutenant of the guards, that he would doubtless be eliminated himself if this happened, a brief illusory liberal regime taking his place. That would suffice to shatter the Philistines' confidence in the stability of Bismarck's management, and even if Bismarck again took over the reins under the young fellow, the Philistines' faith would be gone, and the youngster is not quite the old man. For the false Bonapartes of today are nothing if one doesn't believe in them and in their invincibility. And if the youngster and his mentor Bismarck then grew fresh and proposed even more insolent measures than we have now, matters would rapidly approach the critical point. A war, on the other hand, would throw us back for years. Chauvinism would swamp everything, for it would be a fight for existence. Germany would put about 5 million armed men into the field, or 10% of the population, the others about 4 to 5%, Russia relatively less. But there would be 10 to 15 million combatants. I should like to see how they would be fed. There would be devastation like that in the 30 years. War. And nothing could be settled quickly, despite the colossal fighting forces. For France is protected on the northeast and the southeast by very extensive fortifications along the frontier, and the new works around Paris are exemplary. So it will last a long time, nor is Russia to be taken by storm either. If, therefore, everything goes as Bismarck wishes, more will be demanded of the nation than ever before, and it is possible enough that postponement of the decisive victory and partial defeats will produce an internal upheaval. But if the Germans were defeated from the outset or forced into a permanent defensive, things would certainly start. If the war were fought out to the end without internal disturbances, a state of exhaustion would ensue such as Europe has not experienced for 200 years. American industry would then win out all along the line and would place all of us before the alternative, either a relapse to pure agriculture for self-consumption, American grain prohibits anything else, or, social transformation. I imagine, therefore, that the plan is not to push matters to the extreme, to more than a sham war. But once the first shot is fired, control ceases, the horse may bolt. Thus everything is driving towards a decision, war or peace, and I must hasten to finish Volume 3. But events demand that I remain au courant, well informed, and that takes away much time, particularly the military side of it, and yet I must still take care of my eyes. If I could retire to the life of a secluded scholar. For all that, it must be done, I am starting on it next month at th_e latest. Your old F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, February 22, 1888. Dear Zarga. I hope it doesn't come to war, although then my military studies, which I had to resume because of the war scare, will be of no use. The chances are as follows: Germany, thanks to the long existing general compulsory military service and universal elementary education, can mobilize 2,500,000 to 3,000,000 trained men and provide them with officers and non-coms. France cannot mobilize more than 1,250,000 to 1,500,000, and Russia scarcely 1,000,000. At worst, Germany is capable of defending itself against the two of them. Italy can raise and maintain 300,000 men, while Austria can raise about 1,000,000. Thus the German-Austrian-Italian chances are good for a war on land, while England's attitude decides the war at sea. It would be very amusing if Bismarck had to cut down his own chief support, Russian Tsarism. Everything is approaching a crisis. War or no war, affairs in Russia cannot remain as they are for long. The Hohenzollerns are through, the Crown Prince mortally ill and his son a cripple, a swaggering lieutenant of the guards. In France the downfall of the bourgeois republic, of the exploiters, is coming closer and closer. The scandals, like those in 1847, are threatening a revolution du mépris, revolution caused by contempt for the existing authorities. And here an instinctive socialism, which fortunately resists any definite formulation according to the dogma of one or another socialist organization and hence will accept it all the more easily from a decisive event, is getting more and more of a hold on the masses. It need only start somewhere or other and the bourgeois will marvel at the latent socialism that will break out and be manifest then. Your old F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, February 22, 1888. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. I have duly received your letters December 21 and January 8 and return Lovell's letter with thanks. I am not astonished at Grenland's proceedings. I was rather glad he did not call on me here. From all I hear he is full of vanity and self-conceit. Es muss auch solch Kos geben, it takes all sorts to make a world. In America not less than in England all these self-announced grandshomes great men will find their own level as soon as the masses begin to stir, and will then find themselves shifted to that level of their own with a velocity that will astonish them. We have had all that in Germany, and in France, and in the International, too. Your remarks about my books being boycotted by the official German socialists of New York are quite correct, but I am used to that sort of thing, and so the efforts of these gents amuse me. Better so than to have to undergo their patronage. With them the movement is a business, and business is business. This kind of 197 thing won't last very long, Their efforts to boss the American movement as they have done with the German-American one must fail miserably. The masses will set all that right when once they move. Here things go slowly but well. The various little organizations have found their level and are willing to cooperate without bickering. The police brutalities in Trafalgar Square have done wonders in helping to widen the gap between the workingmen radicals and the middle-class liberals and radicals. The latter have behaved cowardly in and out of Parliament. The Law and Liberty League, a body gaining ground every day, is the first organization in which socialist delegates, as such, sit aside of radical delegates. The stupidity of the present Tory government is appalling. If old Disraeli were alive, he would box their ears right and left. But this stupidity helps on matters wonderfully. Home Rule for Ireland and for London is now the cry here, the latter a thing which the Liberals fear even more than the Tories do. The working class element is getting more and more exasperated, through the stupid Tory provocations, is getting daily more conscious of its strength at the ballot box, and more penetrated by the socialist leaven. The American example has opened their eyes, and if next autumn there were to be a repetition, in any large American town, of the New York election campaign of 1886, the effect here would be instantaneous. The two great Anglo-Saxon nations are sure to set up competition in socialism, as well as in other matters, and then it will be a race with ever-accelerated velocity. Can you let me have the American customs tariff, and the list of internal taxes upon American industrial and other products? And if possible, some information as to how the latter are balanced by the former with regard to cost of production? That is, for instance, if the inland duty on cigars is 20% or an import duty of 20% would balance it American Samoa far as foreign competition is concerned. That is what I should like to have some information about before I write my preface to Free Trade. One reciprocating your kind wishes, I remain yours very truly. F. Engels. Engels to Schluter. London, March 17, 1888. Dear Mr. Schluter. The younger layman Kaiser Frederick III writes an abominable, affected German. He gives one every ground for a warning against the half-educated, a horrible example of which he proved himself to be in his confused liberal-conservative Manchesterian manifesto Frederick Ill's speech from the throne. Moreover, it isn't easy to play the emperor while breathing one's last. In any event, if he lasts another 6 months, it will contribute some instability and uncertainty to politics, and that is just what we need. As soon as the Philistine begins to suspect that the existing order is not eternal, but on the contrary, is just about tottering, it will be the beginning of the end. Layman Kaiser Wilhelm I was the cornerstone of the edifice, this stone has fallen out, and we shall soon see how far all this rubbish has rotted away. This may represent a temporary relief for us, but depending on the circumstance, it may also mean a temporary change for the worse or even war. In any case, things are getting lively again. Best wishes to Ada and Liebknecht, if the latter is with you, as I assume. Yours. F.E. Engels to M.R.S. Florence Kelly / Wisniewski London, April 11, 1888. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, your call for the MS1 comes upon me very suddenly and I am afraid I shall not be able to oblige you. I am allowed to write 2 hours a day, no more, have a large correspondence to attend to, find that at the end of the 2 hours am only just getting warm in harness, and then, just then, must stop. Under these circumstances I am quite unable to do articles de saison, seasonal articles to order, especially for a distant market, and do not see my way to having the pamphlet ready in MS by May 15, much less have it ready printed in New York by that time. Still I will set about it at once, after clearing off urgent letters, and do my best. I interrupt an important piece of business on purpose, to clear this matter off. Still in my opinion you need not fear of losing your opportunity. The free trade question will not disappear from the American horizon until settled. I am sure that protection has done its duty for the United States and is now an obstacle, and whatever may be the fate of the Mills Bill, 1. The struggle will not end until either free trade enables the United States manufacturers to take the leading part in the world market to which they are entitled in many branches of trade, or until both protectionists and free traders are shoved aside by those behind them. Economic facts are stronger than politics, especially if the politics are so much mixed up with corruption as in America. I should not wonder if during the next few years one set of American manufacturers after the other passed over to the free traders. If they understand their interests they must. Thanks for the official publications too, I think they will be just what I want. I am glad of your success against the executive as far as it goes. 3 From Volkszeitung Weekly March 31. I see they won't give in yet. There you see what an advantage it is to be on the spot. The non-resisting weakness which went straight against the Avelings because they were absent, that weakness you could work around to your favor because you were not absent, and thus the hostility to you is reduced to mere local klatsch gossip, which with perseverance you are sure to overcome and live down. Yours faithfully, F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, May 2, 1888. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. By this mail I send you registered the MS4, that is to say, the copy Mrs. Aveling made of it when she found that with your close handwriting and absence of margin it was impossible to insert in pencil legibly the suggested alterations. There were many, arising from the fact that you translated from a German translation and we had the original to work upon. Many alterations have therefore no other purpose than to bring the English text nearer to the French original. In others, I have for the sake of clearness taken more liberties. The preface is nearly done in the rough, but as you will require a German translation, I shall have to keep it a little longer on that account. Anyhow, I will hurry on as much as the 2 hours a day will allow me to do. My doctor has again last week bound me strictly to that limit. Please tell Zarga that according to present arrangements the Social Democrat is going to be removed to London. 1. But it will be well to keep this quiet for the present. When our friends intend this to be talked about and to get it into the news hunting press, they will no doubt arrange that themselves. I am boycotted here almost as much as you are in New York. The various socialist cliques here are dissatisfied at my absolute neutrality with regard to them, and being all of them agreed as to that point, try to pay me out by not mentioning any of my writings. Neither our corner, Mrs. Besant, nor Today nor the Christian Socialist, of this latter monthly, however, I am not quite certain, has mentioned the condition of the working class, though I sent them copies myself. I fully expected this but did not like to say so to you until the proof was there. I don't blame them, because I have seriously offended them by saying that so far there is no real working class movement here, and that, as soon as that comes, all the great men and women who now make themselves busy as officers of an army without soldiers will soon find their level, and a rather lower one than they expect. But if they think their needle pricks can pierce my old well-tanned and pachydermatous skin, they are mistaken. Yours very truly, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, July 11, 1888. Dear Zarga. In all haste, information which you must, however, keep absolutely secret. You must not be surprised if you see me over there around the middle of August or a few days later. I shall perhaps make a short pleasure trip across the ocean. 1. Be so good as to tell me at once where you live so that I can look you up, and in case you shouldn't be there at that time, where I can find you. Also whether the Wisniewskis will be in New York around that time. I shall see nobody else upon my arrival, for I do not want to fall into the hands of the Messrs. German Socialists. That is why the thing must be kept secret. If I come, I shall not come alone, with the Avelings who have business to transact over there. More soon. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, August 4, 1888. Dear Zarga. Thanks for your 2 letters, and I thank you for the hospitality offered me. Whether I shall be able to avail myself of it, however, is somewhat doubtful, as the following will show. 4. If everything goes well, Schorlemmer will also come along. He is in Germany and not quite well, but wires that he is arriving on Monday. And as we shall have to stay together, at least Schorlemmer and I, Aveling has already reserved rooms for all of us in a hotel, and so I shall have to go there, at least at first. How it will be arranged later will be decided then. At any rate, Schorlemmer and I will stay in the city only a couple of days and tour the country as soon as possible, for he must lecture again at the beginning of October and we want to see as much as possible. I expect that little Kuno will be lying in wait for me, but I think I have a magic spell to make him tractable. When I return, shortly before we sail, I shall have to see various people at the Volkszeitung. That can't be avoided, nor does it do any harm, but at the beginning I want a rest. We are leaving on the 8th on the city of Berlin. Aveling has shifted to the dramatic field with success and is to produce 4 plays over there in 4 cities, 3.5 written by him. As Monday is bank holiday, when nothing can be done because all the shops are closed, and we must leave on Tuesday, I have all sorts of things still to be done. I must also meet Lenchen and Pumps, who has been married for 7 years now and has 2 children, at 5:40 at Charing Cross on their arrival from Germany and Paris respectively, and therefore must close. I, too, am mighty glad at the prospect of meeting again. All the rest verbally. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Boston, August 28, 1888. Dear old chap. Arrived here yesterday morning, received your letters to Schorlemmer and me this morning, many thanks. I left the cough medicina in Hoboken, and Schorlemmer is also cured of his complaint. We have just visited Mrs. Harney. She says Harney will come to London in October where I shall then see him. I have not been able to locate my nephew Willie Burns as yet. I think I'll find him tomorrow here in the hotel or in Roxbury. This Boston is badly scattered, but more human than New York City. Cambridge, in fact, is very pretty, quite continental European in appearance. Cordial greetings to you and your wife. Without you we still wouldn't be restored to health. We are remaining here until Saturday. Letters will be sure to reach us here until Friday evening. Yours. F.E. Engels to Zarga. Boston, August 3, 1888. Dear Zarga. Received the newspaper the day before yesterday and your letters today. Thanks. But I am sorry that your throat is not in good shape yet, and, it seems, has even taken over my cough. If our visit has made us well and you sick, it is a very unpleasant business. Yesterday we were in Concord, visiting the reformatory and the town. We liked both of them very much. A prison in which the prisoners read novels and scientific books, establish clubs, assemble and discuss without warders present, eat meat and fish twice daily with bread ad libitum at will, with ice water in every workroom and fresh running water in every cell, the cells decorated with pictures, etc., where the inmates, dressed like ordinary workers, look one straight in the eye without the hangdog look of the 203. Usual criminal prisoner, that isn't to be seen in all Europe, for that the Europeans, as I told the superintendent, are not bold enough. And he answered in true American fashion, well, we try to make it pay, and it does pay. I gained great respect for the Americans there. Concord is exceedingly beautiful, graceful, as one wouldn't have expected after New York and even after Boston, but it's a splendid hamlet to be buried in, but not alive. 4 weeks there, and I should perish or go crazy. My nephew Willie Burns is a splendid fellow, clever, energetic, in the movement body and soul. He is getting along well. He works on the Boston and Providence RR. Now the old colony, earns $12.00 a week, and has a nice wife, brought along from Manchester, and 3 children. He wouldn't go back to England for any money. He is exactly the youngster for a country like America. Rosenberg's resignation and the strange debate on the Socialist in the Volkszeitung seem to be symptoms of collapse. One we hear but little and seldom of Europe here, merely through the New York World and Herald. Today Aveling will have finished all his work in America. The rest of the time is his own. Whether we'll go to Chicago is still uncertain, we have plenty of time for the rest of the program. Two cordial greetings to your wife and to you from all of us, and especially from your F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. Montreal, September 10, 1888. Dear Zarga. We arrived here yesterday, after having had to turn about between Toronto and Kingston because of a storm. It was quite a nasty breeze, and tie up in Port Hope. Thus the 2 days from Toronto to here turned into 3. The St. Lawrence and the Rapids are very pretty. Canada is richer in ruined houses than any other country but Ireland. We are trying to understand the Canadian French here, that language beats Yankee English holler. 3. This evening we leave for Plattsburgh and then into the Adirondacks and possibly to the Catskills, so that we can hardly be back in New York by Sunday. As we must board our ship Tuesday evening and still have to see various sights in New York, and must also be together during these last few days more than would otherwise be necessary, Shorelemer and I will not be able to join you in Hoboken this time, much as we regret it, but must go to the St. Nicholas Hotel in downtown New York with the Avelings. In any event we are coming out to visit you as soon as we get there. It is a strange transition from the States to Canada. First one imagines that one is in Europe again, and then one thinks one is in a positively retrogressing and decaying country. Here one sees how necessary the feverish speculative spirit of the Americans is for the rapid development of a new country, presupposing capitalist production as a basis, and in 10 years the sleepy Canada will be ripe for annexation. The farmers in Manitoba, etc., will demand it themselves. Besides, the country is half annexed already socially, hotels, newspapers, advertising, etc., all on the American pattern. And they may tug and resist as much as they like, the economic necessity of an infusion of Yankee blood will have its way and abolish this ridiculous boundary line, and when the time comes, John Bull will say yeah and amen to it. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Plattsburgh, N.Y. Tuesday, September 11, 1888. Dear Zarga. Landed here safely. At 1 p.m. we leave for the Adirondacks, back tomorrow night, and then through the lakes to the Hudson. Saturday night New York, we hope. Should you have received letters for me, please send them to me at Albany Narragansett Hotel, but they must reach there Friday evening at the latest. I take it you have received my letter from Montreal. Your throat is in order again, isn't it? Shall we see your son before we leave New York? All of us are well and in good spirits. Best regards from all to you and your wife. Yours. F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. Plattsburgh, N.Y. Dear Zarga. Wednesday, September 12, 1888. Returned this evening from Lake Placid. Tomorrow down Lake Champlain. I think I forgot to ask you in my last letter to get us 150 of those cigars, we are all out of them. Best regards. Your F. Engels. Engels to Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski, New York, September 18, 1888. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski, we returned on Saturday evening from our trip to Boston, Niagara, the St. Lawrence, Adirondacks, Lakes Champlain and George, down the Hudson to New York City. We enjoyed ourselves very much and, all of us, brought home a stock of invigorated health which I hope will see us through the winter. Tomorrow afternoon we are leaving per city of New York and look forward to a little excitement, breakdowns of machinery and such like things, but hope to arrive, in spite of all, in 8 to 10 days in London. I cannot leave America without again expressing my regret that unfortunate circumstances prevented me from seeing you more than once and but for a few moments. There are so many things that we should have talked over together, but it cannot be helped and I shall have to go on board without taking leave of you personally. Anyhow, I do hope that the troubles you have gone through lately will be the last, that your own health and that of Dr. Wisniewski and the children will be all you can wish for. I shall be glad to hear soon again from you, and all your wishes shall have my best attention. I have some copies of the pamphlet from Mr. Zarga. It is very creditably got up and, so far, I have discovered only 2 misprints. Please let me know how many copies you are sending me to England and how many I may distribute to the press. I believe it ought to be sent to all the chief dailies and weeklies in London and some in the provinces, also the monthlies. Of course, unless instructed to the contrary, I shall entrust the sale to Reeves. As he has accepted the agency for your American publications generally, his name might have been put on the title page. He will have to print a new title page and send in a bill for that. Hoping to see Dr. Wisniewski in London on his return, I remain, dear Mrs. Wisniewski, ever yours faithfully, F. Engel. Engels to Zarga. London, October 10, 1888. Dear Zarga. At last we got back, a week ago last Saturday, and since then I have sent you 2 today's, a pile of commonweals, and today a pile of Gleichheits, together with 2 more commonweals. 1 Gleichheit is missing. Edward Bernstein took it and I haven't got it back yet. Little change here, the next number of the Social Democrat will be printed here. Otherwise nothing seems to have happened. The city of New York is a humbug, quiet in calm weather, of course, but once she starts rolling no one can get her out of it so soon. And the machinery is in a miserable state. One engine runs at hardly half power and the other threatened to break down any moment owing to overexertion. \VE didn't do over 390 knots in any one day, and once we did only 313. As far as the political situation can be surveyed, we judged it quite correctly over there. For so long a time Bismarck has drummed it into the stupid youngster Wilhelm that he is a greater old Fritz that the fellow now begins to take it seriously and wants to be both Kaiser and Chancellor in one. Bismarck is letting him do as he pleases now, so that he may compromise himself seriously, in order that the former can jump in as the saving genius. In the meanwhile he has placed his son Herbert alongside the insolent youngster as a spy and guard. The conflict between the two won't be long in coming, and then the fun begins. In France the radicals are compromising themselves in the government more than was to be hoped for. As against the workers, they are disavowing the whole old program of their own and are behaving like pure opportunists, pulling the chestnuts out of the fire for the opportunists and doing their dirty work. That would be quite excellent if it weren't for Boulanger and if they weren't driving the masses into his arms almost forcibly. The man is not very dangerous personally, but this mass popularity is driving the army towards him completely, and therein lies a grave danger, a momentary rise of this adventurer, with war as the salvation from his embarrassment. So Jonas has extricated himself from the trap very cleverly and fabricated an interview in a way that I cannot easily repudiate. 1 Mother Wisniewski is furious because I was in New York for 10 days and did not find the time to undertake the 2 hours easy railway journey to her. She had so much to talk over with me. Well, if I hadn't caught cold and weren't plagued with indigestion, and if I had been in New York for 10 days on end at all. Cordial regards to your wife. Your old F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. December 15, 1888. Dear Zarga. Volume 3 involves more than I thought. I have had to rework a chapter completely from the material, while I myself must construct another one, only the title of which exists. Yet the work is going ahead, and it will astonish Messrs. Economists considerably. My eyes are better, and I am still 5 years younger than I was in July. Regard to your wife. Yours, F.E. Engels to M.R.S. Florence Kelly Wisniewski. London, January 12, 1889. Dear Mrs. Wisniewski. No doubt you feel disappointed at my having left America without coming to see you at your seaside retreat. But I was really too unwell, while in New York, to attempt an excursion of any kind. As you are aware, I arrived with a severe cold which Dr. Wisniewski declared to be bronchitis. This got worse instead of better, and moreover I got a severe indigestion which made me feel on shore the seasickness I had not felt on the ocean. Under these circumstances, and with a long journey over unknown ground before me, I felt I was bound to get cured at once and to subordinate everything else to this consideration. I therefore placed myself under the motherly care of Mrs. Zarga, did not leave Hoboken for days together, and at last got right again, about the time when we had to leave New York. Had it not been for this, I should certainly have come to pass a day with you. As it was, I had to choose between perfect rest at Hoboken and an excursion which was almost sure to have upset me for the whole of the journey and maybe laid me up somewhere far out in the country. The 500 copies from Lee and Shepherd one have arrived, but too late to be sent out before the Christmas 5 holidays, when nothing but holiday literature is noticed. I have therefore kept them back until now. On Monday the copies to the press will go out and the rest be forwarded to Reeves. As the boycott of the London Socialists against Marx and myself, exactly like that of English prehistoric old fogies against Morgan, seems still in force, I am curious what the effect will be. With best wishes for the new year, yours faithfully, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, January 12, 1889. Dear Zarga. What characterizes European socialism at the present moment is discord. In France the possibilists have sold out to the government and are supporting their papers, which have no sale, from the secret funds. In the election on the 27th they are voting for the bourgeois Jacques, while our people and the Blanquists have nominate Boule, who, Lafargue thinks, will get only 10 to 20,000 votes, which they regard as a defeat. In the provinces, on the other hand, things are going better. The possibilists had set their Congress for Troyes, but let it drop when the organizers invited all socialists. Thus only our people came, and they demonstrated there that if the possibilists dominate in Paris, the provinces belong to us. Now there will be 2 congresses, international ones, in Paris this year, that of our people and that of the possibilists. The Germans will probably attend neither one. Here in London the farce of the army of officers without soldiers continues. It is the Robert Bloom column of 49, 2 a colonel, 110 FFI. Sirs, 1 bugler, and 1 private. In public they agree with one another outwardly, but the hidden cliques are all the greater. From time to time there are squabbles in public again. Thus Champion has been thrown out of the Social Democratic Federation. He founded a newspaper, a copy of which is being sent you this week, and is attacking Hindman, and particularly the latter's ally, Adolph Smith Headingley, a Franco-Englishman who swears by the possibilists and is the chief intermediary in the alliance between Hynd Man and the possibilists. In the period after the Commune the fellow was one of the loafers of the French branch one here, which reviled and lied about us. Then he belonged to the pseudo-general council of Young, Hales, and Co., and is still lying about us now, of which I have proof. During the International Trades Congress this scoundrel translator had the impudence to enter my house one Sunday under the protection of Anseli and Van Beveren. When Schleider comes he can tell you how I threw him out. As soon as the working class here, which is only twitching as yet, really gets into motion, each of these gentlemen here will be put on his level and in his proper place, partly within and partly outside the movement. This is the stage of infantile diseases. There are also squabbles in the office of the Social Democrat. Schleider can tell you about it. What is more, he is somewhat involved too, and knows how to conceal what doesn't suit him. When I see how wrong things are managed here at the center of the paper, I admire our workers all the more, who are able to adjust and neutralize all that. Mother Wisniewski is very much hurt because I did not visit her in Long Branch instead of getting well in your home and putting myself in shape for the trip. She seems to be hurt by a breach of etiquette and lack of gallantry towards ladies. But I do not allow the little women's rights ladies to demand gallantry from us. If they want men's rights, they should also let themselves be treated as men. She will doubtless calm down. Bismarck received 2 pretty rebukes from Gufkin and Moyer. 2. That the Reich Supreme Court is still not ready to accept his Corps students' interpretation of the criminal code is, however, the result of the fact that young Wilhelm recently adorned these gentlemen in Leipzig with his special contempt. Diplomatic intrigue is at its peak. The Russians have received £20 million. In April the Prussians are getting their new 8mm magazine rifle. The 11mm one, a remodeled Mauser, was absolutely unfit for use in war. The Austrians are wildly boasting that they are prêts et archiprêts, ready and more than ready, which shows that they want a beating again, and in France Boulanger can take power. The only purpose of Bismarck's maneuvers with Salisbury in East Africa is to involve England so deeply in joint operations with Germany that it cannot withdraw even under Gladstone. Hence the Moyer affair was staged by Wilhelm quite against his Bismarck's wishes, but he has to bear it. In short, the situation is growing tense, and it can lead to war in the spring. Yours, F.E. Marginal note. Section I of Volume 3 of Capital finished, Sections 2 and 3 in work. 7 sections in all. Engels to Zarga. London, February 23, 1889. Dear Zarga. Postcard of January 19 and letter of February 10 received. I get the Labour Standard one and am giving Wisniewski's articles to Tussie, who will use them if a new edition of the Labour movement is issued. They contain material that is characteristic of America. Such neglect of safety measures against fire and the like would simply not pay in Europe. But over there it is like the railways and everything else, if they only exist, no matter how, it suffices. Thanks for the Appleton announcement. 2. Upon inquiry Sonnenschein states that he has sold 500 copies of the cheaper edition to Appleton. I do not see Elja Armteufel, the poor devil. It is Modeler's favorite reading material, nor does anyone begrudge him it. \V had it says about Aveling is simply a lie, no matter what it may be. I shall write Koski what you say about Rappaport. Lack of material and the desire for comprehensiveness brings many a person one a paper published by J.P. McDonnell in Patterson, N.J. 2. Appleton, the New York publishing firm, had advertised the English translation of Capital. 211. In Who Doesn't Belong There in the columns of Die Neue Zeit. Koski has been in Vienna since July and won't return here before July. I have sent you a registered book packet, containing the Holy Family in addition to some French things. But you mustn't tell Schluter that I sent it to you. I had half promised him my spare copy for the archives before I left for America, but you take precedence. It will probably arrive in March or April. Furthermore, all by today's mail, another package of French things in addition to the Commonweal and the Gleichheit. Lafargue's and Deville's lectures aren't to be had here anymore, and one doesn't get any reply from the authors. But I keep on drumming away at them. You will have received the issues of Egalite. The Blanquists have had no luck with their CRI du Peuple. It was deadly boring and so they were compelled to collaborate with Gueste, Lafargue, and Co. As Valiant wanted from the outset, but he was outvoted. In addition there are a few dissatisfied radicals. Up to the present they are getting along well with one another. Let's hope that it stays that way. Some more numbers soon. In the last election in Paris the possibilists compromised themselves badly and worked for the opportunist Jacques. Now the workers are beginning to desert them. They have lost all their support in the provinces, which are much better than Paris. The effort, with the aid of the British trade unions and Hindman here, their loyal ally, to convene an international congress in Paris without our Frenchmen, but with the Belgians, Danes, and Dutch, and, as they hoped, with the Germans, too, is failing miserably. The GER-mans declare they will attend no congress if 2 of them take place in Paris. And both sides are summoned to a conference at The Hague on the 28th, with Liebknecht, Behel, and Bernstein from Germany, plus the Dutch and the Belgians. Lafargue is going there. Then they will either have to give in or else find everybody against them. In Germany things are becoming more and more confused. Ever since old Wilhelm died and Bismarck is tottering, the Philistine no longer has any confidence in the people in power. The vain young fool, the second, greater old Fritz, poor Ryer in jest, wants to be Kaiser and Chancellor himself. The arch-reactionaries, the clergy, and the Junkers at the court, are bending every effort to egg him on against Bismarck and to evoke a conflict, and in the meantime Wilhelm is pensioning all the old generals, putting his favorites in their places. 3 more years of this, and the commands will all be in the hands of swaggering dandies and the army will be ripe for Jena. 1 Bismarck realizes this, and that is what might impel him to a sudden war, especially if the nincompoop Boulanger rises to the top. Then things will be pretty, an alliance between France and Russia which will prohibit the French from making any revolution, as otherwise Russia will turn against them. But I hope it will pass over. Cordial regards to your wife. Your F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, May 11, 1889. Dear Zarga. The writing and running about in connection with the damned Congress leave me hardly any time for anything else. It's the devil of a nuisance, nothing but misunderstandings, squabbles, and vexation on all sides, and nothing will come of the whole thing in the end. The participants in the Hague Conference have let the Belgians make fools of them, instead of doing what had been decided on. Immediately making a protest and calling a counter-congress after rejecting the possibilists, which the Swiss and the Belgians were to have done jointly, the Belgians did nothing, maintained stubborn silence in reply to all letters, and finally came up with the lame excuse that they had to lay the matter before their National Congress on April 21 to 22. Thereupon the others did even less than before, because Liebknecht was scheming with some possibilists via the Swiss, since he was the man for whom unification would have to succeed, and so the possibilists cornered all public opinion with their proclamations, while our people not only kept silent, but gave only non-committal answers to the uncertain elements among the British, who were asking how things stood with the counter-congress. This smart policy ended up by making the people rebellious even in Germany, and Schiphol demanded that we should attend the Possibilist Congress. That opened Liebknecht's eyes, and after Ed Bernstein had told the Frenchmen that they were now free to call the Congress for July 14, as they originally planned, he wrote them exactly the same thing. And so the French have their way, but they are justifiably grumbling about Liebknecht's. 1 Napoleon crushed the Prussians at the Battle of Jena in 1806. 213. Delaying and scheming, for which they hold all the Germans responsible. Over here, however, it is we who have to suffer the consequences of Liebknecht's ingenuity. Our pamphlet struck home like a thunderbolt, proving that Hindman and co. were liars and swindlers. Everything was in our favor, and if Liebknecht had made the Belgians take rapid action, as was his confounded duty, or had let them go their own way and dealt with the others himself, convoking the Congress for any date at all or letting the French convoke it, the masses would have flocked to us, and the Social Democratic Federation would have deserted Hindman. In this way, however, all we got were empty promises. We should wait a while, and since the principal wrangle in the trade unions here was whether no delegates should be sent to the Congress, as the leaders desired, or they should be sent against the leaders' wishes, the quality of the Congress being quite unimportant, the only point at issue being entering the international movement or not, it was obvious that the rank and file would join those who knew what they wanted and not those who didn't. And so we lost a splendid position, which we had just captured, and unless a miracle occurs, not an Englishman worth mentioning will attend our Congress. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, June 8, 1889. Dear Zarga. From the middle of March until nearly the middle of May I too was in the frame of mind about the Congress in which your letter was written. Miraculously enough, everything has been saved, as the second convocation circular sent you indicates, with the signatures of almost all Europe on it, supplemented in the appendix to Bernstein, number 2, sent you today. The first pamphlet, signed by Bernstein, was edited by me, as is everything appearing in English on the affair. What you may take exception to in it was necessary from the local point of view. Especially the explanations about the possibilists, which you take as attacks. But most important of all was the publication of the Hague resolutions, one which the wise men in the Hague had decided to keep secret in infinitum. Luckily, no one here or in Paris knew of this clever decision, and so we set to work, since the possibilists and their adherents over here were harping on these resolutions every day, telling the biggest lies about them, etc. After the possibilists had been rejected, we naturally had to act fast. But the Belgians, who were supposed to call the Congress together with the Swiss, didn't stir. They wanted to put the thing off until their Congress at Easter time in Jollimont, and then entrench themselves behind the resolutions passed there. And among the Swiss, Scherer was also a bit lazy, under the pretext of inducing the possibilist masses, with Liebknecht's approval, to come over to our side over the heads of Broos and Co. Liebknecht, however, was making speeches in Switzerland, and Behel was much too unfamiliar with the terrain to act independently in his absence. The real battlefield was here. Bernstein's pamphlet number 1 had struck like a thunderbolt here. The people realized that Hindman and Co. had lied to them disgracefully. If our Congress were convened at once, we would have them all, and Hindman and Broos would be alone. The malcontents in the trade unions here turned to us, to the Germans, the Dutch, the Belgians, the Danes. But from none of them did they get information about our Congress, when, where, and how. Dispatching a delegation to a Congress, no matter which one, was the principal consideration for them, however, by way of opposition to Broadhurst, Shipton and Co., and so they decided in favor of the Congress that had been convoked. Thus we were losing ground here step by step. Our foothold in the local radical press was also becoming very shaky, and finally there came the resolution of the Belgian Congress, to send one delegate to each Congress. And even in the German party press Auer and Schiphol maintained that we had to go to the possibilists if only to prove that we are not anti-French chauvinists. In short, I gave the case up as lost, at least in England. But I wrote at once to the Frenchmen, who had insisted from the very start that the Congress must be held on July 14 to 21 alongside the possibilist one, or else it wouldn't be worth the trouble, that the Belgian resolution restored their freedom of action and that they should now call the Congress at once for this date. And Monsieur Liebknecht, under whose own posterior the articles by Auer and Schiphol had lighted a fire, suddenly discovered that he had delayed the matter long enough and that he now had to act fast. He gave the Frenchmen the same advice. The call was issued. The effect exceeded all expectations. Adherences poured in and are still corning. And even here we have more than a success des time, and the publication of the signatures is still producing an effect. Even here we have everything outside the Social Democratic Federation, which has fallen to a very low estate, and morally a part of those still belonging to it. For John Burns, the Socialist County Councillor of London, will probably break away together with the whole Battersea branch or has done so already. He and Parnell I, who signed our circular, have already been elected as delegates to the Possibilist Congress and will work for us there. With the exception of the SDF, the Possibilists haven't a single socialist organization in all Europe. They are therefore falling back on the non-socialist trade unions and would give the world if they could have even the old trade unions here, Broadhurst and Co., but the latter were fed up here in London in November. They will get one night of labor from America. The primary consideration in this connection, and this was the reason why I put my shoulders to the wheel, is that it is again the old split in the International that comes to light here, the old Battle of the Hague. The adversaries are the same, with the anarchist flag merely exchanged for the possibilist one, the selling of principles to the bourgeoisie for small-scale concessions, especially in return for well-paid jobs for the leaders, city council, labor exchange, etc. And the tactics are exactly the same. The manifesto of the SDF, obviously written by Broos, is a new edition of the Sunvilliers circular. And Broos knows it too. He continues to attack le Marxisme autoritaire authoritarian Marxism with the same lies and slanders, and Hindman is imitating him. His principal sources of information about the international and the political activity of Marx are the local malcontents of the General Council, Ecarius, Jung, and Co. The alliance of the Possibilists and the SDF was to constitute the nucleus of the new international that was to be founded in Paris, together with the Germans, if they fitted in as the third partner in the Union, otherwise against them. Hence the many little congresses one after another, constantly growing in size, hence the exclusiveness with which the Allies treated all the other French and English tendencies as non-existent, and hence the intrigues, particularly with the small nations, which also were Bakunin's support. But this activity became sinister when the Germans, with their St. Gall resolution, one also entered the Congress movement, quite naively in absolute ignorance of what was going on elsewhere. And since these little people would rather go against the Germans than with them, for the latter were considered to be too Marxified, the struggle became inevitable. But you have no idea of the Germans' naivete. It has cost me endless effort to convince even Babel of what it all really means, although the possibilists know it very well and proclaim it every day. And with all these mistakes I had little hope that things would end well. That immanent reason, which is gradually evolving to consciousness of itself in this affair, would win out as early as this. I am all the more pleased by the proof that affairs like 1873 and 1874 can't happen any more today. The intriguers are beaten already, and the significance of the Congress, whether it draws the other one over to its side or not, lies in the fact that the concord of the socialist parties of Europe is demonstrated to all the world, with the few factionalists left out in the cold unless they submit. The Congress is of little importance otherwise. I am not going there, of course. I can't plunge into agitation over and over again. But they now want to play at Congresses again, and it is then preferable that these Congresses are not governed by Bruce and Hindman. There was just enough time to block them. I am curious about the effect of Bernstein No. 2. Let's hope it's the last document in the affair. As for the rest, things here are so-so. I have had to give up smoking because of my nerves. It requires remarkably little self-restraint. I smoke the contents of a third of a cigarette every 2 or 3 days, but I think I shall start smoking again next year. Sam Moore is going to the Niger region in Africa as a senior judge. He is sailing next Saturday from Liverpool, returning for half a year in 18 months, and will translate Volume 3 of Capital while there. Cordial regards to your wife. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, July 17, 1889. Dear Zarga. Our Congress is in session and is a brilliant success. Up to the day before yesterday 358 delegates, with new ones still arriving. More than half of them foreigners, including 81 Germans from all the states and principalities and provinces with the exception of Posen. The first hall was too small the very first day, the second hall on the second day, and a third hall was sought. The sessions are entirely open to the public, sole protection against police spies at the unanimous demand of the Germans. In spite of some French objections, they thought the possibilists would attract a bigger audience in Paris, and it would therefore be better to meet in closed sessions. The Social Democrat will bring the attendance figures to America by the next mail. Scottish and German miners are meeting there for the first time in joint conference. The possibilists have so foreigners, 42 Britons, 15 of them from the Social Democratic Federation, 17 from the trade unions, 7 from Austria. Can't be much more than a fake. The whole actual movement there is with us, 7 Spaniards, 7 Italians, 3 representatives of Italian societies abroad, 7 Belgians, 4 Americans, 2 of them, Bowen and Georgii, from Washington, D.C., came to see me, 2 Portuguese, 1 Swiss, Nama Par we mean nominated by himself, and 1 Pole. Almost all of them trade unionists. In addition, 477 Frenchmen, who represented only 136 chambers syndicales, trade union chambers, and 77 circles d'études socialist study circles. For each little clique can send 3 delegates, whereas each of our 180 Frenchmen represents a separate organization. The amalgamation bubble is very powerful in both congresses. Of course, the foreigners want amalgamation, while the Frenchmen are holding back in both camps. Amalgamation is quite good under rational conditions, but the fraud consists in some of our people shouting for amalgamation à tout prix at any price. I have just learned at the St. Editorial office of the Social Democrat that Lennox amalgamation motion has actually been adopted by a large majority. What it signifies, whether it means a real amalgamation on the basis of private negotiations, or merely an abstract desire that is supposed to lead to such an amalgamation, can't be made out from the letter, unfortunately. German good nature is above such details. Nevertheless, the fact that the French are accepting it is sufficient guarantee for me that it involves no disgrace at the hands of the possibilists. I shall be able to learn more about it only after the mails close, probably only tomorrow. Moreover, you are probably learning the essential facts as soon as I do, since the Avelings have made arrangements for cabling with the New York Herald man in Paris. Today I am sending you Saturday's Reynolds and the Monday Star, everything important that has appeared in the local press up to now. More on Saturday. In any event, the intrigue of the possibilists and the Social Democratic Federation to obtain the position of leadership in France and England by stealth has miscarried completely, and their pretensions to international leadership even more so. If the two parallel congresses merely fulfilled the purpose of mustering forces, the POS Civilists and London factionalists in one hall, and the European socialists, who figure as Marxists, thanks to the former, in another, thus showing the world where the true movement is concentrated and where the fraud it suffices. Of course, the real amalgamation, if it occurs, won't prevent the continuation of the squabbles in England and France at all, quite the contrary. It will merely signify an imposing demonstration for the great bourgeois public, a workers' Congress more than go strong, from the tamest trade unions to the most revolutionary communists. And it will once for all block the cliques for the next congresses, for this time they have seen where the real power lies, that we are a match for them in France and more than a match for them all over on the continent, and that their position in England is becoming very shaky. Yours, F.K. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. July 20, 1889. The reconciliation bubble in Paris has burst. How lucky that the possibilists and the SDF, recognizing their true position, preferred to give our people a kick, which puts an end to the fraud. The affair had been prepared long ago, as is proved by a number of maneuvers and utterances of these gentlemen during the past 2 months, which now are more understandable. It is the old Bakuninist slander of the Hague Congress, etc., one as if we had always operated with false credentials. This slander, continually rehashed by Bruce ever since 1883, had to serve them again as soon as they saw that they were being deserted by all socialists and could be saved only by the trade unions. What their credentials are like will probably be revealed during the furious polemic that has now broken out. Unfortunately, this old rubbish, which didn't draw even in 1873, doesn't draw today at all, but something had to be found to cover up the tremendous fiasco that the gentlemen suffered. But it serves our sentimental conciliatory brethren right, to get this stiff kick in their tenderest spot for all their protestations of friendship. That will probably cure them for some time to come. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. London, October 12, 1889. The Labour Elector and Commonweal enclosed herewith as usual. The International Review is said to have died already, that's how quickly Hindman ran it into the ground. On the other hand, Bax is negotiating with another review. If he gets it, Aveling will probably be his associate editor. The New Yorker Revolution is growing funnier and funnier. The efforts of Rosenberg and co. to stay at the top tout prix at any price are amusing but, fortunately, useless too. Your correspondence with the Nationalists won in the W.A. Workman's Advocate pleased me, first because one recognized old Zarga 10 miles away, and second because it is a public sign of life again from you. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, December 7, 1889. Dear Zarga. Things won't turn out that well, to have the Socialist Labour Party liquidated. Rosenberg has a lot of other heirs beside SCHE which, and the conceited doctrinaire Germans over there certainly have no desire to give up their usurped position of teachers to the immature Americans. Otherwise they would be nothing at all. Over here it is being proved that a great nation simply cannot be tutored in a doctrinaire and dogmatic fashion, even if one has the best of theories, evolved out of their own conditions of life, and even if the tutors are relatively better than the SLP. The movement is underway now at last and, I believe, for good. But not directly socialist, and those among the English who have understood our theory best remain outside it, Hindman because he is incurably jealous and intriguing, Bax because he is a bookworm. Formally, the movement is first of all a trade union movement, but utterly different from that of the old trade unions, the skilled laborers, the labor aristocracy. The people are now putting their shoulders to the wheel in quite a different way, they are drawing far greater masses into the struggle, shaking up society far more profoundly, and putting forward much more far-reaching demands, the 8-hour day, a general federation of all organizations, and complete solidarity. Through TUSI, the gas workers and General Laborers Union has gotten women's branches for the first time. Moreover, the people look on their immediate demands themselves as only provisional, although they themselves do not yet know toward what final goal they are working. But this vague idea is strongly enough rooted in them to make them elect as leaders only openly declared socialists. Like everyone else, they must learn from their own experiences by drawing the conclusions from their own mistakes. But since, unlike the old trade unions, they greet every suggestion of the identity of interest between capital and labor with scornful laughter, this will not take very long. I hope that the next general elections take another 3 years in coming, 1, so that Gladstone, Russia's servant, does not come to the helm during the period of the worst danger of war, which would be sufficient in itself for the Tsar to provoke the war, 2, so that the anti-conservative majority will be so big that real home rule for Ireland becomes a necessity, otherwise Gladstone will bilk the Irish again, and this obstacle, the Irish question, will not be removed, and, 3, so that the labor movement develops still further and possibly will mature even faster by the reaction. 221. Of the depression which is certain to come after the present prosperity. Then the next parliament may have 20 to 40 labor representatives, and of a different stamp than Potter, Creamer, and Co. The most repulsive thing here is the bourgeois respectability that has sunk deep into the bone of the workers. The division of society into innumerable strata, each recognized without question, each with its own pride but also its inborn respect for its betters and superiors, is so old and firmly established that the bourgeois still find it fairly easy to have their bait accepted. I am not at all sure, for instance, that John Burns is not secretly prouder of his popularity with Cardinal Manning, the Lord Mayor, and the bourgeoisie in general than of his popularity with his own class. And Champion, an ex-lieutenant, has always intrigued with bourgeois and especially with conservative elements, preached socialism at the Parsons Church Congress, etc. And even Tom Mann, whom I regard as the best of the lot, likes to mention that he will be lunching with the Lord Mayor. If one compares this with the French, one realizes what a revolution is good for after all. However, it will not help the bourgeoisie much if they do succeed in luring some of the leaders into their toils. By that time the movement will have grown strong enough for this sort of thing to be overcome. Time has now been purchased by Bax, and I think everything has also been arranged with the Avelings. It depends, however, on what Bax turns it into. With all his talent and all his good intentions, Bax is unpredictable, a bookworm who has gone into journalism and has lost his balance somewhat in doing it. Besides, there is his peculiar obsession that today women are oppressing men. Your list of Marx's Tribune articles 1 is buried, no doubt, under the mountain of unsorted letters. I have the pasted and mounted Tribune articles, but I cannot say at present whether they are complete or not. I found them again only last autumn. Things are going splendidly in Germany. Little Wilhelm is an even better agitator than Bismarck, the Ruhr coal miners are assured to us, the Saar miners are following suit, and the Elberfeld trial is also helping with its police spy revelations. 2 in France are. Parliamentary fraction now has 8 members, 5 of them delegates to the Paris Marxist Congress. Guest Day is their secretary and works out their speeches for them. There are prospects for a daily paper again. The fraction will introduce the Congress resolutions as a motion. /fork is going on everywhere for the 1st of May, 1889. Things are going ahead very well in Austria, too. Adler put affairs in shape splendidly, the anarchists are dead there. Yours, F.E. Engels to Schluter. London, January 11, 1890. Dear Schluter. The stormy tide of last summer's movement has somewhat abated. And the best of it is that the unthinking sympathy of the bourgeois gang for the workers' movement, as displayed in the dockers' strike, has also abated and is beginning to make way for the far more natural feeling of distrust and apprehension. In the South London gas strike, which is forced upon the workers by the gas company, the workers are again wholly deserted by all the Philistines. This is very good, and I only hope Burns will go through this experience himself sometime. In a strike led by himself, he cherishes all sorts of illusions in that respect. Meanwhile there is friction of all kinds, between the gas workers and the dockers, for instance, as was only to be expected. But despite all this, the masses are on the move and there is no holding them back any more. The longer the stream is dammed up, the more violent will the break be when it comes. And these unskilled are very different chaps from the fossilized brothers of the old trade unions, not a trace of the old pettifogging spirit, of the craft exclusiveness of the engineers. For instance, on the contrary, there is a general cry for the organization of all trade unions into one brotherhood and for a direct struggle against capital. In the dockers' strike, for instance, there were 3 engineers at the commercial docks who kept the steam engine going. Burns and Mann, both are engineers themselves, and Burns is a member of the executive of the Amalgamated Engineers Trades Union, were summoned to persuade these men to leave, as then none of the cranes could have worked and the dock company would have had to give in. The 3 engineers refused, the engineers executive did not step in, and hence the length of the strike. Further, at the Silvertown Rubber Works, 12 weeks strike, the strike failed because of the engineers, who did not join in and even did laborers work against their own union rules. And why? In order to keep the supply of laborers low, these fools have a rule that only those who have gone through a regular period of apprenticeship are admitted to their union. By this means they have created an army of competitors, so-called blacklegs, who are just as skilled as they are themselves and who would gladly join the union, but who are forced to remain blacklegs because they are kept outside by this pedantry, which has no sense at all nowadays. And because they know that these blacklegs would have stepped into their places immediately, both in the commercial docks and in Silvertown, they stayed in and so became blacklegs themselves against the strikers. There you see the difference. The new unions stick together. In the present gas strike, sailors, steamers, firemen, lightermen, coal carters, etc., are all standing together, but of course not the engineers. They keep on working. Yet these boastful old big trade unions will soon be made to look small. Their chief support, the London Trades Council, is being more and more subjugated by the new ones, and in 2 or 3 years at most the Trade Union Congress will also be revolutionized. Even at the next Congress the Broadhursts will get the shock of their lives. The fact that you have got rid of Rosenberg & Co. is the main point about the revolution in your American socialist teapot. The German party over there must be smashed. As such, it is becoming the worst obstacle. The American workers are coming along all right, but just like the English they go their own way. One cannot drum theory into them beforehand, but their own experience and their own blunders and the resulting evil consequences will bump their noses up against theory, and then all right. Independent peoples go their own way, and the English and their offspring are surely the most independent of them all. Insular stiff-necked obstinacy annoys one often enough, but it also guarantees that what is begun will be carried out once a thing gets started. Cordial regards to your wife and yourself from Nim and your F. Engels. Engels to S0RGE. London, February 8, 1890. Dear Zarga. Your letter of the 14th and 2 postcards concerning H. Schluter received. In my opinion, we hardly lose anything worth mentioning by the defection of the official socialists over there to the nationalists. If the whole German Socialist Labour Party went to pieces as a result, it would be a gain, but we can hardly expect anything as good as that. The really useful elements will finally come together again all the same, and the sooner the dross has separated itself, the sooner this will happen, when the moment comes at which events themselves drive the American proletariat farther on. There will be enough of them fitted by their superior theoretical insight and experience to tackle over the role of leaders, and then you will find that your years of work have not been for nothing. The movement there, just like the one here and in the coal regions of Germany now as well, cannot be created by preaching alone. Facts must drum it into people's heads, but then it will go really fast, fastest, of course, where an organized and theoretically educated section of the proletariat already exists, as in Germany. The coal miners are ours today potentially and of necessity. In the Ruhr the process is proceeding rapidly, the Aachen and Saar basins will follow, then Saxony, then Lower Silesia, finally the Poles of Upper Silesia. With the position of our party in Germany, merely the impulse arising from the coal miners' own living conditions was sufficient to call forth an irresistible movement. Here, things are going the same way. The movement, which I now consider irrepressible, arose from the dock strike, purely out of the absolute necessity of defense. But here too the ground had been so far prepared by the various forms of agitation in the last 8 years that the people, without being socialists themselves, still wanted to have only socialists as their leaders. Now, without noticing it themselves, they are approaching the theoretically right track, they drift into it, and the movement is so strong that I believe it will survive the inevitable blunders and their consequences and the friction between the various trade unions and the leaders without serious damage. More of that below. I think it will be the same with you in America, too. The Schleswig-Holsteiners and their descendants in England and America are not to be converted by lecturing. This pig-headed and conceited lot must experience it in their own persons. And this they are doing more and more from year to year, but they are most conservative, just because America is so purely bourgeois, has no feudal past at all, and is therefore proud of its purely bourgeois organization, and so they will get rid of the old traditional mental rubbish only through practical experience. Hence it must begin with the trade unions, etc., if it is to be a mass movement, and every further step must be forced upon them by a setback. But once the first step beyond the bourgeois point of view has been taken, things will move quickly, like everything in America, where the velocity of the movement, growing with natural necessity, is setting some requisite fire underneath the Schleswig-Holstein Anglo-Saxons, ordinarily so slow, and then, too, the foreign elements in the nation will assert themselves by greater mobility. I consider the decay of the specifically German party, with its ridiculous theoretical confusion, its corresponding arrogance, and its Lassalleanism, a real piece of good fortune. Only when these separatists are out of the way, will the fruits of your work come to light again. The socialist law was a misfortune, not for Germany, but for America, to which it consigned the last of the louts. When I was over there, I often marveled at the many loutish faces one encountered, faces which died out in Germany, but are flourishing over there. Well, there is another storm in a teacup over here. You will have read the squabbles in the Labour elector over Parker, the associate editor of the Star, who in a local paper, forthrightly charged Lord Euston with pederasty in connection with the bugger scandals among the aristocracy here. The article was infamous, but it was merely personal, the matter was scarcely political. It caused considerable scandal, the Star picked it up, provoked Burns directly, and Burns, instead of conferring with the committee, disavowed Champion directly in the Star. There was a tremendous storm in the Labour elector committee, all against Champion, but each of them wants to get into Parliament and hence has separate interests. So nothing was decided, perhaps because they had no power. Champion had told Tussey last fall that the paper belongs to the committee and he is merely a dismissible editor, but that was hardly altogether the case. In short, Burns and Bateman resigned from the committee because of this affair, Burns, in particular, also because of the chauvinist article on the Portuguese squabble one, and this week the whole committee has vanished from the pages of the paper. Now, Tussie has written off Champion also, whom she used to give international notes on France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, and Scandinavia. The absurd stuff on Spain, Portugal, Mexico, etc., was written by Cunningham Graham, a very honest, very courageous, but very muddled ex-ranchman. Now, the case proves to me that Champion actually took Tory money and then was in the embarrassing situation of having to do something for value received at the opening of Parliament. The author of the article itself is supposed to be Maltman Berry, our ex-friend of The Hague, who is considered to be a Tory agent here, and about whom Young, Hindman, and co tell amazing but false cock and bull stories. But all these gentlemen are acting foolishly, for Champion is ruining himself completely with this, and in a meeting of his own Labour Electoral Association he was shouted down from the platform and had to be protected by 2 policemen. This, of course, is splendid grist for Hindman's mill, but I think both of these gentlemen are done for. /TE shall see how matters, P from here. But the movement will perish as little for this reason as it did because of the defeat of the gas stokers in South London. The people were too cocky, everything had been made too easy for them, a few setbacks cannot do any harm now. In Paris our people are still trying to establish a daily. The Possibilist Parti Ouvrier, a daily subsidized by the government, has succumbed. On n'a plus besoin de ces messieurs, these gentlemen are not needed anymore. Bax's time is quite an ordinary bourgeois affair, and he is mortally afraid of making it socialistic. Now, this won't go on like that without further ado, but there is still no place here for a purely socialist monthly, especially at 1 sh per number. VV Hanover, there is something interesting in it, I'll send it to you. We have our nationalists here too, the Fabians, a well-meaning lot of educated bourgeois, who have refuted Marx with the rotten vulgarized economics of Jevons, which is so vulgarized that one can make anything out of it, even socialism. As over there, their chief aim is to convert the bourgeoisie to socialism and thus introduce the thing peacefully and constitutionally. They have published a bulky book about it, written by 7 authors. 1 I hope your health is still good and that habit is making work easier for you. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. London, April 12, 1890. Thanks for your letters of March 3 to 6. The matter of Miguel's letters 1 involves great difficulties. Wilhelm V. Wilhelm Liebknecht also would have liked to have them, in order to blurt them out at an inopportune time, thus permanently spoiling our means of exerting pressure on Miguel. For once the scandal is over, Miguel will snap his fingers at us. But it is of much greater value to me to have the fellow somewhat under the thumb through this means of pressure than to make a useless clamor, as a result of which he would be released and would be glad, to boot, that he had weathered it. What is more, the whole world knows that he was a member of the League. I have had altogether 2 brilliant experiences with American journalism to bite at this chance. If it became known at the Volkszeitung that these letters were in America, those sensationalists would not rest until they had them, and I don't want to expose anyone to this temptation and torture. Moreover, what guarantee have I how long Schluter remains with the Volkszeitung and whether they don't make the release of these letters the condition for his staying? In short, it is impossible for me to enter this deal. In Germany everything is proceeding better than one's wildest desires. Young Wilhelm is positively crazy, henceforth, as it were, to put the old system thoroughly in disorder, to shatter the last remnant of confidence among all the possessing classes, Junkers as well as bourgeois, and to prepare the ground for us as even the liberal Friedrich III could not have. His desires for a friendly attitude to the workers, purely Bonapartist demagogic, but mingled with confused dreams of the heaven-inspired mission of a prince, fail quite irretrievably with our people. The socialist law saw to that. In 1878 something could still have been accomplished by it, some disorder caused in our ranks, but now that is impossible. Our people have had to feel the Prussian fist too much. A few weaklings, such as Hareblows, and then some of the 700,000 men who have newly joined us in the last 3 years may be a bit shaky in this respect, but they will be quickly outvoted, and before the year is out we shall have the prettiest disappointment on Wilhelm's part regarding his power over the workers. With that love will turn to rage, and caresses to persecution. Hence our policy is to avoid all clamor until the socialist law expires on September 30th, for it will probably not be feasible to set up a new state of emergency with the Reichstag then completely scattered. And once we have the ordinary civil liberties again, you will witness a new expansion that will even overshadow the one that came to light on February 2th. One as little Wilhelm's friendliness towards the workers is complemented by hankerings for a military dictatorship. You see how the whole gang of princes becomes Bonapartist nolens volens willy-nilly J nowadays, and he wants to have everyone shot down at the slightest resistance. We must see to it that he gets no opportunity to do so. We saw in the elections that our progress in the rural areas was quite enormous, especially where there are large estates and for the most part rich peasants, that is, in the east. 3 run-off ballots in Mecklenburg, 2 in Pomerania. The 85,000 votes that were added between the first official count, 1,342,000, and the second, 1,427,000, were all from rural districts, where they had not expected us to get a single vote. So the prospect is that we shall soon win the agricultural proletariat of the eastern provinces, and with it the soldiers of the Prussian elite regiments. Then the whole old order is done for, and we rule. But the Prussian generals would have to be greater jackasses than I can believe, not to know it just as well as we do, and so they must be burning with eagerness to put us out of action for some time to come by means of a ceremonious massacre. So there is a twofold reason to keep outwardly quiet. A third reason is that the election victory has gone to the head of the masses, particularly the new recruits, and they think they now can force everything through by assault. If this is not curbed, a lot of blunders will be made. And the bourgeois, viz. The coal mine owners, are making every effort to promote and provoke these blunders, and, besides the old reasons for doing so, they have the new ones, that they thus hope to foil little Wilhelm's friendliness to workers. Please do not communicate the passages marked in the margin above to Schilder. He has a certain eagerness for action, and then I know the Volkszeitung people, who are ruthless in their journalistic wasting of everything that is usable. But these things may not be put in the press, neither over there nor here, at least not in the German press, and least of all as coming from me. So if OU party apparently adopts a somewhat peaceful attitude in Germany in the near future and in respect to May 1st as well, you know the reasons. We know that the generals would very much like to exploit the 1st of May for shooting. The same intentions exist in Vienna and in Paris. In the Arbeiterzeitung, Vienna, Babel's correspondence from Gene is of special importance. I make no decision on any point relat 1. G to German. Party tactics before reading Babel's opinion on 1tm the AZ or M letters. He has a marvelously keen scent. It is a pity that he knows only Germany from his own observation. This week's article Germany without Bismarck is also by him. You will have received time with my first article on Russian politics, sent off a week ago. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, April 19, 1890. Dear Zarga. I get the Nationalist regularly, unfortunately there is not much in it. They are a feeble imitation of the Fabians one here. Superficial and shallow as the dismal swamp, but full of conceit regarding the lofty generosity with which they, the educated bourgeois, condescend to emancipate the workers, in return for which the latter must politely keep quiet and must submissively obey the orders of the educated cranks and their isms. Let them have their brief ple1, sures, one fine day the movement will wipe all that out. An advantage we Continentals have, who have felt the influence of the French Revolution in an altogether different fashion, is that such a thing isn't possible here. Today I am also sending you the People's Press, which has taken the place of the labor elector as far as reports of the new trade unions are concerned. As you will have noticed, the latter prints nothing factual anymore because the workers simply won't have anything to do with it any longer. Which doesn't prevent bums, man, and others, particularly among the dockers, from still associating closely with Champion on the sly and letting themselves be influenced by him. The People's Press is edited by a very young Fabian Dell, the second in command is the priest Morris. Both are said to be decent fellows so far, and are very obliging towards the gas workers. Tussey is the leader of the gas workers, on the sly, and the union seems, at any rate, to be the best of them by far. The dockers are spoiled by Philistine assistants and do not want to fall out with the bourgeois public. Moreover, their secretary, Tillet, is the mortal enemy of the gas workers, whose secretary he tried to become in vain. The dockers and gas workers really belong together, they are a single mass, dockers in summer, gas workers in winter. Hence the latter proposed a cartel to the effect that anyone who is a member of either union be not compelled to join the other upon changing his job. The dockers have rejected this up to now, demanding that the gas worker who becomes a docker in the spring also pay them an initiation fee and membership dues. Hence much unpleasantness. In general, the dockers stand for a lot from their executive. The gas workers and general labourers accept all the unskilled, and in Ireland the agricultural day labourers are also joining, hence the discontent of David, who does not go beyond Henry George and feels that his local Irish policy is threatened here, though quite without reason. Here in London the gas workers have been soundly beaten south of the Thames by the South Metropolitan Gas Co. That was very good, they were becoming too exuberant and felt they could win everything by assault. The same thing happened to them in Manchester. Now they are growing quieter, they are first consolidating the organization and filling the treasury. In the union Tussey represents the women and girls of Silvertown, India Rubber, etc. Works, whose strike she led, and she will doubtless take her seat in the London Trades Council very shortly. In a country with such an old political and labor movement there is always a colossal heap of traditionally transmitted rubbish which has to be got rid of by degrees. There are the prejudices of the skilled unions, engineers, bricklayers, carpenters and joiners, type compositors, etc. All of which have to be broken down, the petty jealousies of the various trades, which become accentuated in the hands and heads of the leaders into outright hostility and battles. Behind the scenes, there are the clashing ambitions and intrigues of the leaders, one wants to get into Parliament and so does someone else, another wants to get on the county council or school board, another wants to establish a general centralization of all the workers, another to start a paper, another a club, etc., etc. In short, there is friction upon friction. Among them the Socialist League, which looks down on everything that is not directly revolutionary, which, here in England, as with you, means everything which does not confine itself to coining phrases and otherwise doing nothing, and the Federation, which still behaves as if everyone but itself were an ass and a bungler, although it is only the new progress of the movement that has enabled it itself to get some following again. In short, anyone who sees only the surface would say it was all confusion and personal squabbles. But under the surface the movement is going on, it is seizing ever wider sections, and for the most part precisely among the hitherto stagnant lowest masses, and the day is no longer far off when this mass will suddenly find itself, when it dawns upon it that it is this colossal moving mass, and when that day comes short work will be made of all the rascality and squabbling. The foregoing details concerning persons and momentary dissensions are solely for your information, of course, and must not get into the Volkszeitung at any cost. This once for all, for I have already had instances here of the fact that Schluter sometimes takes things a bit too lightly in this respect. I am curious about the 1st of May. In Germany it was the duty of the Reichstag fraction to combat the exaggerated hankerings. The bourgeois, the political police, for whom it is now a matter of jobs, and messrs officers, all of them would gladly like to lay about them and to shoot, and they are seeking any pretext to prove to young Wilhelm that he can't let them shoot quickly enough. But that would spoil our whole game. First we must be rid of the socialist law, that is, we must have survived the 30th of September. And then, things are moving altogether too splendidly for us in Germany to have us spoil them by pure braggadocio. Moreover, the fractions proclamation is bad, it was written by Liebknecht, and the nonsense of a general strike wholly superfluous. But no matter how, the people are so elated over the 20th of February that they require a certain curb in order not to make any blunders. In France the 1st of May may become a turning point, at least for Paris, if it helps to bring the large mass of workers who have gone over to Boulangism one to their senses. Our people have themselves to thank for that. They never had the courage to oppose the outcry against the Germans as Germans, and now they are being defeated by chauvinism in Paris. Fortunately things are better in the provinces. But abroad all they see is Paris. If the Frenchmen sent me their things, I would send them to you. But I think they are ashamed of them themselves. Well, it's in the French nature, they can't bear any defeats. As soon as they see a bit of success again, it will suddenly be different. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, November 5, 1890. Dear Zarga. Today I have mournful tidings for you. My good faithful dear Lenchen passed away quietly yesterday afternoon after a brief and, for the most part, painful illness. We had lived 7 happy years together in this house. We were the last two of the pre-1848 old guard. Now I am alone again. If Marx, for many years, and I, for the last 7 years, found the quiet required for work, it was largely her doing. I don't know what will become of me now. And I shall sadly miss her wonderfully tactful advice on party affairs. Give my cordial regards to your wife and tell the Schleiters. Yours. F.E. Engels to Schleiter. London, January 29, 1891. Dear Schleiter. Unfortunately I cannot accept Zarga's invitation. 1. I am rooted with so many fibers here in Europe and have so infinitely much to do that a retreat to America can be considered only in the most extremely desperate situation. Moreover, my household one's fully in order again ever since Louise Koski is with me. Many thanks for the calendar. The articles in the Cyclopedia too are partly by Marx and partly by me and are entirely or almost entirely on military subjects, biographies of military leaders, the articles artillery, cavalry, fortification, etc. Purely commercial work, nothing else, they can safely remain buried. I see clearly enough that things are going downhill with the SLP from its fraternization with the nationalists, one compared to whom the Fabians here, likewise bourgeois, are radicals. I should have thought that the socialist would scarcely be able to beget extra boredom by cohabiting with the nationalist. Zarga sends me the nationalist, but despite all my efforts I cannot find anyone who is willing to read it. Nor do I understand the quarrel with Gompers. 2. His federation is, as far as I know, an association of trade unions and nothing but trade unions. Hence they have the formal right to reject anyone coming as the representative of a labor organization that is not a trade union, or to reject delegates of an association to which such organizations are admitted. I cannot judge from here, of course, whether it was propagandistically advisable to expose oneself to such a rejection. But it was beyond question that it had to come, and I, for one, cannot blame Gompers for it. But when I think of next year's International Congress in Brussels, 3. I should have thought it would have been well to keep on good terms with Gompers, who has more workers behind him, at any rate, than the SLP, and to ensure as big a delegation from America as possible there, including his people. They would see many things there that would disconcert them in their narrow-minded trade union standpoint, and besides, where do you want to find a recruiting ground if not in the trade unions? Many thanks for the silver material. If you could find something for me containing material on the present silver production of the U.S., I should be grateful. The European double standard, currency, Jackasses are merely dupes of the American silver producers and are quite ready to pull the latter's chestnuts out of the fire for them. To no avail, alas, nothing will come of the bubble. See my footnote on the precious metals in the 4th edition of Capital. 4. Please give me fuller details of that speech by Marx on protective tariffs. 5. I recall merely that when debate grew slack in the Brussels German Workers' Society, Marx and I agreed to stage a sham debate in which he defended free trade and I protective tariffs, and I still see the astounded faces of the people when they saw the two of us suddenly attacking each other. It is possible that this speech was printed in the Deutsche Breiseler Zeitung. I can't recall any other one. You will probably be unable to come to Germany for the first year or two. Tauscher has been released, to be sure, but only because there was no evidence against him. It was disclosed, on the other hand, that the provisions of the Statute of Limitations have been regularly interrupted for the rest of you. 1. Your F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, June 10, 1891. Dear Zarga. The movement here is getting along very well. The Gas Workers and General Laborers Union is taking first place here more and more, thanks to Tussey especially. The movement is proceeding in an English fashion, systematically, step by step, but surely, and the comical phenomenon that here, as in America, the people who claim to be the orthodox Marxists, who have transformed our concept of movement into a rigid dogma to be learned by heart, appear as a pure sect, is very significant. What is more, that over there these people are foreigners, Germans, while over here they are true blue Englishmen, Hindman and his set. F.E. Engels to Zarga. Ride, Isle of Wight, August 9 to 11, 1891. Dear Zarga. I am very grateful for the information regarding the Journal of the Knights of Labor. I have to look through such a pile of papers that it is often very hard for me to get my bearings without such reports. Likewise, regarding Gompers and Saniel, two very important, should I see them in London? Tussey, Aveling, Thorne, and others of the Gas/Forkers, Sanders Cohn-Burns's secretary, and several other Englishmen of our side are going to Brussels. I don't know as yet how matters stand with the old trade unions. The dockers are on the verge of collapse. Their strike was won solely as a result of the £30,000 blindly contributed from Australia, but they think they did it themselves. Hence they are making one mistake after another. The last one was closing their lists, not accepting any more new members, and so breeding their own scabs. Then they refused to conclude a cartel with the gas workers. Many workers are dockers in summer, and gas workers in winter. The gas workers proposed that the ticket of one union should hold good for both with this alternating employment, rejected. Up to now the gas workers have respected the dockers' ticket nevertheless, one can't say how much longer. Then the dockers are raising an outcry against the immigration of foreign paupers, Russian Jews. Of their leaders, Tom Mann is upright but boundlessly weak, and he has been made half crazy by his appointment as a member of the Royal Commission on Labour. Bentelet is an ambitious intriguer. They have no money, their members are dropping out in droves, and discipline has vanished. They wrote me from St. Petersburg a week ago, we are on the eve of a famine. This was confirmed yesterday by the prohibition of grain export from Russia. First of all, that assures us peace for a year. With a famine in the country the Tsar will probably rattle the saber but not start an attack. But if Gladstone takes the helm here next year, which is likely, an effort will be made to get England and France to allow the Dardanelles to be closed to all fleets, even in war, which means forbidding the Sultan to get aid against the Russians. So that is the next stage of the Eastern question. Second, however, prohibiting Russian grain exports means the spread of the famine to rye-consuming Germany. Only Russia can cover the enormous rye deficit in Germany. That means, however, the complete collapse of the grain tariff policy in Germany, and that involves an incalculable series of political disturbances. For example, the latifundian nobility will not relinquish its protective tariffs without causing the industrial tariffs of the bourgeoisie to totter. The protective tariff parties will lose prestige, and the whole situation will shift. And our party will grow enormously. This crop failure will put us 5 years ahead, aside from the fact that it prevents a war, which would cost 100 times as much. In my opinion, these two considerations will dominate European politics for the present, and if Schluter wants to point this out in the Volkszeitung, it would be very useful. As soon as the Congress is over, I shall also broach it in the European press. But I cannot be responsible, of course, for what other people do with these reports. August 11th. The prohibition of grain export from Russia is not official as yet, but certain nonetheless. One should await the official proclamation. There were 2 Reichstag elections in East Prussia, an enormous increase in our vote. So the rural districts are opened up at last, Sella march. Things are on the march. Well, with the rise in the cost of living we may live to see something by 1900, if we don't pass out before then. Your old F.E. Engels to Zarga. Helensburgh, Scotland, September 14, 1891. Dear Zarga. The Trade Union Congress in Newcastle is also a victory. The old unions, headed by the textile workers, and the whole party of reaction among the workers, had exerted all their strength to overthrow the 8-hour resolution of 1890. They failed, and have won only a very small temporary concession. That is decisive. The confusion is still great, but the affair is irresistibly on the move, and the bourgeois papers recognize the defeat of the bourgeois Labour Party completely and with terror, howling, and gnashing of teeth. The Scottish Liberals especially, these most intelligent and most classic bourgeois in the kingdom, are unanimous in their outcry at the great misfortune and the hopeless perversity of the workers. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, October 24, 1891. Dear Zarga. For heaven's sake do me the favor of not sending me any American monthly regularly. I long for the opportunity of reading a book once again, though I am able to look through properly only 1/3. 237. Of the papers sent me, they take all my time, but the movement is gigantic by now and one must remain au courant well informed. Send me however, one I can well believe that the movement over there is ebbing again. Over there everything proceeds with great ups and downs. But every up wins ground conclusively, and so one advances after all. Thus the tremendous strike wave of the Knights of Labor and the 1886 to 1888 strike movement has put us ahead despite all the recoils. For there is an altogether different life in the masses than before. The next time even more ground will be won. But with all that, the native American working man's standard of living is considerably higher than even that of the British, and that alone suffices to place him in the rear for still some time to come. Then there is the competition of immigration and other things. When the time comes, things will go ahead over there tremendously fast and energetically, but it may take some time until then. Miracles happen nowhere. And then there is the misfortune of the arrogant Germans, who want to play the schoolmaster and commander in one, and make the natives dislike learning even the best things from them. Everything went off very well in Erfurt. I shall send you the official minutes as soon as they are published. Behel says the speeches were badly garbled in the news reports. Instead of making accusations, the opposition of the presumptuous Berliners was at once placed in the prisoner's dock itself. THFY behaved with miserable cowardice, and now they must work outside the party if they want to accomplish anything. Quite beyond doubt there are police elements among them, and another section consists of concealed anarchists, who want to do secret recruiting among our people. The rest of them are jackasses, bumptious students, unsuccessful candidates, and would-be great men of all sorts. All in all, less than 200 strong. Herr Vollmer likewise had to submit. This fellow is much more dangerous than the former Grupp. He is cleverer and more persistent, vain to the point of insanity, and wants to play an important part at any price. Babel behaved very well, as did Singer, Auer, and Fischer, who was on the Social Democrat here, a very able fellow and a very rough Bavarian into the bargain. Liebknecht had the bitter role of having to advocate Koschei's draft program, which, supported by Babel and myself, was taken as the basis of the new program's theoretical section. We have the satisfaction of seeing the Marxian critique win all along the line. Even the last trace of Lassalleanism has been removed. With the exception of a few poorly edited passages, where only the expression is dull and generalized, nothing can be said against the program anymore, at least not after a first reading. You will have seen that Lafargue is a candidate in Lille. You will get the results of tomorrow's election long before this letter. If he isn't elected, he is certain of a seat in the Nord Departement in the next general elections. The danger of war is becoming greater in spite of the Russian famine. The Russians want to exploit the new French alliance diplomatically, rapidly, and thoroughly, and though I am convinced that Russian diplomacy does not want a war, and that the famine would make a war look insane, militarist and pan-Slavic tendencies, now supported by the very strong industrial bourgeoisie with a view to market expansion, may get the upper hand, and blunders may likewise occur in Vienna, Berlin, or Paris which will cause war to break out. Babel and I have been in correspondence on this point, and we are of the opinion that if the Russians start war against us, the German socialists must fight the Russians and their allies, whoever they may be, à outrance to the death. If Germany is crushed, then we shall be too, while in the most favorable case the struggle will be such a violent one that Germany will be able to maintain itself only by revolutionary means, so that very possibly we shall be forced to come into power and play the part of 1793. Babel has made a speech on this in Berlin which has aroused a lot of comment in the French press. I shall try to make this clear to the French in their own language, which is not easy. But although I think it would be a very great misfortune if it came to war and if the latter brought us to power prematurely, still one must be armed for this eventuality, and I am glad that there I have Babel, who is by far the ablest of our people, on my side. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, January 6, 1892. Dear Zarga, I have safely passed my 71st birthday, and all in all, I am healthier and stronger than 5 or 6 years ago. If I should live on to 1900, I don't know, to be sure, whether this would be good fortune or hard luck. I think I shall live through very much indeed. You in America have a movement that moves in ups and downs, continually gives rise to disappointments, and hence can easily lead to pessimism. Here T have the European movement right. 239. In front of my eyes, making gigantic strides on the whole, at its center the German movement, calmly progressing with irresistible natural strength, and therefore I tend to the other extreme. I have written something about this in the French calendar, which I shall send you as soon as I have a second copy. Fortunately, war with Russia has been postponed for 3 or 4 years, if no acts of madness happen anywhere. As peaceful development in Germany promises us victory under the most favorable conditions, all the more surely though somewhat later, we have no reason to stake everything on one card, and we should have to stake everything on one card in such a war. There is no place yet in America for a third party, I believe. The divergence of interests even in the same class group is so great in that tremendous area that wholly different groups and interests are represented in each of the two big parties, depending on the locality, and almost each particular section of the possessing class has its representatives in each of the two parties to a very large degree, though today big industry forms the core of the Republicans on the whole, just as the big landowners of the South form that of the Democrats. The apparent haphazardness of this jumbling together is what provides the splendid soil for the corruption and the plundering of the government that flourish there so beautifully. Only when the land of public lands is completely in the hands of the speculators, and settlement on the land thus becomes more and more difficult or falls victim to gouging, only then, I think, will the time come, with peaceful development, for a third party. Land is the basis of speculation, and the American speculative mania and speculative opportunity are the chief levers that hold the native-born worker in bondage to the bourgeoisie. Only when there is a generation of native-born workers that cannot expect anything from speculation anymore, will we have a solid foothold in America. But, of course, who can count on peaceful development in America? There are economic jumps over there, like the political ones in France to be sure, they produce the same momentary retrogressions. The small farmer and the petty bourgeois will hardly ever succeed in forming a strong party, they consist of elements that change too rapidly. The farmer is often a migratory farmer, farming 2, 3, and 4 farms in succession in different states and territories. Migration and bankruptcy promote the change in personnel in each group, and economic dependence upon the creditor also hampers independence, but to make up for it they are a splendid element for politicians, who speculate on their discontent in order to sell them out to one of the big parties afterward. The tenacity of the Yankees, who are even rehashing the greenback humbug, is a result of their theoretical backwardness and their Anglo-Saxon contempt for all theory. They are punished for this by a superstitious belief in every philosophical and economic absurdity, by religious sectarianism, and idiotic economic experiments, out of which, however, certain bourgeois cliques profit. Louise asks you to send her only the Woman's Journal, Boston, and even this only until March 3 RST, unless we do not write otherwise before then. She needed it for the Vienna Arbiterin and Zeitung. She, Laura Marx's second daughter, and Tussie are the chief contributors, and she says it could never occur to her to force the drivel of the American swell mob ladies one upon working women. What you have so kindly sent her has enabled her to become well posted again and has convinced her that these ladies are still as supercilious and narrow-minded as ever. She merely wants to give this one magazine a couple of months' trial. In the interim she thanks you most sincerely for your kindness. The first time Lafargue spoke in the chamber he let himself be put out of countenance somewhat by the heckling and shouting. Too, this will iron itself out, however. The Frenchmen always improve in actual battle. The story about Gompers is as follows: he wrote me and sent me detailed papers of his organization. I was out of town a great deal at the time in summer and tremendously busy in between. Nor was I at all clear about the matter. I thought Iliacos extra peccator muros et intra they sin inside and outside the Trojan walls. Then it was said that Gompers would come to Brussels or over here, and so I thought I would settle the matter orally. Afterward, when he didn't come, I forgot about the matter. But I shall look up the documents and write him that I decline the roll 3 with thanks. I wrote Keikoski a few days ago and instructed him to inquire of Dietz regarding the reprinting of your articles in a separate book. I am still waiting for a reply. Haste makes waste is the motto in Germany, especially in Stuttgart on the banks of the Neckar. Blatchford is out of the Workman's Times, which is a great gain. What is more, the paper exhibits the defects that a private enterprise of this sort must always have as long as there is no party behind it strong enough to control it. I now have, 1. To read proofs of the reprint of the condition of the working class in England in 1844, 2. To look over Aveling's translation of Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, 3. Some other minor items, and then, 4. I return to Volume 3 of Capital where I have the hardest chapters ahead of me. But I think that, with the energetic rejection of all interludes, it will move along. What is left after that will, I think, offer merely formal difficulties. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, March 5, 1892. Dear Zarga. And now Germany. Things are going ahead so splendidly there that we couldn't wish for anything better, despite the fact that hard blows will probably fall soon. From the very start little Wilhelm II was a splendid specimen of a last of the breed, who is ruining the dynasty and the monarchy as no other. But now his madness has grown acute, and his megalomania doesn't let him sleep nor remain silent. Luckily the Regus Voluntas King's will, which has become the so-called Suprema Lex Supreme Law, turns against us today and against the liberals tomorrow, and now he has even discovered that all the evil comes from the liberals, whose progeny we are. That is what his clerics have talked into him. And now he is prosecuting the Königszeitung for lèse-majesté, and he won't stop until the tame German Philistine is driven into the opposition. What more could we ask? A month ago, when Stumm delivered his speech in the Reichstag, they might have considered introducing a new socialist bill, but now even that can't be done, for Wilhelm is angrier at the bourgeois opposition to the clerical elementary school law than at all the Social Democrats, and they would rather leave us in peace than make a concession to the others. It is precisely the bourgeois parties that offer him the MO opposition in the parliaments, not our 35 men in the Reichstag, while we haven't a single seat in the Prussian chamber. Nevertheless, there may be a few hard fights ahead of us here, too, but what could be better than having the crown place itself on an untenable footing with the bourgeois and the workers at the same time? All the ministers are second and third-rate persons. Caprivi is a good-natured lout, but he does not measure up to his job, while Miguel grows no smarter by eating more and more dirt every day. In short, if things go on in this way, a crisis may occur soon. A dement monarch cannot be tolerated for years on end in Prussia and in the Prussian-German Reich as could be done in Bavaria, and I should not be surprised to see them equip a private madhouse for little Wilhelm. And then a regency that would be just what we require. Yours, F.E. Engels to Schluter. London, March 30, 1892. Dear Schluter, the 1st of May will be a very decisive day for the Frenchmen this time because of the municipal council elections throughout France, with the exception of Paris, on that day, and they are spurred on by the ambition to match the Germans. Your great obstacle in America, it seems to me, lies in the exceptional position of the native-born workers. Up to 1848 one could speak of a permanent native-born working class only as an exception. The small beginnings of one in the cities in the East still could always hope to become farmers or bourgeois. Now such a class has developed and has also organized itself on trade union lines to a great extent. But it still occupies an aristocratic position, and wherever possible leaves the ordinary badly paid occupations to the immigrants, only a small portion of whom enter the aristocratic trade unions. But these immigrants are divided into different nationalities, which understand neither one another nor, for the most part, the language of the country. And your bourgeoisie knows much better even than the Austrian government how to play off one nationality against the other, Jews, Italians, Bohemians, etc., against Germans and Irish, and each one against the other, so that differences in workers' standards of living exist, I believe, in New York to an extent unheard of elsewhere. And added to this is the complete indifference of a society that has grown up on a purely capitalist basis, without any easygoing feudal background, toward the human lives that perish in the competitive struggle. In such a country, continually renewed waves of advance, followed by equally certain setbacks, are inevitable. Only the answers always. 243. Become more powerful, the setbacks less paralyzing, and on the whole the chaos does moefo art. But this I consider certain, the purely bourgeois found at 10n, with no pre-bourgeois swindle back of it, the corresponding colossal energy of development, which is displayed even the mad exaggeration of the present protective tariff system, will one day bring about a change that will astound the whole world. Once the Americans get started, it will be with an energy and impetuousness compared with which we in Europe shall be mere children. With best regards. Yours. F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. London, December 3, 1892. Here in old Europe things are somewhat livelier than in your youthful country, which still doesn't quite want to get out of its hobbledehoy stage. It is remarkable, but quite natural, how thinly rooted are bourgeois prejudices even in the working class in such a young country, which has never known feudalism and has grown up on a bourgeois basis from the beginning. Out of his very opposition to the mother country, which is still clothed in its feudal disguise, the American worker also imagines that the traditionally inherited bourgeois regime is something progressive and superior by nature and for all time, a non plus ultra not to be surpassed. Just as in New England, Puritanism, the reion for the whole colon's existence, HTI become for this very reason a traditional heirloom and almost inseparable from local patriotism. The Americans may strain and struggle as much as they like, but they cannot discount their future colossally great as it is all at once like a bill of exchange. They must wait for the date on which it falls due, and just because their future is so great, their present must occupy itself mainly with preparatory work for the future, and this work, as in every young country, is of a predominantly material nature and involves a certain backwardness of thought, a clinging to the traditions connected with the foundation of the new nationality. The Anglo-Saxon race, these damned Schleswig-Holsteiners, as Marx always called them, is slow-wit anyhow, and its history, both in Europe and America, economic success and predominantly peaceful political development, has encouraged this still more. Only great events can be of assistance here, and if, added to the more or less completed transfer of the public lands to private ownership, there now comes the expansion of industry under a less insane tariff policy and the conquest of foreign markets, it may go well with you, too. The class struggles here in England, too, were more turbulent during the period of development of large-scale industry and died down just in the period of England's undisputed industrial domination of the world. In Germany, too, the development of large-scale industry since 1850 coincides with the rise of the socialist movement, and it will be no different, probably, in America. It is the revolutionizing of all established conditions by industry as it develops that also revolutionizes people's minds. Moreover, the Americans have for a long time been providing the European world with the proof that the bourgeois republic is the republic of capitalist businessmen, in which politics are a business deal like any other, and the French, whose ruling bourgeois politicians have long known this and practiced it in secret, are now at last, through the Panama scandal, also learning this truth on a national scale. But to keep the constitutional monarchies from putting on virtuous airs, every one of them has its little Panama, England, the building societies scandals, one of which, the Liberator, has thoroughly liberated a mass of small depositors from some £8 million, Germany, the Barre scandals and Lowe's guns, which prove that the Prussian officer steals as he always did, but very, very little the one thing in which he is modest, Italy, the Banca Romana, which is already nearly a Panama, having bought up about 150 deputies and senators. I am informed that documents about this are to be published in Switzerland shortly. Schleider should watch for everything that appears in the papers about the Banca Romana. And in Holy Russia the old Russian Prince Meshchersky is outraged by the indifference with which the Panama disclosures are received in Russia and can explain it to himself only by the fact that Russian virtue has been corrupted by French examples, and we ourselves have more than one Panama at home. But, all the same, the Panama affair is the beginning of the end of the bourgeois republic and may soon put us in a very responsible position. The whole of the opportunist gang and the majority of the radicals are disgracefully compromised. The government is trying to hush it up, but that is no longer possible. The documentary evidence is in the hands of people who want to overthrow the present rulers. 1. The Orleanists. 2. The fallen minister Constans, whose career has been ended by revelations about his scandalous past. 3. Rochefort and the Boulangists. 4. Cornelius Herz, who 245. Himself deeply involved in all sorts of fraud, has evidently fled to London only to buy himself out by putting the others into a hole. All these have more than enough evidence against the gang of thieves, but are holding back, first, in order not to use up all their ammunition at once, and, second, in order to give both the government and the courts time to compromise themselves beyond hope of rescue. This can only suit us. Enough stuff is coming to light by degrees to keep up the excitement and to compromise the dirigents' leaders more and more, while it also gives time for the scandal and the revelations to make their effect felt in the most remote corner of the country before the inevitable dissolution of the chamber and new elections, which however ought not to come too soon. It is clear that this affair brings the moment considerably nearer when our people will become the only possible leaders of the state in France. Only things should not move too quickly. Our people in France are not ripe for power by a long shot. But as things stand at present, it is absolutely impossible to say what intermediate stages will fill out this interval. The old Republican parties are compromised to the last man, and the Royalists and Clericals sold Panama lottery tickets on a large scale and identified themselves with them. If the Asboulanger had not shot himself, he would now be master of the situation. I'm curious to know whether the old unconscious logic of French history will again hold good this time. There will be plenty of surprises. If only some general or other does not swing himself to the top during the intervals of clarification and start war, that is the one danger. In Germany, the steady, irresistible progress of the party goes quietly on. Minor successes everywhere, which prove the advance. If the essential part of the military bill is passed, new masses of the discontented will stream to us. If it is rejected, the Reichstag dissolved, and new elections held, we shall get at least 50 seats in the Reichstag, which in cases of conflict may often give us the decisive vote. At any rate, the struggle will be fought out only in Germany, even if, as is possible, it first breaks out in France. But it is good that Volume 3 will now at last be finished. When? I cannot say, to be sure. The times are growing stormy and the waves are beginning to rise high. Happy New Year to you and your wife, from Frau Koski, to yours, F. Engels. 246 Marx and Engels to Zarga, Sunday, January 18, 1893. Dear Orge. Here there has been a conference in Bradford of the Independent Labour Party, which you know from the Workman's Times. SDF on the one hand and the Fabians on the other have not been able, with their sectarian attitude, to absorb the rush towards socialism in the provinces, so the foundation of a third party was quite good. But the rush has now become so great, especially in the industrial districts of the north, that this new party makes its appearance at this very first Congress already stronger than the SDF or the Fabians, if not stronger than both of them together. And as the mass of the membership is definitely very good, as the center of gravity lies in the provinces and not in London, the home of cliques, and as the program is ours in the main points, Aveling was right in joining and in accepting a seat on the executive. If the petty private ambitions and intrigues of the London would-be great men are now held in check somewhat, and the tactics do not turn out too wrong-headed, the Independent Labour Party may succeed in detaching the masses from the Social Democratic Federation, and in the provinces from the Fabians, too, and thus force unity. Hindman has pushed the SDF completely into the background. It has done so badly under his policy of intrigue that H has fallen into complete disrepute with his own people, under the pressure of the provincial delegates. An attempt to restore his popularity in the Unemployed Committee, to which others also belong, by RR revolutionary boasting, though his personal cowardice is common knowledge among his best friends, merely resulted in Tussey and Aveling obtaining greater influence in that committee. By now, SDF relies solely on its seniority as the oldest socialist organization here, but otherwise it has become much more tolerant of others. It has ceased its abuse, and in general it feels much more like what it is, viz., much smaller than it pretended to be. The Fabians too here in London are a band of careerists who have understanding enough to realize the inevitability of the social revolution, but who could not possibly entrust this tremendous iob to the crude proletariat alone, and are therefore kind enough to set themselves at the head. Fear of the revolution is their fundamental principle. They are the educated par excellence. Their socialism is municipal socialism. The community, not the nation, should be become the owner of the means of production, at least temporarily. This socialism of theirs is then represented as an extreme but inevitable consequence of bourgeois liberalism, and from this follow their tactics, not to fight the liberals decisively as opponents, but to push them on to socialist conclusions, therefore to intrigue with them, to permeate liberalism with socialism, not to put up socialist candidates against liberals, but to palm them off and force them upon the liberals, or to deceive the latter into taking them. They naturally do not realize that in doing this they are either betrayed and deceived themselves or else are betraying socialism. With great industry they have produced, among all sorts of rubbish, some good propaganda writing as well, in fact the best that the English have turned out in this respect. But as soon as they come to their specific tactic, hushing up the class struggle, it gets rotten. Hence, too, their fanatical hatred of Marx and of all of us because of the class struggle. These people have, of course, a considerable bourgeois following and hence money, and have many able workers in the provinces who would have nothing to do with the SDF. But 5/6 of the provincial members agree more or less with our point of view and will certainly fall away at the critical moment. In Bradford, where they were represented, several times they declared themselves decisively against the London executive of the Fabians. You see, it is a critical point for the movement here, and something may come of the new organization. For a moment it was close to falling into the clutches of Champion, who consciously or unconsciously is working for the Tories just as the Fabians are for the Liberals, and of his ally Maltman Berry, whom you got to know at The Hague. Berry is now an acknowledged and permanent paid Tory agent and manager of the socialistic wing of the Conservatives. See the Workman's Times for November and December. But in the end Champion preferred to start publishing his Labour Elector again and has thus placed himself in opposition to the Workman's Times and the new party. Keir Hardie executed a clever stroke by putting himself at the head of this new party, and John Burns, whose complete inactivity outside his constituency has already done him a lot of harm, commit a fresh piece of stupidity by keeping aloof here, too. I am afraid he is stuck fast in an untenable position. That here, too, people like Keir Hardie, Shaw, Maxwell, and others are pursuing all sorts of secondary aims of personal ambition is a matter of course. But the danger arising from this diminishes in the degree that the party itself becomes stronger and more of a mass party, and it is already diminished by the necessity for exposing the competing sects. Socialism has penetrated the masses in the industrial districts enormously in the past few years, and I am counting on these masses to keep the leaders in order. Of course, there will be blunders enough, and cliques of all kinds too, if they only succeed in keeping them within tolerable limits. At worst, the foundation of the new organization has the advantage that unity is more easily achieved with 3 competing sects than with 2 that are diametrically opposed to each other. As for what you write on December 23 regarding the Poles, ever since Kronstadt the Prussians have been expecting a war with Russia, and hence they have been friendly towards the Poles, and they have given us proof of that. The Poles in question will have tried to make use of this in order to provoke war, which is to liberate them with Germany's aid. But in Berlin they don't want this at all, and if the coup should come off, Caprivi will decidedly leave them in the lurch. At the present time we have no use for a war, we have more certain means of making headway, which would only be disturbed by war. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, March 18, 1893. Dear Zarga. The Brussels conference regarding the Zurich Congress 1 takes place next Sunday, a week from tomorrow, so Behel will drop in for a few days on his way back, and the Lafargues will come at about the same time. I am glad to have that youngster here again in order to talk over French affairs thoroughly with him. Still, enough time is left me to finish Volume 3, as the chief difficulties are now behind me. The matter of the socialist has been settled. The silver business in America does not seem to be able to settle down otherwise than through a crash. Nor does Cleveland seem to have the power and courage to break the necks of this bribery ring. And it would be really good if things came to a head. A young nation, so conceited about its practice and so frightfully dense theoretically as the Americans are, gets thoroughly rid of so deep-rooted fixed idea only through its own sufferings. The plausible idea of imagining that there isn't enough money in the world because one hasn't any when one needs it, this childish idea common to the paper currency swindle a la Kellogg and to the silver swindle is most surely cured by experiment and bankruptcy, which may also take a course that is very favorable for us. If only some sort of tariff reform is effected this fall, you may be quite satisfied. The rest will follow. The main thing is that American industry is enabled to compete in the world market. Here things are going very well. The masses are unmistakably in motion. You are getting the details from Eveling's somewhat long-winded reports in the Volkszeitung. The best evidence is that the old sects are losing ground and must fall into line. The Social Democratic Federation has actually deposed Mr. Hindman. He is allowed to grumble and complain a bit about international politics here and there in justice, but he is finished. His own people have found him out. The man provoked me personally and politically wherever he could for 10 years. I never did him the honor of answering him, in the conviction that he was man enough to ruin himself, and in the end I have been justified. After all the 10 years' persecution, they have recently asked Tussie to write reports on the international movement for justice, which she refused to do, of course, as long as the infamous slanders that justice has heaped on Aveling and her for years are not publicly withdrawn. The same thing is happening to the Fabians. Their own branches in the provinces are outgrowing these people as well as the SDF. Lancashire and Yorkshire are again taking the lead in this movement, too, as in the Chartist movement. People like Sidney Webb, Bernard Shaw and the like, who wanted to permeate the Liberals with socialism, must now allow themselves to be permeated by the spirit of the workingmen members of their own society. They are resisting with might and main, but it's no use, either they remain alone, officers without soldiers, or they must go along. The former is more likely and also more desirable. The Independent Labour Party, as the most recent arrival, has brought with it fewer fixed prejudices. It has good elements, the workers of the North in particular, and so far is the most genuine expression of the present movement. To be sure, there are all sorts of funny people among the leaders, and most of the best of them, even, have the annoying clique habits of the parliamentary regime, just as with you in America, but the masses are behind them and will either teach them manners or throw them overboard. There are still blunders enough, but the main danger has been weathered. And I now expect rapid progress, which will also react upon America. In Germany the situation is coming to a crisis. A compromise is hardly possible after the recent reports of the Reichstag Military Commission sessions. The government is making it impossible for the gentlemen of the center and the liberals to change sides, and without 40 to 50 of them no majority is feasible. Hence dissolution and new elections. I expect 2,500,000 votes for us, if things go well, as we have grown at an amazing rate. Behel expects 50 to 60 seats, for we have the election district gerrymander against us and all the others are combining against us, so that we cannot convert even big minorities into majorities on the run-off BAL lots. I should prefer the thing to proceed peacefully until 1895, when we should create an altogether different effect, but whatever happens, everything must help us along, from the judge to little Wilhelm. F. Wiesen, a young man of Baird, Texas, has asked me for a statement against the putting up of candidates for president, for we want to abolish the presidency and that is a denial of revolutionary principle. I have sent him the enclosed reply. If it should be published in curtailed form, please have it printed in the Volkszeitung. Enclosure. Mr. F. Wiesen. Baird, Texas, USA. Dear Comrade. Your F. Engels. London, March 14, 1893. Accumulated work prevented me from answering your lines of January 29 any earlier. I do not see what violation of the social democratic principle is necessarily involved in putting up candidates for any elective political office or in voting for these candidates, even if we are aiming at the abolition of this office itself. One may be of the opinion that the best way to abolish the presidency and the Senate in America is to elect men to these offices who are pledged to effect their abolition, and then one will consistently act accordingly. Others may think that this method is inappropriate. That's a matter of opinion. There may be circumstances under which the former mode of action would also involve a violation of revolutionary principle. I fail to see why that should always and everywhere be the case. For the immediate goal of the labor movement is the conquest of political power for and by the working class. If we agree on that, the difference of opinion regarding the ways and means of struggle to be employed therein can scarcely lead to differences of principle among sincere people who have their wits about them. In my opinion, those tactics are the best in each country that leads to the goal most certainly and in the shortest time. But we are yet very far from this goal precisely in America, and I believe I am not making a mistake in explaining the importance still attributed to such academic questions over there by this very circumstance. I leave it to your discretion to publish these remarks, unabridged. Yours very sincere. Y. F. Engels. Engels to Lloyd 1 London, March 1893. Dear Sir, I have duly received your two favors of February 3 and March 9 with enclosures. I very much regret that I shall not be able either to assist personally at your congresses or to supply the papers you ask me for. I should send them to you with the greatest pleasure, were it not that all my time is at present taken up with the manuscript of the third book of my late friend Karl Marx's great work on Capital, which I am preparing for publication. This third book ought to have been out years ago, but never until now could I secure that continued freedom from interruption which alone will enable me to finish my task. I have been compelled to decline all outside work, though ever so tempting, unless absolutely necessary. By the time your Congress meets, the Ms. ought to go to press, but this could not be, were I to accede to your request. For the work you ask me to do ought not to be journalistic commonplace, it ought to be the very best I can furnish. It would require mature study and thought, and that means a considerable amount of time, which for the reasons given I am not in a position to sacrifice. I have, however, forwarded you per book post a copy of the English edition of the Communist Manifesto of 1848, by K. Marx and myself, and another of my Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, published a few months ago, as a small tribute which I hope may prove of interest to some members of your Labor Congress. F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, May 17, 1893. Dear Zarga, the Lincoln affair occurred while I was still in Manchester, at the end of 1864, but I remember it only vaguely, nor have I ever come upon Lincoln's reply among my papers or those of Marx. It is possible that it will come to light somewhere when I find time to classify and work over the enormous mass, but it is unthinkable without 3 or 4 weeks of work. All I can find is the following in Eekhoff's pamphlet on the International, Berlin 1868, p. 53, based on Marx's notes and material. The re-election of Lincoln, assured by the election of November 8, 1864, furnished the General Council with an opportunity to send an address of congratulations. At the same time it called mass meetings in support of the Union's cause. That is why Lincoln expressly acknowledged the services of the International Workingmen's Association to the good cause. In general I can only say that my materials on the IWA before 1870 are very incomplete, part of the minutes of the General Council, Marx's and Lessner's collections of newspaper clippings, as well as part of Becker's, and finally Marx's letters to me. I haven't even a complete file of the official documents of the General Council, proclamations, and the like, not to mention the correspondence of the secretaries, which nearly all of them kept for themselves. There are no official minutes of the Congresses in existence. Nonetheless it is much better than anything anybody else has, and it will be worked up as soon as I can. But when the atmosphere in Germany has changed greatly, the bourgeois press may still shriek in the old tone, but the respect that our people have gained for themselves in the Reichstag has won them an altogether different position. In addition, one can't close one's eyes to the steadily growing might of the party. If we again display considerable growth in the next elections, respect will increase on the one hand, as will fear on the other. And the later will then drive Messrs. Philistines unanimously into the arms of the government. The May 1st demonstration here was very nice, but it is already becoming somewhat of an everyday or rather an annual matter. The first fresh bloom is gone. The narrow-mindedness of the Trades Council and of the Socialist sects, Fabians and the SDF, again compelled us to hold 2 demonstrations, But everything went off as we desired, and we, the 8-hour committee, had many more people than the united opposition. In particular, our international platform had a very good audience. I figure that there was a total of 240,000 in the park, of which we had 140,000 and the opposition at most 100,000. If we get a large increase in votes in Germany, it will have a good effect on the autumn elections in France as well. If our people there put a dozen men in the chamber, they are counting on 4 seats in the Departement du Nord alone, they'll have a nucleus that is strong enough to force the Blanquists and Allemanists to join them. F. Engels. Engels to our which one? London, May 27, 1893. Dr. Isaac A. Our which? Dear Sir. Many thanks for your interesting study on the economics of the Russian village, which I read, I hope, not without profit. As to the burning questions of the Russian revolutionary movement, the part which the peasantry may be expected to take in it, these are subjects on which I could not conscientiously state an opinion for publication without previously studying over again the whole subject and completing my very imperfect knowledge of the facts of the case by bringing it up to date. But for that, I am sorry to say, I have not at present the time. And then, I have every reason to doubt whether such a public statement by me would have the effect you expect of it. I know from my own experience, 1849 to 1852, how unavoidably a political emigration splits itself up into a number of divergent factions so long as the mother country remains quiet. The burning desire to act, face to face with the impossibility of doing anything effective, causes in many intelligent and energetic heads an overactive mental speculation, an attempt at discovering or inventing new and almost miraculous means of action. The word of an outsider would have but a trifling, and at best a passing, effect. If you have followed the Russian emigration literature of the last decade, you will yourself know how, for instance, passages from Marx's writings and correspondence have been interpreted in the most contradictory ways, exactly as if they had been texts from the classics or from the New Testament, by various sections of Russian emigrants. Whatever I might say on the subject you mention would probably share the same fate, if any attention was paid to it. And so for all these various reasons, I think it best for all whom it may concern, including myself, to abstain. Yours very truly, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, October 7, 1893. Dear Zarga. We got back here on Friday, September 29, and soon after received your letter of the 22nd. I was away for 2 months. I went to Cologne with Louise Koskai, where we met Behel and his wife, then we all traveled together via Mainz and Strasbourg to Urich, whence I sneaked away for a week to Grisons, where I met a brother of mine. But I had to promise that I would be back for the close of the Congress, and there malgré moi in spite of me they put on the closing scene, with me, that you have read about. But that set the note for the whole trip, and my intention of traveling purely as a private individual was totally foiled. I stayed in Switzerland 2 weeks more and then left with Behel for Vienna via Munich and Salzburg. There the parade began all over again. First I had to attend a banquet, but there was room for only about 600, and the others also wanted to see me, so there was a mass meeting the evening before I left, where I also had to say a few words. From the E via Prague to Berlin, and there, after an energetic protest against a planned mass meeting, I got off with a banquet, at which there were 3,000 to 4,000 people. All that was very nice of the people, but it's not for me. I am glad it's all over, and next time I shall demand a written agreement that I do not have to parade before the public, but am traveling as a private individual on private affairs. I was and am astonished at the grandeur of the reception I was given everywhere, but I prefer to leave that to the parliamentarians and popular speakers. That is part of their job, but hardly of mine. But, otherwise, I found Germany completely revolutionized after 17 years' absence, industry enormously developed, agriculture, big and small, very much improved, and as a result our movement progressing excellently. Our people themselves have had to win the bit of freedom they have, especially win it from the police and the land rate district administrators after the respective laws had already been proclaimed on paper. And so you find a confident, firm demeanor, such as has never been found among the German bourgeois. Of course, there is much to be criticized in minor details. The party press, for instance, is not up to the level of the party, especially in Berlin, but the masses are excellent and usually better than the leaders, or at least than many who have assumed the role of leaders. One can do everything with these people. They feel really happy only in the struggle, they live only for the struggle and are bored when their opponents don't give them any work to do. It is positively a fact that most of them would greet a new socialist law with scornful laughter, if not with actual rejoicing, for then they would have something new to do every day. But alongside our Germans in the Reich, the Austrians should not be forgotten either. They are not so far advanced on the whole as the Germans, but they are livelier, more French, more easily stirred to great deeds, but also to blunders. I prefer the average Austrian, as an individual, to the average German, the average Viennese worker to the Berliner, and as for the women, I prefer the Viennese working women by far. They possess such an air of originality, compared with which the reflected precociousness of the Berliners is insufferable. If Messrs. Frenchmen don't look out and return to their old tradition of revolutionary initiative soon, it may come to pass that the Austrians will take the wind out of their sails and strike the first blow at the next opportunity. Moreover, Berlin and Vienna have become the most beautiful cities in the world, alongside Paris. London and New York are dirty holes in comparison, London in particular, which seems quite strange to us ever since our return. Messieurs les Fran Rice Messrs. Frenchmen will have to prove their mettle in November. 12 Marxists and 4 Blanquists, 5 Allemanists and 2 Brucists, besides a few independents and some 24 socialists radicaux radical socialists de la Mille Larand, are a sizable lump of yeast in the chamber, and they ought to produce a pretty fermentation if they stick together. I wonder whether they will? Most of the 12 Marxists are wholly unknown persons. Lafargue is missing, while Gueste, who is a much better speaker but also a much more credulous optimist, has a seat. I am very curious. Our Marxists had already concluded a sort of alliance with Millerand and Co. before the elections, which the Blanquists, and Valiant in particular, now seem to have joined through their collaboration with Millerand's Petite Republique Française. The Blanquists are also now coming out very decidedly against the Russian alliance. But I have no direct news of the present status of the various parties, probably because they are not yet clear about it themselves. I hope that you and your wife are in good health. Cordial regards to both of you from your F. Engels. I saw to Leon and Saniel in Zurich. They did not impress me. Engels to Zarga. Dear Zarga. London, November 1, 189. Read the article by Autolycus, Burgess, on the manifesto of the Fabians on the front page of today's Workman's Times. After having said for years that the emancipation of the working class can only be accomplished through the great Liberal Party, and after having denounced all independent election activity, even against Liberal candidates, as concealed Toryism, and proclaimed the permeation of the Liberal Party by socialist principles as the sole task of the socialists, these gentlemen now declare that the Liberals are traitors, that they will have nothing to do with them, and that the workers should put up candidates of their own at the next election without regard for Liberals or Tories, with the aid of £30,000 to be raised by the trade unions, if the latter do the 257 Fabians this favor, which certainly won't be the CA5E. This is a complete pater peccavi, father. I have sinned of these arrogant bourgeois, who are graciously willing to condescend to emancipate the proletariat from above if it will only be sensible enough to realize that so raw and uneducated a mass cannot free itself and can achieve nothing except through the grace of these smart lawyers, literati, and sentimental females. And now the first effort of these gentlemen, announced with drums and trumpets as world-shaking, has failed so brilliantly that they must admit it themselves. That is the humorous aspect of the story. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, December 2, 1893. Dear Zarga, the repeal of the silver purchase law has saved America from a severe money crisis and will promote industrial prosperity. But I don't know whether it wouldn't have been better for this crash to have actually occurred. The phrase cheap money seems to be bred deep in the bone of your Western farmers. First, they imagine that if there are lots of means of circulation in the country, the interest rate must drop, whereby they confuse means of circulation and available money capital, concerning which very enlightening things will be brought out in volume ill. Second, it suits all debtors to contract debts in good currency and to pay them off later in depreciated currency. That is why the debt-ridden Prussian Junkers also clamor for a double currency, which would provide them with a veiled Solonic riddance of their debts. Now if they had been able to wait with the silver reform in the United States until the consequences of the nonsense had also reacted upon the farmers, that would have opened many of their dense heads. The tariff reform, slow as it is in getting started, does seem to have caused a sort of panic among the manufacturers in New England already. I hear, privately and from the papers, of the layoff of numerous workers. But that will calm down as soon as the law is passed and the uncertainty is over. I am convinced that America can boldly enter into competition with England in all the great branches of industry. The German socialists in America are an annoying business. The people you get over there from Germany are usually not the best. They stay here, and in any event they are not at all a fair sample of the German party. And as is the case everywhere, each new arrival feels himself called upon to turn everything he finds upside down, turning it into something new, so that a new epoch may date from himself. Moreover, most of these greenhorns remain stuck in New York for a long time or for life, continually reinforced by new additions and relieved of the necessity of learning the language of the country or of getting to know American conditions properly. All of that certainly causes much harm, but, on the other hand, it is not to be denied that American conditions involve very great and peculiar difficulties for a steady development of a workers' party. First, the Constitution, based as in England upon party government, which causes every vote for any candidate not put up by one of the two governing parties to appear to be lost. And the American, like the Englishman, wants to influence his state, he does not throw his vote away. Then, and more especially, immigration, which divides the workers into two groups, the native-born and the foreigners, and the latter in turn into, 1. The Irish, 2. The Germans, 3. The many small groups, each of which understands only itself, Czechs, Poles, Italians, Scandinavians, etc. And then the Negroes. To form a single party out of these requires quite unusually powerful incentives. Often there is a sudden violent élan, but the bourgeois need only wait passively, and the dissimilar elements of the working class fall apart again. Third, through the protective tariff system and the steadily growing domestic market, the workers must have been exposed to a prosperity no trace of which has been seen here in Europe for years now, except in Russia, where, however, the bourgeois profit by it and not the workers. A country like America, when it is really ripe for a socialist workers' party, certainly cannot be hindered from having one by the couple of German socialist doctrinaires. Part I of Volume 3, 246 pages of MS, dating from about 1850, is ready for the printer. This is between us. It will now go ahead rapidly, I hope. Your F. Engels. 259. Engels to Schluter. Dear Schluter, London, December 2, 1893. Now you are at last on the road to getting rid of bimetallism and of the McKinley tariff. That will do much to promote developments over there, though a good silver crash would have been very good to enlighten the marvelously stupid American farmer and his cheap money. Yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. Eastbourne, February 23, 1894. Dear Zarga, I am here again for a few weeks because of a temporary lameness. I shall be back in London in 6 days or so. You will have received the announcement of Louisa's marriage. Her husband, Dr. Freiberger, is a young Viennese physician who gave up his career at the University of Vienna because he wasn't allowed to tell the workers the social causes of their diseases, and who has now established himself here. He has already shown the British that they learn more medicine on the continent than they do here. For the present all of us are staying in Regent's Park Road. Our singular socialist group in the French Chamber is still somewhat mysterious. Neither its numbers nor its tendency is very clear as yet. Guest Day is introducing a whole stack of bills, none of which will be passed, of course. Jaurès initial sensational victories will hardly be repeated, as the anarchists' bomb-throwing has quickly succeeded in providing a stable majority for the cabinet and the cause of law and order. Complete disorganization prevails here among the official politicians, both among the liberals and the conservatives. The liberals can maintain their position only through new political and social concessions to the workers, but they lack the courage to do so. Hence they are trying an election cry against the House of Lords, proposing a second ballot and payment of election expenses by the government instead of payment of members. That is, they merely want to give the bourgeoisie more power against the lords instead of offering the workers more power against the bourgeoisie and the lords, and the workers aren't being taken in by this anymore. In any event we 260 Marx and Engels shall have general elections here next summer, and if the liberals don't pluck up a great deal of courage and make real concessions to the workers, they will be defeated and will fall apart. They are being kept together now by Gladstone alone, who may give up the ghost any day. Then there will be a bourgeois democratic party with pro-labor tendencies, and the rest of the liberals will go over to Chamberlain. And all of this is taking place under the pressure of the working class, still disunited and half unconscious. If the latter gradually becomes conscious, things will take an altogether different tone. Something violent may happen any day in Italy. The bourgeois have maintained all the horrors of decaying feudalism, grafting on it their own infamies and oppression. The country is at the end of its resources, a change must take place, but the Socialist Party is still very weak and very confused, although there are some rather able Marxists in it. Something is also to be expected in Austria. Down there we have the comical side of the socialists having the support of the emperor, who, by approving the Toff election reform plan, has come out for an approximation to universal suffrage, and actually believes that this is a necessary complement to universal military service. The coalition cabinet won't accomplish anything, or if it does succeed in having an election law passed, that will be taken solely as a payment on account, and the movement will continue calmly, with the tacit approval of the emperor, until at least Toff's reform is effected. And then our people will take care of the rest. In short, things are moving merrily everywhere, and the fin de siècle end of the century is being prepared for more and more prettily. The workman's time seems to be in its death throes. Nor is the Independent Labour Party much more alive. It is remarkable how slowly and in what zigzag fashion everything moves here. Many regards to you and your wife from the two Freiburgers and your F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, March 21. 1894. Dear Zarga. Over here things are moving full speed ahead toward dissolution of Parliament. There will be more worker candidates put up in the elections than ever before, but far from enough, and I am not sure but that a whole lot of them will be put up with Tory money. Both the Liberals and the Tories hold fast to the indirect eligibility qualification that is implied in burdening the candidates with all the costs of election, from IOO as a minimum to £400 to £600 and even more for the official costs alone, polling places, and the like. So when the workers fall into the clutches of Champion, who offers them IOO per constituency, he got the money from the soap manufacturer Hudson, the Liberals have no cause to complain. In general, they are approaching the elections with a remarkably obstinate misunderstanding of the situation. They act as if they want to abolish the House of Lords, but they refuse to change the House of Commons in such a way, by strengthening the power of the workers, as to enable it to do something by itself. On the other hand, the Tories are more stupid than ever before, and that's saying a good deal. For 2 years they have been actually playing hob with the Liberal government in both houses. The Liberals have stood for it quietly, and the Philistine, who has grown conservative en masse, has liked it because it was done under the pretext of overthrowing the treasonable anti-empire Home Rule Bill and Home Rule government. But now they are continuing the game with serious English measures, and that might become a bit too outrageous for the Pacific Philistine. So the matter is very uncertain, and the elections will at any rate yield surprising results, strengthening of the workers in any event, with the Liberals under the necessity of making further concessions to the workers. Electoral reform is likewise the order of the day in Austria, Belgium, and Holland. Soon there won't be a parliament in Europe without workers' representatives. The cause is going very well in Austria. Adler is leading the movement with quite excellent skill, and Sunday's party convention will help along. After the tariff business is put in order somewhat over there and the import duty on raw materials is abolished, the crisis will probably subside and the superiority of American over European industry will have a telling effect. Only then will Th1NGS grow serious here in England, but then they'll do so aridly. Yours, F. Engels. Marx and Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, May 12. 1894. Dear Zarga. For the past 15 years, off and on, I have had trouble with my eyes. I have followed medical advice and have reached the point where they don't bother me at all so long as I don't write too much by artificial light. I had a cold during the past few days which convinces me that I am an old man at last. What I used to be able to treat as a trifle laid me rather low for a week and kept me for fully 2 weeks more under medical police supervision. Even now I am supposed to be careful for another 2 weeks. It was a mild bronchitis, and among the elderly that can never be taken lightly, particularly when they have tippled as freely and merrily as I have. Taking care is hard enough for me, but after all Freiberger is right when he orders me to do so, and then, as far as carrying it out is concerned, Louise sees to that, watching over me with double and triple Argus eyes. I think I wrote you already that we have left our domestic establishment as much unchanged as possible by taking the young husband in as a boarder. That is very nice and cheerful, but alas, only as long as one is well. I have never been so badgered medically in all my life, and, I must end up by consoling myself with the thought that it's all being done for my own good. Things here are as always. No possibility of obtaining any unity among the labor leaders. But nonetheless the masses are moving forward, slowly, to be sure, and just wrestling for consciousness, but yet unmistakably. Things will develop here as they are doing in France and as they did in Germany. Unity will be forced as soon as a number of independent workers, especially those not elected with liberal aid, are in Parliament. The Liberals are doing their best to prevent this. 1. They don't even extend the franchise to those who already possess it on paper. 2. On the contrary, they are making the voters' lists more expensive for the candidates than before, since they are to be drawn up twice a year and the costs of drawing them up correctly are borne by the candidates or the representatives of the political parties, and not by the state, and they expressly refuse. 3. The transfer of election costs to the state or the municipality, as well as 4. Members' salaries. And 5. Run-off elections. All these retentions of old abuses are a forthright prohibition of eligibility for worker candidates in 3/4 of the constituencies. Parliament is to remain a rich men's club. And this at a time when the rich are all turning conservative because they are satisfied with the status quo, and the Liberal Party is dying out and growing more and more dependent upon workers' votes. But the Liberals insist that the workers should elect only bourgeois, no workers and certainly no independent workers. This will ruin the Liberals. Their lack of courage is losing workers' votes for them throughout the country, is dissolving their small majority in Parliament, and if they don't take very bold steps at the 11th hour, they are most likely lost. Then the Tories take over and carry out what the Liberals were really supposed to do, and not merely to promise. And then an independent workers' party is fairly certain. The Social Democratic Federation here shares with your German-American socialists the distinction of being the only parties that have managed to reduce the Marxian theory of development to a rigid orthodoxy, which the workers are not to reach themselves by their own class feeling, but which they have to gulp down as an article of faith at once and without development. That is why both of them remain mere sex and come, as Hegel says, from nothing through nothing to nothing. I haven't had time as yet to reach Lee.Ither's polemic with your Germans, but shall look through it tomorrow. From former articles in the Volkszeitung the right tone seems to have been struck. Cordial regards, yours, F.E. Engels to Zarga. London, November 10, 1894. Dear Zarga. The movement over here still resembles the American movement, save that it is somewhat ahead of you. The mass instinct that the workers must form a party of their WN against the two official parties is getting stronger and stronger. It again showed itself more than ever in the municipal elections on November 1st. But the various old traditional memories, and the lack of people able to turn this instinct into conscious action and to organize it all over the country, encourage the persistence, in this early stage, of hazenness of thought and local isolation of action. Anglo-Saxon sectarianism prevails in the labor movement, too. The Social Democratic Federation, just like your German Socialist Labor Party, has managed to transform our theory into the rigid dogma of an orthodox sect. It is narrow-mindedly exclusive and, thanks to Hindman, 1t. has a thoroughly rotten tradition in international politics, which is shaken from time, to be sure, but which hasn't been broken with as yet. The Independent Labour Party is extremely indefinite in its tactics, and its leader Keir Hardie is a super-cunning Scot, whose demagogic tricks can't be trusted for a minute. Although he's a poor devil of a Scottish coal miner, he has founded a big weekly, the Labour Leader, which couldn't have been established without considerable money, and he is getting this money from Tory or Liberal Unionist, that is, anti-Gladstone and anti-Home Rule, sources. There can be no doubt about it, and his notorious literary connections in London as well as direct reports and his political attitude confirm it. Consequently, owing to the desertion of the Irish and radical voters, he may very easily lose his seat in Parliament at the 1895 general elections, and that would be a stroke of luck. The man is the greatest obstacle at present. He appears in Parliament only on demagogic occasions, in order to cut a figure with phrases about the unemployed without accomplishing anything, or to address imbecilities to the Queen on the occasion of the birth of a prince, which is infinitely hackneyed and cheap in this country, and so forth. Otherwise there are very good elements both in the SDF and in the ILP, especially in the provinces, but they are scattered, although they have at least managed to foil all the efforts of the leaders to incite the two organizations against each other. Joel M. Burns stands pretty much alone politically. He is being viciously attacked both by Hindman and by Keir Hardie, and acts as if he despairs of the political organization of the workers and sets his hopes solely on the trade unions. To be sure, he has had bad experiences with the former and might starve if the engineers' union didn't pay him his parliamentary salary. He is vain and has allowed himself to be rather thoroughly ensnared by the liberals, that is, by the social wing of the radicals. He attaches altogether too much importance to the many single concessions that he has forced through, but with all that he is the only really honest fellow in the whole movement, that is, among the leaders, and he has a thoroughly proletarian instinct which will, I believe, guide him more correctly at the decisive moment than cunning and not disinterested calculation will the others. On the continent success is developing the appetite for more success, and catching the peasant, in the literal sense of the word, is becoming the fashion. First the French, in Nantes, declare through Lafargue not only, what I had written to them, that it is not our business to hasten by our direct interference the ruin of the small peasants, which capitalism is effecting for us, but they add that we must protect the small peasant directly against taxation, usury, and big landowners. But we cannot join in this, first because it is stupid, and second because it is impossible. And now Vollmer comes along in Frankfurt, wanting to bribe the peasantry as a whole, though the peasant he has to deal with in Upper Bavaria is not the debt-ridden small peasant of the Rhineland, but the middle and even the big peasant, who exploits male and female farm hands and sells cattle and grain in quantity. And that cannot be done without giving up the whole principle. We can win the Alpine peasants and the Lower Saxon and Schleswig-Holstein rich peasants only if we sacrifice the field hands and day laborers to them, and in doing that we lose even more politically than we gain. The Frankfurt Party Convention did not take a stand on the question, and that is to the good in so far as the matter will now be studied thoroughly. The people who were there knew far too little about the peasantry and rural conditions, which vary so fundamentally in different provinces, to have been able to do anything but make decisions in the air. But the matter has to be decided sometime all the same. After the Belgian election victories, the Belgians and the French are preparing for regular contact between the socialist parliamentarians of the various countries, with periodic conferences. It is questionable whether anything will come of it. For the present, the 50 French parliamentarians, of whom about 26 are on Venate radicals of doubtful quality, are talking very big, but there's a hitch in the affair. Among the 24 original socialists, the Marxists are privately wrangling in capital style with the Blanquists on the one hand and with the Allemanists, possibilists, on the other. Whether it will come to an open break is uncertain. In addition to the other socialist papers, I now get the Romanian, Munkaz, and the Bulgarian, formerly the Rabbonic, now the Socialist, and I am gradually familiarizing myself with the languages. The Romanians are going to get out a daily paper in Bucharest. Of the other world events, the death of the Russian Tsar will probably bring about a change, either through inner movement or through the financial difficulties and the impossibility of getting money abroad. I cannot imagine that the present system will outlast the change of sovereigns, which brings an idiot, physically and mentally deranged by masturbation, to the helm. This fact is notorious in all the medical faculties. Professor Krauss of Dorpat, who had Nicholas under observation, told Tsar Alexander straight to his face, at the latter's request, that this, the masturbation, was the cause of the illness. Thereupon he got a slap in the face from the Tsar, resigned, returned the order of Saint Vladimir that had been sent after him, and went back to Germany, where he is now telling the story. If things start in Russia, however, young Wilhelm will also notice something in Germany. Then a liberal wind will blow through all Europe, which can only be helpful to us now. The war in China has given the old China a death blow. Isolation has become impossible. The introduction of railways, steam engines, electricity, and large-scale industry has become a necessity, if only for reasons of military defense. But with it the old economic system of small peasant agriculture, where the family also made its industrial products itself, falls to pieces too, and with it the whole old social system which made relatively dense population possible. Millions will be turned out and forced to emigrate, and the mill lions will find their way to Europe, en masse. But as soon as Chinese competition sets in on a mass scale, it will rapidly bring things to a head in your country and over here, and thus the conquest of China by capitalism will at the same time furnish the impulse for the overthrow of capitalism in Europe and America. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, December 4, 1894. Dear Zarga. Thanks for your and your wife's birthday greetings. Between us, the 7/5 isn't starting off as sturdily as its predecessors. I am still fresh and quick on my feet, fond of my work too and comparatively able-bodied, but I find that stomach upsets and colds, which I used to be able to treat with sovereign disdain, now require very respectful treatment. But that's nothing, if there's nothing else. The Bavarians, who have become very, very opportunistic and are almost an ordinary populist party by now, that is to say, most of the leaders and many of those who have recently joined the party, had voted for the budget as a whole in the Bavarian Diet. Vollmer, in particular, had started agitation among the peasantry in order to win over, not the farm hands, but the well-to-do peasants of Upper Bavaria, people who own 25 to so acres of land, 10 to 30 hectares, who therefore cannot manage at all without wage laborers. They didn't expect anything good to come of the Frankfurt Party Convention. They therefore organized a special Bavarian Party Convention a week before the former, and there they established a downright separatist federation by agreeing that the Bavarian delegates at Frankfurt should vote in a block on all Bavarian questions in accordance with the Bavarian resolutions already agreed upon. They came to Frankfurt, declared that they had to vote for the overall budget in Bavaria, it couldn't be avoided, and that, furthermore, this was a purely Bavarian question that did not concern anyone else. In other words, if you vote anything that we Bavarians find unwelcome, if you reject our ultimatum, then you are to blame if a split occurs. They appeared before the other delegates, who were unprepared for all this, with these demands, hitherto unheard of in the party. And since the cry for unity had been pushed to the utmost during the past few years, no wonder that this viewpoint, under which the party cannot exist, slipped through, in view of the many new adherents won in recent years, and no decision was reached on the budget question. Now imagine that the Prussians, who are in the majority at the convention, also should want to hold a preliminary convention and adopt resolutions on the position of the Bavarians or other matters that would be binding on all Prussian delegates, so that all the delegates, the majority as well as the minority, voted en bloc for these resolutions. What would then be the use of general party conventions altogether? And what would the Bavarians say if the Prussians were to do exactly what they have just done? In short, the matter could not be allowed to remain as it was, and so Bethel sprang into the breach. He has just placed the question on the agenda again, and it is now being debated. Bethel is by far the clearest and most far-seeing head of them all. I have been in regular correspondence with him for some 15 years, and we nearly always are in agreement. Liebknecht, on the other hand, has dried up in his ideas considerably. The old South German federalistic particularistic Democrat still breaks out in him, and, what is worst of all, he cannot stand having Bethel, who outgrew him long ago, gladly allow him to be at his side but no longer let him manage him. Moreover, he has organized the central organ Vorwärts so badly mostly because of jealousy of his leadership, with him wanting to manage everything and actually managing nothing, so that he hampers everything, that the paper, which could be the biggest one in Berlin, is only fit to yield the party a surplus of 50,000 marks, but no political influence. Liebknecht, of course, now wants to play the conciliator by main force and is scolding Bethel, but I think the latter will gain his point. In Berlin the party executive and our people are already on his side, and I am convinced that he will get a large majority if he appeals to the party membership. For the present we'll have to wait. I would send you the Wahlvarieties, etc., too, but I have only one copy for my own use. Your old F.E. Engels to Schluter. London, January 1, 1895. Dear Sehl Tutor. Your letter of August 11 is still unanswered, and I still owe you my thanks for the census compendium, which I received in good order. But I have been overburdened with all sorts of work, and the urgent party and business correspondence has made it almost impossible for me to carry on any private correspondence. Zarga has also had to suffer this fate. You will have heard from him that Louise Koski is now married to Dr. Freiberger and the mother of a strong and healthy little girl, and that we have all moved together to 41, Regent's Park Road. As Zarga will have told you, I have sent you a copy of Volume 3 of Capital, addressed to the Volkszeitung because I don't know whether your Hoboken address is still good. In any event, the Volkszeitung seemed safer to me. I couldn't carry out your Kommission concerning Ada, as the latter had been engaged for Die Neue Zeit in the same capacity long ago. I should have written you this, please excuse me. Over here things are going about as they are over there. The socialist instinct is becoming ever stronger among the masses, but whenever the instinctive drives have to be converted into clear demands and ideas, the people fall asunder. Some join the Social Democratic Federation, others the Independent Labour Party, still others stay in the trades union organization, etc. etc. In short, a lot of sex and no party. Almost all the leaders are unreliable, the candidates for the top leadership are very numerous but far from outstandingly fitted for the job, and the two big bourgeois parties stand ready, money bag in hand, to buy up whomever they can. For the so-called democracy over here is largely limited by indirect restrictions. A periodical costs a tremendous amount of money, as does a candidacy for parliament and living as a member of parliament, if only because of the enormous correspondence. One Schluter had apparently asked that Engels secure Eduard Bernstein as the London correspondent of the New Yorker VO/K-Zeitung. 269. Entails. Revision of the miserably kept voters' lists likewise costs lots of money, and up to now only the two official parties can defray the costs. Hence, anyone who does not sell himself to one of these parties finds it hard to become a candidate. In all these matters people over here are far behind the continent, and they are beginning to realize it. Then there is no second ballot, the relative majority or, as you Americans say, a plurality being sufficient for election. Everything is arranged with only two parties in mind, a third party can at most tip the balance one way or the other until it is as strong as the other two. Nor are the local trade unions able to bring off anything like the Berlin beer boycott. An arbitration court like the one achieved there is still something unattainable over here. On the other hand, as is the case with you in America, once the workers know what they want, then the state, the land, the industries, everything will belong to them. All this is for you, not for the Volkszeitung. Louise sends you her best regards, and both of us wish you a happy new year. Yours, F. Engels. Engels to Zarga. London, January 16, 1895. Dear Zarga. The temporary decline of the movement in America has attracted my attention for some time now, and the German socialists won't stop it. America is the youngest, but also the oldest country in the world. Over there you have old-fashioned furniture styles alongside those you have invented all yourselves, cabs in Boston such I last saw in 1838 in London, and in the mountain stagecoaches dating from the 17th century alongside the Pullman cars. And in the same way you keep all the intellectual old clothes discarded in Europe. Anything that is out of date over here can survive in America for 1 or 2 generations. Karl Heinzen, for instance, not to mention religious and spiritualist superstition. Thus the old Lassalleans still survive among you, and men like Saniel, who would be superannuated in France today, can still play a role over there. That is due, on the one hand, to the fact that America is only now beginning to have time, beyond concern for material production and enrichment, for free intellectual labor and the preparatory edu. Cation that this requires, and, on the other hand, to the duality of American development, which is still engaged in the primary task, clearing the tremendous virgin area but is already compelled to enter the competition for first place in industrial production. Hence the ups and downs of the movement, depending upon whether the mind of the industrial worker or that of the pioneering farmer gains predominance in the average man's head. Things will be different in a couple of years, and then great progress will be observed. For the development of the Anglo-Saxon race with its old Germanic freedom is quite peculiar, slow, zigzag in form, here in England small zigzags, in your country colossal ones, attacking against the wind, but it advances nonetheless. Things will be very complicated here in Europe during the new year. The peasant problem in Germany has been pushed to the background by the Sedition Bill, and this has been accomplished by young Wilhelm. His song to anger, the ruler of the waves, is merely the result of the seasickness he always gets, and that is why he always sails with his fleet to the calm Norwegian fjords. The young man has thrown everything in Germany into disorder, no one knows where he stands or what will happen tomorrow. The confusion in the governing groups, as in the ruling classes in general, is increasing day by day, so that the only ones with smiling faces in the debate on the sedition bill were our people. It is too good. The anti-revolutionists are headed by the man who can't abstain from revolutionizing for 5 minutes. And now this young Wilhelm has fallen into the hands of the Junkers, who, in order to keep him in the mood in which he is ready to give them augmented state aid for their bankrupt estates, are now enticing him with the prospect of new taxes and new soldiers and warships through their haughty advocacy of the Regus Voluntas Suprema Lex, the king's will is the supreme law, and are forcing him to dissolution of the Reichstag and a coup d'état. Yet these Messrs. Kohler and Co., who are so overbearing in their phrases, have so little courage that they are already feeling all sorts of uneasiness, and it is still doubtful whether they won't grow afraid at the moment for action. And then France. There, as in Italy, the bourgeoisie has plunged head over heels into corruption in a way that would put America to shame. For 3 years everything in both of these countries has turned on finding a bourgeois cabinet that is, not free of corruption, yet so little compromised directly in scandals that have come to public notice, as to be capable of support by Parliament without outraging the commonest decency too violently. In Italy Crispi is holding on for a little while only because the King and the Crown Prince are as deeply involved in the bank scandals as he is himself. In France our 45 to 50 socialist deputies have now effected the fall of a cabinet for the third time, because of direct corruption, and Casimir Perier tumbled after it. Presumably he wants to have himself re-elected by an immense majority as the sole savior of society, thus obtaining a stronger position. But that is a hazardous game. In any event everything is shaky in France, too, and we may have new elections this year in Germany and France in addition to Britain, this time of decisive importance. What is more, a crisis of the first rank in Italy, and an unavoidable reform of the suffrage in Austria. In short, things are becoming critical throughout Europe. Your F.E. Appendices. I. Preface to the Russian translation of letters from F. Becker. Dietzgen, F. Engels, K. Marx, and others to F. A. Zarga and others by V. I. Lenin. The collection of letters by Marx, Engels, Dietzgen, Becker, and other leaders of the international labor movement of the past century here presented to the Russian public is a needed addition to our foremost Marxist literature. \VE will not dwell in detail here on the importance of these letters for the history of socialism and for a comprehensive treatment of the activities of Marx and Engels. This aspect of the matter requires no explanation. We shall only note that an understanding of the published letters necessitates an acquaintance with the principal works on the history of the International, c.g., the International, Russian translation in the Znaniye edition, on the history of the German and American labor movements, see Franz Mehring, History of German Social Democracy, and Morris Hillquit, History of Socialism in the United States, etc. Neither do we intend here to attempt a general outline of the contents of this correspondence or to appraise the importance of the various historical periods with which it deals. Mehring has done this extremely well in his article, Der Sorgerechte Briefwechsel 1. The lessons that the militant proletariat must draw from an acquaintance with the intimate sides of Marx's and Engels' activities over the course of nearly 30 years, 1867 to 1895, are of particular interest to Russian socialists in the present revolutionary period. It is, therefore, not surprising that in our social democratic literature the first endeavors to acquaint the readers with Marx's and Engels' letters to Zarga were made in connection with the burning issues of social democratic tactics in the Russian Revolution, Plekhanov's Sovremennyazhizn and the Menshevik Clique. And it is to an appreciation of those passages in the published correspondence that are especially important from the standpoint of the contemporary tasks of the Workers' Party in Russia that we intend to draw the attention of our readers. Marx and Engels deal most frequently in their letters with the burning questions of the British, American, and German labor movements. This is natural, because they were Germans who at that time lived in England and corresponded with their American comrades. Marx expressed himself much more frequently and in much greater detail on the French labor movement, and particularly on the Paris Commune, in the letters he wrote to the German Social Democrat, Kugelmann. 1. A comparison of the comments by Marx and Engels on the Anglo-American and German labor movements is highly instructive. This comparison acquires all the greater importance when we remember that Germany on the one hand, and England and America on the other, represent different stages of capitalist development and different forms of domination by the bourgeoisie, as a class, of the entire political life of these countries. From the scientific standpoint, what we observe here is a sample of materialist dialectics, of the ability to bring out and stress the different points and different sides of a question in accordance with the specific peculiarities of various political and economic conditions. From the standpoint of the practical policy and tactics of the Workers' Party, what we see here is a sample of the way in which the creators of the Communist Manifesto define the tasks of the militant proletariat in accordance with the different stages of the national labor movement in various countries. What Marx and Engels most of all criticize in British and American socialism is its isolation from the labor movement. The burden of all their numerous comments on the Social Democratic Federation in England and on the American Socialists is the accusation that they have reduced Marxism to a dogma, to a rigid, orthodoxy, that they consider it a credo and not a guide to action, to that they are incapable of adapting themselves to the theoretically helpless, but living, powerful, mass labor movement marching past them. Had we from 1864 to 1873 insisted on working together only with those who openly adopted our platform, Engels exclaims in his letter of January 27, 1887, where should we be today? 3. And in an earlier letter, December 28, 1886, in reference to the influence of the ideas of Henry George on the American working class, he writes, "A million or two of workingmen's votes next November for a bona fide workingmen's party is worth infinitely more at present than 100,000 votes for a doctrinally perfect platform." These are very interesting passages. There are social democrats in our country who hasten to make use of them in defense of the idea of a labor congress or something along the lines of Laren's broad labor party. Why not in defense of a left bloc, we would ask these precipitate utilizers of Engels. The letters from which the quotations are taken relate to a time when the American workers voted at the elections for Henry George. Mrs. Florence Kelly Wisniewski, an American who married a Russian and who translated Engels' works, asked him, as may be seen from Engels' reply, to make a thorough criticism of Henry George. Engels writes, December 28, 1886, that the time has not yet come for that. For it is better to let the Workers' Party begin to consolidate itself, even if on a not altogether immaculate program. Later on the workers will themselves come to understand what is at stake, will learn from their own mistakes, but anything that might delay or prevent that national consolidation of the Workingmen's Party on no matter what platform I should consider a great mistake. One Engels, of course, perfectly understood and frequently pointed out all the absurdity and reactionary character of the ideas of Henry George from the socialist standpoint. In the Zarga correspondence there is a most interesting letter from Karl Marx dated June 20, 188, in which he characterizes Henry George as an ideologist of the radical bourgeoisie. Theoretically the man Henry George is utterly backward, total arrière, wrote Marx. 2 Yet Engels was not afraid to join with this veritable social reactionary in the elections, provided there were people who could warn the masses of the consequences of their own mistakes. Engels, in the letter dated November 29, 1886. 8. The weakest, literally, rottenest, false saint, side of the K of L was their political neutrality. The first great step of importance for every country newly entering into the movement is always the constitution of the workers as an independent political party, no matter how, so long as it is a distinct workers' party. It is obvious that absolutely nothing in defense of a leap from social democracy to a non-party labor congress, etc., can be deduced from this. But whoever wants to escape Engels' accusation of degrading Marxism to a dogma, orthodoxy, sectarianism, etc., must conclude from this that a joint election campaign with radical social reactionaries is sometimes permissible. But what is more interesting, of course, is to dwell not so much on these American-Russian parallels, we had to touch on them to answer our opponents, as on the fundamental characteristics of the British and American labor movement. TSE characteristics are, the absence of any big, nationwide, democratic problems whatever facing the proletariat, the complete subjection of the proletariat to bourgeois politics, the sectarian isolation of groups, handfuls of socialists from the proletariat, not the slightest success of the socialists in the elections among the working masses, etc. Whoever forgets these fundamental conditions and sets out to draw broad conclusions from American-Russian parallels displays extreme superficiality. If Engels lays so much stress on the economic organizations of the workers in such circumstances, it is because he is dealing with the most firmly established democratic systems, which confront the proletariat with purely socialist tasks. If Engels stresses the importance of an independent workers' party, even though with a bad program, it is because he is dealing with countries where hitherto there had not been even a hint of political independence of the workers, where, in politics above all, the workers trailed, and still trail, after the bourgeoisie. It would be making a mockery of Marx's historical method to attempt to apply the conclusions drawn from such considerations to countries or historical situations where the proletariat had established its party before the bourgeois liberals, where the proletariat does not have even the ghost of a tradition of voting for bourgeois politicians, and where it is not socialist, but bourgeois democratic tasks that are up for immediate decision. Our thought will become even clearer to the reader if we compare Engels' opinions of the British and American movements with his opinions of the German movement. There is an abundance of such opinions in the published correspondence, and extremely interesting ones. And what runs like a red thread through all these opinions is something quite different, namely, a warning against the right wing of the Workers' Party, a merciless, sometimes as with Marx in 1877-79 a furious, war upon opportunism in social democracy. Let us first confirm this by quotations from the letters, and then make an evaluation of this phenomenon. First of all, we must here note the opinions expressed by Marx on Hochberg and Co. Franz Mehring, in his article Der Sorgebriefwechsel, endeavors to tone down Marx's attacks, as well as Engels' subsequent attacks on the opportunists excessively so in our opinion. As regards Hochberg and Co. in particular, Mehring insists on his view that Marx's judgment of Lassalle and the Lassalleans was incorrect. But, we repeat, what interests us here is not an historical appraisal of whether Marx's attacks on particular socialists were correct or exaggerated, but appraisal in principle of definite currents in socialism on the whole. While complaining about the compromises of the German Social Democrats with the Lassalleans and with Dühring, letter of October 1 G. 1877, Marx also condemns the compromise with a whole gang of half-mature students and superwise doctors. Doctor in German is a scientific degree corresponding to our candidate or university graduate, class I, who want to give socialism a higher, ideal turn, that is to say, to replace its materialist basis, which calls for serious, objective study. By anyone, by modern mythology, with its goddesses of justice, freedom, equality, and fraternity. Dr. Hochberg, who publishes the Zukunft, is a representative of this tendency and has bought his way into the party with the noblest intentions, I assume, but I do not give a damn for intentions. Anything more miserable than his program or the Zukunft has seldom seen the light of day with more modest presumption. 2. In another letter, written almost 2 years later, September 19, 1879. Marx rebuts the gossip that Engels and he were behind Johann Most. And he gives Zarga a detailed account of his attitude towards the opportunists in the German Social Democratic Party. The Zukunft was run by Hochberg, Schramm, and ed. Bernstein. Marx and Engels refused to participate in such a publication, and when the question was raised of establishing a new party organ with the participation of this same Hochberg and with his financial assistance, Marx and Engels first demanded the acceptance of their nominee, Hirsch, as responsible editor to exercise control over this crew of doctors, students, and professorial socialists, and then directly addressed a circular letter to Behel, Liebknecht, and other leaders of the Social Democratic Party, warning them that they would openly combat such dissipation, Verludrung, an even stronger word in German, of the party and its theory, unless the tendency of Hochberg, Schramm, and Bernstein changed. This was the period in the German Social Democratic Party that Mehring described in his history as a year of confusion, ein Jahr der Verwirrung. After the anti-socialist law, the party did not at once find the right path, first swinging over to the anarchism of Most and the opportunism of Hochberg and co. These fellows, Marx writes of the latter, zeros theoretically, incompetent practically, want to take the teeth out of socialism, which they have trimmed up according to university recipes, and out of the Social Democratic Party in particular, to enlighten the workers or, as they put it, feed them the elements of education through their confused half-knowledge, and, above all, to make the party respectable in the eyes of the Philistine. They are poor counter-revolutionary windbags. The result of Marx's furious attack was that the opportunists retreated and disappeared from sight. In a letter of November 19, 1879, Marx announces that Hochberg has been removed from the editorial board and that all the influential leaders of the party Behel, Liebknecht, Braca, etc. have repudiated his ideas. The Social Democratic Party organ, the Sozialdemokrat, began to appear under the editorship of Vollmer, who at that time belonged to the revolutionary wing of the party. A year later, November 5, 1880, Marx relates that he and Engels were constantly combating the miserable way in which the Sozialdemokrat was being managed and often clashed sharply. Wabes oft scharfherget. F. Liebknecht visited Marx in 1880 and promised an improvement in all respects. Peace was restored, and the war never came out into the open. Hochberg retired, and Bernstein became a revolutionary social democrat at least until Engels' death in 1895. On June 20, 1882, Engels writes to Zarga and speaks of this struggle as already a thing of the past. In Germany things are going ahead excellently on the whole. To be sure, Messrs. Literati of the party have tried to turn it toward reactionary, tame bourgeois education, but this failed utterly. The infamies to which the social democratic workers are everywhere subjected have made them everywhere much more revolutionary than they were even 3 years ago. These people, the party literati, would like to beg off the socialist law at any price by mildness, meekness, toadying, and tameness, because it makes short work of their literary earnings. As soon as the law is abolished, the split will probably become an open one, and the Viereks, Hochbergs, etc., will form a separate right wing, where we can negotiate with them from case to case until they finally collapse. We said this immediately after the passage of the socialist law, when Hochberg and Schramm published in the Arbuk what was under the circumstances a quite infamous estimate of the party's activity up to that time and demanded of the party more educated, Gebildete instead of Gebildete. Engels is alluding to the Berlin accent of the German literati, respectable, Sunday best manners. This forecast of a Bernsteiniad made in 1882 was strikingly confirmed in 1898 and subsequent years. And from that time on, particularly after Marx's death, Engels, it may be said without exaggeration, was untiring in his efforts to straighten out what the German opportunists had distorted. The end of 1884. The petty bourgeois prejudices of the German Social Democratic Reichstag deputies, who voted for the steamship subsidy, Dampfersubvention, see Mehring's history, are condemned. Engels informs Zarga that he has to carry on a great deal of correspondence on this subject, letter of December 31, 1884. To 1885. Assessing the whole Dampfersubvention affair, Engels writes, June 3, that it almost resulted in a split. The Philistinism of the Social Democratic deputies was colossal. A petty bourgeois socialist fraction is unavoidable in a country like Germany, Engels says. 1887. Engels replies to Zarga, who had written that the party was disgracing itself by electing such deputies as Vierek, a social democrat of the Hochberg type. That can't be helped. Engels excuses himself. The Workers' Party cannot find good deputies for the Reichstag. The gentlemen of the right wing know that they are being tolerated merely because of the socialist law, and will be thrown out at once the day the party regains freedom of action. And, in general, it is preferable for the party to be better than its parliamentary heroes, rather than the other way round. March 3, 1887. Liebknecht is a conciliator, Engels complains, he always glosses over differences by phrases. But when it comes to a split, he will be with us at the decisive moment. 1889. 2 International Social Democratic Congresses in Paris. The opportunists, headed by the French possibilists, split away from the revolutionary Social Democrats. Engels, he was then 68 years old, flings himself into the battle like a young man. A number of letters, from January 12 to July 20, 1889, are devoted to the fight against the opportunists. Not only they, but also the Germans Linecht, Behel, and others, are castigated for their attitude of compromis. The possibilists have sold out to the government, writes Engels on January 12, 1889. And he accuses the members of the British Social Democratic Federation of having allied themselves with the possibilists.fi. The writing and running about in connection with this damned Congress leave me hardly any time for anything else. May 1 to 1st, 1889. 0. The possibilists are busy, but our people are asleep, Engels writes angrily. Now even Auer and Schiphol are demanding that we attend the possibilist Congress. But this at last opened Linecht's eyes. Engels, together with Bernstein, writes pamphlets, signed by Bernstein. Engels calls them our pamphlets, against the opportunists. With the exception of the SDF, the possibilists haven't a single socialist organization in all Europe. June 8, 1889. They are therefore falling back on the non-socialist trade unions. Let our advocates of a broad labor party, of a labor congress, etc., take note. They will get one night of labor from America. The adversary is the same as in the fight against the Bakuninists. With the anarchist flag merely exchanged for the possibilist one, the selling of principles to the bourgeoisie for small-scale concessions, especially in return for well-paid jobs for the leaders, city council, labor exchange, etc. Bruce, the leader of the possibilists, and Hindman, the leader of the SDF, united with the possibilists, attack authoritarian Marxism and want to form the nucleus of a new international. You have no idea of the Germans' naivete. It has cost me tremendous effort to convince even Behel of what it really means. June 8, 1889, 1. And when the two Congresses met, when the revolutionary Social Democrats numerically exceeded the possibilists, united with the trade unionists, the SDF, part of the Austrians, etc., Engels was jubilant, July 17, 1889. 2. He was glad that the conciliatory plans and proposals of Liebknecht and others had failed, July 20, 1889. It serves our sentimental conciliatory brethren right, to get this stiff kick in their tenderest spot for all their protestations of friendship. That will probably cure them for some time to come. 3. Mering was right when he said, Der Sorgebriefwechsel, that Marx and Engels knew little about good form. If they did not think long over every blow they dealt, neither did they whimper over every blow they received. If they think their needle pricks can pierce my old well-tanned and pachydermatous hide, they are mistaken, Engels once wrote. And this insensibility they had acquired, says Mering of Marx and Engels, they took for granted in others as well. 1893. The settling of accounts with the Fabians, which obviously suggests itself. For judging the Bernsteinians, was it not among the Fabians in England that Bernstein learned his opportunism? The Fabians here in London are a band of careerists who have understanding enough to realize the inevitability of the social revolution, but who could not possibly entrust this tremendous job to the crude proletariat alone and are therefore kind enough to set themselves at the head. Fear of the revolution is their fundamental principle, le. They are the educated par excellence. Their socialism is municipal socialism. The community, not the nation, should become the owner of the means of production, at least temporarily. This socialism of theirs is then represented as an extreme but inevitable consequence of bourgeois liberalism, and from this follow their tactics, not to fight the liberals decisively as opponents, but to push them on to socialist conclusions, therefore to intrigue with them, to permeate liberalism with socialism, not to put up socialist candidates against liberals, but to palm them off and force them upon the liberals, or to deceive the latter into taking them. They naturally do not realize that in doing this they are either betrayed and deceived themselves or else are betraying socialism. With great industry they have produced, among all sorts of rubbish, some good propaganda writing as well, in fact, the best that the English have turned out in this respect. But as soon as they come to their specific tactic, hushing up the class struggle, it gets rotten. Hence, too, their fanatical hatred of Marx and of all of us because of the class struggle. These people have, of course, a considerable bourgeois following and hence money. 1. A classical appraisal of the opportunism of the intellectuals in social democracy. 1894 The Peasant Question. On the continent, Engels writes on November 10, 1894, success is developing the appetite for more success, and catching the peasant, in the literal sense of the word, is becoming the fashion. First, the French, in Nantes, declare through Lafargue not only, that it is not our business to hasten the ruin of the small peasants, which capitalism is effecting for us, but they add that we must protect the small peasant directly against taxation, usury, and big landowners. But we cannot join in this, first because it is stupid and second because it is impossible. And now Vollmer comes along in Frankfurt, wanting to bribe the peasantry as a whole, though the peasant he has to deal with in Upper Bavaria is not the debt-ridden small peasant of the Rhineland, but the middle and even the big peasant, who exploits his male and female farm hands and sells cattle and grain in quantity. And that cannot be done without giving up the whole principle too. 1894, December 4. The Bavarians, who have become very opportunistic and are almost an ordinary populist party by now, that is to say, most of the leaders and many of those who have recently joined the party, had voted in the Bavarian Diet for the budget as a whole. Vollmer, in particular, had started agitation among the peasantry in order to win over, not the farm hands, but the well-to-do peasants of Upper Bavaria, people who own 25 to 80 acres of land, 10 to 30 hectares, who therefore cannot manage at all without wage laborers. 8. We thus see that for more than 10 years Marx and Engels systematically and unswervingly fought opportunism in the German Social Democratic Party and attacked intellectual philistinism and petty bourgeois narrow-mindedness in socialism. This is an extremely important fact. The general public knows that German social democracy is regarded as a model of the Marxist policy and tactics of the proletariat, but it does not know what a constant war the founders of Marxism had to wage against the right wing, Engels' expression, of that party. And it is no accident that soon after Engels' death this war turned from a concealed into an open war. This was the inevitable result of the decades of historical development of German social democracy. And now we very clearly perceive the two lines of Engels, and Marx's, recommendations, directives, corrections, threats, and exhortations. They most insistently called upon the British and American socialists to merge with the labor movement and to eradicate the narrow and hidebound sectarian spirit from their organizations. They most insistently taught the German Social Democrats, do not succumb to philistinism, to parliamentary idiocy, Marx's expression in the letter of September 9, 1879. 1. To petty bourgeois intellectual opportunism. Is it not characteristic that our social democratic gossips have noisily proclaimed the recommendations of the first kind and have pursed their lips, remained silent about the recommendations of the second kind? Is not such one-sidedness in appraising Marx's and Engels' letters the best indication, in a sense, of our Russian social democratic one-sidedness? At the present time, when the international labor movement is displaying symptoms of profound ferment and wavering, when extremes of opportunism, parliamentary idiocy, and Philistin reformism have evoked opposite extremes of revolutionary syndicalism, the general line of Marx's and Engels' corrections to British, American, and German socialism acquires exceptional importance. In countries where there are no social democratic workers' parties, no social democratic members of parliament, no systematic and consistent social democratic policy either at elections or in the press, etc. Marx and Engels taught the socialists at all costs to rid themselves of narrow sectarianism and join the labor movement so as to rouse the proletariat politically, for in the last third of the 19th century the proletariat displayed almost no political independence either in England or America. In these countries, where bourgeois democratic historical tasks were almost entirely absent, the political arena was wholly filled by the triumphant and self-complacent bourgeoisie, which has no equal anywhere in the world in the art of deceiving, corrupting, and bribing the workers. To think that these recommendations of Marx and Engels to the British and American labor movement can be simply and directly applied to Russian conditions is to use Marxism not in order to elucidate its method, not in order to study the concrete historical peculiarities of the labor movement in certain countries, but in order to settle petty factional, intellectual accounts. On the other hand, in a country where the bourgeois democratic revolution was still incomplete, where military despotism, embellished with parliamentary forms, Marx's expression in his critique of the Katha program, prevailed, and still prevails, where the proletariat had long ago been drawn into politics and was pursuing a social democratic policy, what Marx and Engels feared most of all in such a country was parliamentary vulgarization and the Philistine compromising of the tasks and scope of the labor movement. It is all the more our duty to emphasize and advance the side of Marxism in the period of the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia because in our country an extensive, brilliant, and rich bourgeois liberal press is vociferously trumpeting to the proletariat the exemplary loyalty, the parliamentary legalism, the modesty, and the moderation of the neighboring German labor movement. This mercenary lie of the bourgeois betrayers of the Russian Revolution is not due to accident or to the personal depravity of certain past or future ministers in the cadet camp. It is motivated by profound economic interests of the Russian liberal landowners and bourgeois liberals. And in combating this lie, this stupefying the masses, Massenverdummen, Engels' expression in his letter of November 29, 1886, to the letters of Marx and Engels should serve as an indispensable weapon for all Russian socialists. The mercenary lie of the bourgeois liberals holds up to the people the exemplary modesty of the German social democrats. The leaders of these social democrats, the founders of the theory of Marxism, tell us. The revolutionary language and action of the Frenchmen made the whining of the Vierex and Co. The opportunist social democrats in the German Reichstag social democratic fraction, appear feebler than ever. The reference is to the formation of a labor party in the French chamber and to the Decazeville strike, which split the French radicals from the French proletariat, and thus only Babel and Liebknecht spoke in the last debate, both of them very good. With this debate we can show our faces in respectable society again, which was by no means the case with all of them. In general, it is good for the Germans to have their leadership, of the international socialist movement, disputed somewhat, especially since they have elected so many Philistine elements, which was unavoidable, to be sure. In Germany everything becomes Philistine in quiet periods, the spur of French competition then becomes absolutely necessary. Lenin's emphasis. Letter of April 29, 1886. 3. Such are the lessons which must be drawn most firmly of all by the RSDLP-3, which is ideologically dominated by the influence of German social democracy. These lessons are taught us not by any particular passage in the correspondence of the greatest men of the 19th century, but by the whole spirit and substance of their comradely and frank criticism, free from diplomacy and petty considerations, of the international experience of the proletariat. How far all the letters of Marx and Engels were indeed imbued with this spirit may also be seen from the following passages, which are, to be sure, comparatively fragmentary, but, on the other hand, are highly characteristic. In 1889 a young, fresh movement of untrained, unskilled, ordinary laborers, gasworkers, dockers, etc., began in England, a movement full of a new and revolutionary spirit. Engels was delighted with it. He refers exultingly to the part played by Tussie, Marx's daughter, who agitated among these workers. The most repulsive thing here, he says, writing from London on December 7, 1889, is the bourgeois respectability that has sunk deep into the bone of the workers. The division of society into innumerable strata, each recognized without question, each with its own pride but also its inborn respect for its betters and superiors, is so old and firmly established that the bourgeois still find it fairly easy to have their bait accepted. I am not at all sure, for instance, that John Burns is not secretly prouder of his popularity with Cardinal Manning, the Lord Mayor, and the bourgeoisie in general than of his popularity with his own class. And Champion, an ex-lieutenant, has always intrigued with bourgeois and, especially, with conservative elements, preached socialism at the Parsons Church Congress, etc. And even Tom Mann, whom I regard as the best of the lot, likes to mention that he will be lunching with the Lord Mayor. If one compares this with the French, one realizes what a revolution is good for after all. One comment is superfluous. Another example. In 1891 there was danger of a European war. Engels corresponded on the subject with Behel, and they agreed that in the event of Russia attacking Germany, the German socialists must desperately fight the Russians and any allies of the Russians. If Germany is crushed, then we shall be too, while in the most favorable case the struggle will be such a violent one that Germany will be able to maintain itself only by revolutionary means, so that very possibly we shall be forced to come into power and play the part of 1793. Letter of October 24, 1891. 2. Let this be noted by those opportunists who cried from the housetops that Jacobin prospects for the Russian Workers' Party in 1905 were unsocial democratic. Engels squarely suggests to Behel the possibility of the Social Democrats having to participate in a provisional government. Holding such views on the tasks of social democratic workers' parties, Marx and Engels were filled with the most fervent faith in the Russian Revolution and its great worldwide significance. We see this ardent expectation of a revolution in Russia in this correspondence over a period of nearly 20 years. Here is Marx's letter of September 27, 1877. The Eastern crisis arouses Marx's enthusiasm. Russia has long been standing on the threshold of an upheaval, all the elements for it are prepared. The gallant Turks have hastened the explosion by years through the blows they have dealt. The upheaval will begin secundum artem, according to the rules of the art, with some playing at constitutionalism, Lenin's emphasis, and then there will be a fine row, ily aura un beau tapage. If Mother Nature is not particularly hard on us we shall still live to see the fun. L1 Marx was then 51 years old. Mother Nature did not and could not very well permit Marx to live to see the fun. But he foretold the playing at constitutionalism, and it is as though his words were written yesterday about the First and Second Russian Dumas. 2. And we know that the warning to the people against playing at constitutionalism was the living soul of the boycott tactics so detested by the liberals and opportunists. Here is Marx's letter of November 5, 1880. He is delighted with the success of capital in Russia, and takes the part of the populists against the newly arisen black redistribution group. Marx correctly perceives the anarchistic elements in the latter's views, and, not knowing and at the time having no opportunity of knowing the future evolution of the black redistribution populists into social democrats, Marx attacks the black redistribution group with all the power of his trenchant sarcasm. These gentlemen are against all political revolutionary action. Russia is to leap into the anarchist communist atheist millennium in one breakneck jump. In the meantime, they are preparing for this leap by a tiresome doctrinarism, whose so-called principles have been commonplaces ever since the late Bakunin. 3. We can gather from this how Marx would have appraised the importance of the political revolutionary action of social democracy for Russia of 1905 and the following years. Here is a letter by Engels dated April 6, 1887. On the other hand, the crisis in Russia seems to be impending. The recent assassinations have fairly capped the climax. A letter of April G. 1887, says the same thing. The army is full of discontented, conspiring officers. Engels at that time was influenced by the revolutionary struggle of the People's Will Party, setting his hopes on the officers and not yet seeing the revolutionary elan of the Russian soldier and sailor disclosed so magnificently 18 years later. Note by Lenin. I do not believe it will last out this year. And if it but starts, Losh Jet, in Russia, then hurrah. 6. A letter of April 23, 1887. In Germany, one persecution of the socialists after another. It seems that Bismarck wants to have everything ready, so that when the revolution breaks out in Russia, which is probably only a question of months, it can immediately be started. Losgeschlagen werden, in Germany too. 1. The months proved to be very long ones. Doubtless, Philistines will be found who, knitting their brows and wrinkling their foreheads, will sternly condemn Engels' revolutionism or indulgently laugh at the old utopias of the old revolutionary exile. Yes, Marx and Engels erred much and erred often in determining the closeness of the revolution, in their hopes in the victory of the revolution, example in 1848 in Germany, in their faith in the imminence of a German republic, to die for the republic, wrote Engels of that period, recalling his sentiments as a participant in the military campaign for an imperial constitution in 1848-49. They erred in 1871 when they were engaged in raising revolt in southern France, for which they, Becker writes referring to himself and his closest friends, letter number 14 from Johann Philipp Becker to Zarga of July 21, 1871, worked, sacrificed and risked all that was humanly possible. The same letter says, if we had had more funds in March and April, we would have roused the whole of southern France to revolt and would have saved the Commune in Paris. But such errors of titans of revolutionary thought, who tried to raise and did raise the proletariat of the whole world above the level of petty, commonplace, and trifling tasks, are 1,000 times nobler, more sublime, and historically truer and more valuable than the trivial wisdom of official liberalism, which sings, shouts, appeals, and jabbers about the vanity of revolutionary vanities, the futility of revolutionary struggle, and the charms of counter-revolutionary constitutional rot. The Russian working class will win its freedom and give a fillip to Europe by its revolutionary action, full though it may be of mistakes, and let the vulgarians pride themselves on the infallibility of their revolutionary inaction. April 6, 1907. 2. The labor movement in the United States. 10 months have elapsed since, at the translator's wish, I wrote the appendix to this book, and during these 10 months, a revolution has been accomplished in American society such as, in any other country, would have taken at least 10 years. In February 1885, American public opinion was almost unanimous on this one point, that there was no working class, in the European sense of the word, in America, that consequently no class struggle between workmen and capitalists, such as tore European society to pieces, was possible in the American Republic, and that, therefore, socialism was a thing of foreign importation which could never take root on American soil. And yet, at that moment, the coming class struggle was casting its gigantic shadow before it in the strikes of the Pennsylvania coal miners, and of many other trades, and especially in the preparations, all over the country, for the great 8 hours movement which was to come off and did come off in the May following. That I then duly appreciated these symptoms, that I anticipated a working class movement on a national scale, my appendix shows, but no one could then foresee that in such a short time the movement would burst out with such irresistible force, would spread with the rapidity of a prairie fire, would shake American society to its very foundations. The fact is there, stubborn and indisputable. To what an extent it had struck with terror the American ruling classes, was revealed to me, in an amusing way, by American journalists who did me the honor of calling on me last summer. The new departure had put them into a state of helpless fright and perplexity. But at that time the movement was only just on the start, there was but a series of confused and apparently disconnected upheavals of that class which, by the suppression of Negro slavery and the rapid development of manufactures, had become the lowest stratum of American society. Before the year closed, these bewildering social convulsions began to take a definite direction. The spontaneous, instinctive movements of these vast masses of working people, over a vast extent of country, the simultaneous outburst of their common discontent with a miserable social condition, the same everywhere and due to the same causes, made them conscious of the fact, that they formed a new and distinct class of American society, a class of practically speaking more or less hereditary wage workers, proletarians. And with true American instinct this consciousness led them at once to take the next step towards their deliverance, the formation of a political workingmen's party, with a platform of its own, and with the conquest of the Capitol and the White House for its goal. In May the struggle for the 8 hours working day, the troubles in Chicago, Milwaukee, etc., the attempts of the ruling class to crush the nascent uprising of labor by brute force and brutal class justice. In November the new Labor Party organized in all great centers, and the New York, Chicago, and Milwaukee elections. May and November have hitherto reminded the American bourgeoisie only of the payment of coupons of U.S. bonds, henceforth May and November will remind them too, of the dates on which the American working class presented their coupons for payment. In European countries, it took the working class years and years before they fully realized the fact that they formed a distinct and, under the existing social conditions, a permanent class of modern society, and it took years again until this class consciousness led them to form themselves into a distinct political party, independent of, and opposed to, all the old political parties, formed by the various sections of the ruling classes. On the more favored soil of America, where no medieval ruins bar the way, where history begins with the elements of the modern bourgeois society as evolved in the 17th century, the working class passed through these two stages of its development within 10 months. Still, all this is but a beginning. That the laboring masses should feel their community of grievances and of interests, their solidarity as a class in opposition to all other classes, that in order to give expression and effect to this feeling, they should set in motion the political machinery provided for that purpose in every free country, that is the first step only. The next step is to find the common remedy for these common grievances, and to embody it in the platform of the new Labor Party. And this the most important and the most difficult step in the movement has yet to be taken in America. A new party must have a distinct positive platform, a platform which may vary in details as circumstances vary and as the party itself develops, but still one upon which the party, for the time being, is agreed. So long as such a platform has not been worked out, or exists but in a rudimentary form, so long the new party, too, will have but a rudimentary existence. It may exist locally but not yet nationally, it will be a party potentially but not actually. That platform, whatever may be its first initial shape, must develop in a direction which may be determined beforehand. The causes that brought into existence the abyss between the working class and the capitalist class are the same in America as in Europe, the means of filling up that abyss are equally the same everywhere. Consequently, the platform of the American proletariat will in the long run coincide as to the ultimate end to be attained, with the one which, after 60 years of dissensions and discussions, has become the adopted platform of the great mass of the European militant proletariat. It will proclaim, as the ultimate end, the conquest of political supremacy by the working class, in order to effect the direct appropriation of all means of production, land, railways, mines, machinery, etc. by society at large, to be worked in common by all for the account and benefit of all. But if the new American party, like all political parties everywhere, by the very fact of its formation aspires to the conquest of political power, it is as yet far from agreed upon what to do with that power when once attained. In New York and the other great cities of the East, the organization of the working class has proceeded upon the lines of trade societies, forming in each city a powerful central labor union. In New York the Central Labor Union, last November, chose for its standard-bearer Henry George, and consequently its temporary electoral platform has been largely imbued with his principles. In the great cities of the Northwest, the electoral battle was fought upon a rather indefinite labor platform, and the influence of Henry George's theories was scarcely, if at all, visible. And while in these great centers of population and of industry the new class movement came to a political head, we find all over the country two widespread labor organizations, the Knights of Labor and the Socialist Labor Party, of which only the latter has a platform in harmony with the modern European standpoint as summarized above. Of the three more or less definite forms ULQER which the American labor movement thus presents itself, the first, the Henry George movement in New York, is for the moment of a chiefly local significance. No doubt New York is by far the most important city of the states, but New York is not Paris and the United States are not France. And it seems to me that the Henry George platform, in its present shape, is too narrow to form the basis for anything but a local movement, or at least for a short-lived phase of the general movement. To Henry George, the expropriation of the mass of the people from the land is the great and universal cause of the splitting up of the people into rich and poor. Now this is not quite correct historically. In Asiatic and classical antiquity, the predominant form of class oppression was slavery, that is to say, not so much the expropriation of the masses from the land as the appropriation of their persons. When, in the decline of the Roman Republic, the free Italian peasants were expropriated from their farms, they formed a class of poor whites similar to that of the southern slave states before 1861, and between slaves and poor whites, two classes equally unfit for self-emancipation, the old world went to pieces. In the Middle Ages, it was not the expropriation of the people from, but on the contrary, their appropriation to the land which became the source of feudal oppression. The peasant retained his land, but was attached to it as a serf or villain, and made liable to tribute to the lord in labor and in produce. It was only at the dawn of modern times, towards the end of the 15th century, that the expropriation of the peasantry on a large scale laid the foundation for the modern class of wage workers who possess nothing but their labor power and can live only by the selling of that labor power to others. But if the expropriation from the land brought this class into existence, it was the development of capitalist production, of modern industry and agriculture on a large scale which perpetuated it, increased it, and shaped it into a distinct class with distinct interests and a distinct historical mission. All this has been fully expounded by Marx, Capital, Part 8, the so-called primitive accumulation. According to Marx, the cause of the present antagonism of the classes and of the social degradation of the working class is their expropriation from all means of production, in which the land is of course included. If Henry George declares land monopolization to be the sole cause of poverty and misery, he naturally finds the remedy in the resumption of the land by society at large. Now, the socialists of the school of Marx, too, demand the resumption, by society, of the land, and not only of the land but of all other means of production likewise. But even if we leave these out of the question, there is another difference. What is to be done with the land? Modern socialists, as represented by Marx, demand that it should be held and worked in common and for common account, and the same with all other means of social production, mines, railways, factories, etc. Henry George would confine himself to letting it out to individuals as at present, merely regulating its distribution and applying the rents for public, instead of, as at present, for private purposes. What the socialists demand, implies a total revolution of the whole system of social product-10n, what Henry George demands, leaves the present mode of social production untouched, and has, in fact, been anticipated by the extreme section of Ricardian bourgeois economists who, too, demanded the confiscation of the rent of land by the state. It would of course be unfair to suppose that Henry George has said his last word once for all. But I am bound to take his theory as I find it. The second great section of the American movement is formed by the Knights of Labor. And that seems to be the section most typical of the present state of the movement, as it is undoubtedly by far the strongest. An immense association spread over an immense extent of country in innumerable assemblies, representing all shades of individual and local opinion within the working class, the whole of them sheltered under a platform of corresponding indistinctness and held together much less by their impracticable constitution than by the instinctive feeling that the very fact of their clubbing together for their common aspiration makes them a great power in the country, a truly American paradox clothing the most modern tendencies in the most medieval mummeries, and hiding the most democratic and even rebellious spirit behind an apparent, but really powerless despotism, such is the picture the Knights of Labor offer to a European observer. But if we are not arrested by mere outside whimsicalities, we cannot help seeing in this vast agglomeration an immense amount of potential energy, evolving slowly but surely into actual force. The Knights of Labor are the first national organization created by the American working class as a whole, whatever be their origin and history, whatever their shortcomings and little absurdities, whatever their platform and their constitution. Here they are, the work of practically the whole class of American wage workers, the only national bond that holds them together, that makes their strength felt to themselves not less than to their enemies, and that fills them with the proud hope of future victories. For it would not be exact to say that the Knights of Labor are liable to development. They are constantly in full process of development and revolution, a heaving, fermenting mass of plastic material seeking the shape and form appropriate to its inherent nature. That form will be attained as surely as historical evolution has, like natural evolution, its own immanent laws. Whether the Knights of Labor will then retain their present name or not, makes no difference, but to an outsider it appears evident that here is the raw material out of which the future of the American working class movement, and along with it, the future of American society at large, has to be shaped. The third section consists of the Socialist Labor Party. This section is a party but in name, for nowhere in America has it, up to now, been able actually to take its stand as a political party. It is, moreover, to a certain extent foreign to America, having until lately been made up almost exclusively by German immigrants, using their own language and, for the most part, little conversant with the common language of the country. But if it came from a foreign stock, it came, at the same time, armed with the experience earned during long years of class struggle in Europe, and with an insight into the general conditions of working class emancipation, far superior to that hitherto gained by American workingmen. This is a fortunate circumstance for the American proletarians who thus are enabled to appropriate, and to take advantage of the intellectual and moral fruits of the 40 years' struggle of their European classmates, and thus to hasten on the time of their own victory. For, as I said before, there cannot be any doubt that the ultimate platform of the American working class must and will be essentially the same as that now adopted by the whole militant working class of Europe, the same as that of the German-American Socialist Labor Party. In so far as this party is called upon to play a very important part in the movement. But in order to do so they will have to doff every remnant of their foreign garb. They will have to become out and out American. They cannot expect the Americans to come to them. They, the minority and the immigrants, must go to the Americans, who are the vast majority and the natives. And to do that, they must above all things learn English. The process of fusing together these various elements of the vast moving mass, elements not really discordant, but indeed mutually isolated by their various starting points, will take some time and will not come off without a deal of friction, such as is visible at different points even now. The Knights of Labor, for instance, are here and there, in the eastern cities, locally at war with the organized trades unions. But then this same friction exists within the Knights of Labor themselves, where there is anything but peace and harmony. These are not symptoms of decay, for capitalists to crow over. They are merely signs that the innumerable hosts of workers, for the first time set in motion in a common direction, have as yet found out neither the adequate expression for their common interests, nor the form of organization best adapted to the struggle, nor the discipline required to ensure victory. They are as yet the first levies en masse of the great Revolutionary War, raised and equipped locally and independently, all converging to form one common army, but as yet without regular organization and common plan of campaign. The converging columns cross each other here and there, confusion, angry disputes, even threats of conflict arise. but the community of ultimate purpose in the end overcomes all minor troubles. Ere long the struggling and squabbling battalions will be formed in a long line of battle array, presenting to the enemy a well-ordered front, ominously silent under their glittering arms, supported by bold skirmishers in front and by unshakable reserves in the rear. To bring about this result, the unification of the various independent bodies into one national labor army, with no matter how inadequate a provisional platform, provided it be a truly working-class platform, that is the next great step to be accomplished in America. To effect this, and to make that platform worthy of the cause, the Socialist Labor Party can contribute a great deal, if they will only act in the same way as the European Socialists have acted at the time when they were but a small minority of the working class. That line of action was first laid down in the Communist Manifesto of 1848 in the following words. The Communists, that was the name we took at the time and which even now we are far from repudiating, do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own, by which to shape and mold the proletarian movement. The Communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. The Communists, therefore, are on the one hand, practically, the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, that section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletariat the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. The Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. One that is the line of action which the great founder of modern socialism, Karl Marx, and with him, I and the socialists of all nations who worked along with us, have followed for more than 40 years, with the result that it has led to victory everywhere, and that at this moment the mass of European socialists, in Germany and in France, in Belgium, Holland and Switzerland, in Denmark and Sweden, as well as in Spain and Portugal, are fighting as one common army under one and the same flag. Frederick Engels. London, January 26, 1887. 3. American Travel Notes 2. September 1888. We usually think of America as a new world, new not merely because of when it was discovered, but new in all its institutions, a world far ahead of us old-fashioned, sleepy Europeans with its disdain for everything traditional, handed down from the past, a world built entirely anew. On virgin soil by modern people and founded on modern, practical, rational principles. For their part, the Americans strive to confirm us in this opinion. They look down upon us with scorn, considering us to be sluggish, impractical people, with hidebound, antiquated prejudices, dreading everything new, while they, the most progressive nation, boisterously developing, instantly try out any plan for improvement simply from the standpoint of its practical advantages and, if the plan is found to be good, put it into effect immediately, almost the very next day. Everything in America has to be new, everything has to be rational, everything has to be practical, consequently, everything is different from what it is with us. On the steamship city of Berlin I encountered a fairly large group of Americans for the first time. Most of them were very nice people, both men and women, more social than the English, occasionally too outspoken. But otherwise pretty much like more or less well-dressed people everywhere. \V had set them apart, in any case, was their singular petty bourgeois bearing, not the bearing that is characteristic of the timid, diffident German Philistine or the English bourgeois, but a bearing that seems to be the inherent trait of its possessor, as the result of the unconstrained, most matter of course, fullest self-confidence. The young ladies, in particular, gave the impression of a certain naivete, such as could be encountered in Europe only in the smaller towns. When they walk along the deck energetically and almost impetuously, arm in arm or on the arm of a man, they have such a light, dancing stride, and like our simple village belles they hold their skirts demurely if a gust of wind threatens. In their health and stature they reminded me most of all of the Swedes, and it seemed to me that they were just about to make curtsies, as Swedish women do. My American fellow travelers have inherited a bit of the physical and mental awkwardness that is the universal congenital trait of the Germanic race, nor have they overcome it at all. In short, my first impressions of Americans by no means indicated their national superiority to Europeans or that I had met with a new, young, national type. On the contrary, I came to the conclusion that these were a people stubbornly holding on to inherited petty bourgeois customs that were considered old-fashioned in Europe, and that in this respect Europeans are, compared to Americans, what Parisians are compared to people from the provinces. In New York, when I first entered my bedroom, I found furniture of the most antediluvian style one could imagine, chests of drawers with brass rings or bows as drawer handles, the kind that were in fashion at the beginning of the century and are still found in villages. Nearby there shone objects in a later style, English or French, but they, too, were old-fashioned enough and, moreover, not in their right place. The latest thing is a tremendous rocking chair, describing an arc of 240 degrees and likewise out of fashion. And the picture is the same everywhere. Tables, chairs, and wardrobes look for the most part as if they had been inherited from bygone generations. The vehicles in the streets of New York look so old-fashioned that at first glance it seems that carts of this make can't be found in a single farmyard in Europe. When one looks at them more closely, to be sure, one notices that these vehicles are considerably improved, very comfortable, fitted with excellent springs, extremely light, and made of extremely strong wood, but with all these improvements the old-fashioned model has remained inviolate. London still had cabs at the beginning of the 40s, which the passengers entered from the rear, sitting opposite one another at the right and left, as in an omnibus. These cabs disappeared after 1850. These boxes on wheels still flourish today in Boston, the only American city, so far as I know, where they actually use droshkis. Russian horse-drawn cab. Modern American hotels, with their luxurious equipment and hundreds of rooms, owe their purely American type of arrangement to the circumstance that they grew out of farmhouses located far from the colonies in sparsely settled areas, where even today board and lodgings for the night are offered the casual wayfarer. I shall return to this topic later, in return for payment. Hence their characteristic features, which to us seem to be not only peculiar, but also downright old-fashioned. And there is much along the same lines everywhere. Anyone desiring to enjoy a trip that could have been made in Europe at the time of the 30 Years' War should set out for any American mountain district, travel to the end of the railroad line, and then by stagecoach into the forests. The four of us made an excursion of this sort to the Adirondacks, and never did we laugh as uproariously as on the top of that stagecoach. An old rectifying description, compared to which the celebrated Prussian carts of the days of yore would have been deluxe carriages, with seats in the same style for 6 or 9 persons on the roof and on the coach boxes. That was what the structure was like. And then the road. I beg your pardon, that wasn't a road, one could hardly have called it a path. 2 deep ruts cut into the sandy clay soil, uphill and down. The manuscript breaks off here.